Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. You always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Some people are so dumb that I genuinely wonder how they survive from one day to the next. And then I remember that jellyfish have survived for 650 million years with no brain. So I guess if they can do it.
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
My crazy crew that we call the Coffee Club. Bullhorn Betty is here in Office 3, kind of hanging out. We were working all day yesterday, so, I wasn't able to finish up the office, get the dolly, and move the furniture. That is coming. We're going to be back in the office soon, I promise. But I'm kind of enjoying it out here on the couch that I purchased 2 years ago and have never sat on. It's quite comfortable. It's quite comfortable. I don't do a lot of living room or kitchen time unless I'm in there. Usually it's in the office or in the bedroom or in the laundry room, right? I mean, that's kind of where we're all at. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here this Tuesday. We have, for my county, we have a special work session today. There's not a whole lot of commentary from the public. So I will be kind of tuning in off and on to that with my little earbuds, right? So I was able to spend the day with you guys today because we only have a special session. And again, that's just information for the county commissioners to have further discussions in the future. We do have an opportunity to commentate on some of the stuff, but it's our infrastructure stuff. It's our, I can't even remember what it's about, but I'm not going to be there. That's all there is to it. I will give my commentary to the commissioners after it's said and done today. So we're going to be here for the Stout case. Depending on how this goes, I did want to start doing some live coverage on the West case where we all are on the audio and, have the just the chat open. We're not going to be obviously restreaming the audio. That's the crux of the order, is the restreaming of the audio. So we will not be doing that, but we will be sharing the audio with our audience, the link to get it, so we can all listen to it at home and still have communication in the chat. But with everything shaking up in the Stout case, like for many of the people that are here right now, yesterday was very emotional. It was ridiculously emotional. And this is, on this side of the screen. I can't imagine the feeling and the vibe that we would have gotten being in that courtroom when Harley gave her testimony about her mother. Harley was 17 years old at the time Gannon Stout disappeared from his home. She did not believe her mother could, she lived with her mom. Her mom and her have been taking care of each other since she was a kid. So she's lived with her mom the entire time. She never in a million years would think her mother would have been capable of something like this. And a lot of people were asking, how could you not notice the suitcase? They asked her if she recognized the suitcase he was found in, and she absolutely recognized it. When she was asked to come to be put on the stand initially, she was terrified. This was the first out of all the witnesses called. Nobody's ever had to leave the lectern and go outside to grab the witness, but it was taking a significant amount of time for her to get up on that witness stand. So much so that the attorney left the lectern and actually went out the door to retrieve the witness. When the witness came in and was sitting on the stand, she was visibly upset, crying. It was as a human being, it was hard. It broke the heart. It really did. It really did something to the people that were watching the trial. There was hardly a dry tear in the chat. I can personally tell you there were times in her testimony that I was full-fledged, just tears running down my face, just aching and hurting for her. It's so easy because even when we were discussing this, we're like, well, there's no way she didn't know. There's no way she didn't smell this or didn't smell that. Well, a lot of that was kind of cleared up in my mind during her testimony, because they had 2 dogs they were traveling with. And those 2 dogs were in the front with them, not in the back where Gannon was in the suitcase. So even and the air conditioning was blowing. She was talking about how her mom would not let her turn the air conditioning off even when she was cold. So she did put some preventative measures in place to help tamper down the smell in the van. And again, the van was barricaded, like the back of the van, even though there was a door to get to the back side of that van, there was a lot of steel there with only little holes for ventilation from the back of the van. But with the dogs in the front, even if you did smell something a little funky, you would equate it to gas from the dog's normal smell. Believe it or not, a lot of anal glands in pets have a lot to do with the scent that comes from the pet. So, those things could play into consideration when we're trying to talk about the scent coming from the van. So there's a lot going on with this story, and I hope that many of you guys decide to watch the trial today. Again, not a dry eye in the house yesterday. Harley was a very brave young girl. But before we get too far into all of that, I want to make sure that I say good morning to everybody. I'm not going to go through the list and say good morning individually, because we do have an extensive amount of stuff to go over. We are not only covering the Stout case, we're still, monitoring the Trenton Lair Camp, which we got some good information in. We're still monitoring the Maddie Kingsbury case, which we're getting in. We're also, discussing Michael Monkey Vaughn and the updates with Sarah Wandra, as well as the Idaho 4 and some updates on Alec Murdaugh. That's all going to be this segment this morning about our discussion. So good morning, everybody. It's great to see you. We have almost 200 people in the chat already. 11, not even just turned over 11 minutes in. For the 200 in here, don't forget to go out and give me a thumbs up. This is not just for me. This is also for my mods that work very hard to make sure that this chat is user friendly, that people can speak freely and respectfully throughout the chat without being, berated by gaslighters and trolls and jellyfish for that matter. So, the thumbs up also is for their work that they do on this channel as well. They like seeing those thumbs. They like being appreciated as well as I do, right? But they work very, very hard. A lot of you guys have seen my bullhorn. That was done from a mod. That was done from Sonia. She's been working on my bullhorn and bedazzling that since December of last year. There's a lot of love that come from our mods for this channel and wanting the success and the health and well-being of this channel to flourish. So it's just nice to see everybody here. Good morning. Let me just get through some of these good mornings and see if there's any questions so far before we dive right into our case. I'm going to read the language of letting go first before we show a video on. We're going to start this morning with Trenton Lair Camp and discussion of his case. Many of you know that I went out to Glenn County. I was planning on going back to Glenn County this weekend for a protest, an actual protest versus me in the fact-finding trip that I did. I didn't have a whole lot of time to kind of get in there and talk to a lot of people. I was on a time crunch. I had to be back here. I had to help my best friend out, and decided on the very last minute to turn and go to Savannah, Georgia on Friday for a hearing, a motion hearing to remove some counts on the indictment that was against Leilani Simon. A lot of people were like, I saw some idiot on YouTube saying that these people really honestly think that people give a crap, that law and public defenders and defense attorneys and judges just think so highly of me, right? That they're going to stop a court hearing because I'm there. This is what people are trying to tell people. They could care less. This is, they don't have the luxury of saying, we don't like this person here. That's illegal as hell, first and foremost. So, and if you're getting your information from one of these idiots, you probably should quit listening to them because they have literally no idea what they are talking about. So in this particular matter, with the motion to remove or dismiss some counts on the indictment is a very big hearing, a massive hearing that takes a lot of attention from the attorneys. And what ends up happening is the attorneys, call each other and basically say, hey, is there any way we can extend this motion? I'll provide you XYZ documents by XYZ date. Is that sufficient? So they stipulate on certain things. They never remove the motion because they want to make sure that the opposing counsel is giving them everything that they agree to, and then they'll be moving on. And they also give the prosecution an update, an opportunity to remove those counts themselves if needed. So it sounds to me like the attorneys in this case met with each other, spoke with each other right up to the time the hearing was supposed to take place that morning, and decided that they had made an agreement outside of the need for judicial resources, i.e. the judge presiding over the motion. So they actually may end up, depending on whether or not the items are sent over to him, the discovery is sent over to him sufficient to support those counts on the indictment, or and if they don't, they're going to move forward with the court hearing or stipulate with the state to remove those counts off the indictment. And typically the prosecution, if they know they do not have enough evidence to support the claim, will remove that as part of, being proper. That at the end of the day, whenever you have these, the prosecutor and the state this is nothing personal. This is just business. So they act in an ethical way, and they work together for a proper outcome. That is a lot of people thinks the defense and the prosecuting are always butting heads. That couldn't be further from the truth. The state and the defense typically work in conjunction with one another to get to the result that they're seeking. So it does them no good to fight amongst themselves. It does them no good to be nasty to one another. So they treat each other with professional standards and ethics. And when an attorney, opposing counsel calls and says, hey, we're going to get you some paperwork by XYZ date, can we hold off on this hearing? That is appropriate. And for them to push forward after having that information would be improper. They could, if they didn't like and let the judge just to hear it and rule on it. But typically it is the consensus of the defense as well as the state, the prosecution, to work together. So the judge doesn't have to rule on things. The judge expects them to work together and only use the judge and this pretrial motion hearings for stuff that they cannot agree with or need the judge to rule on. Things that they can work out themselves, the judge wants them to work out themselves. No judge wants to be presiding over petty issues that can be resolved by these attorneys. So there is that. So that is what I assume happened with the Leilani trial, with the hearing, not the trial, the hearing on the dismissing of the counts. They wanted all three of the murder counts dismissed, as well as indictment 10, 12, 14, and 17, which were all in relation to lying about the child and why she needed to go to the trash receptacles and why she was there. Those were all in there related to it. There was a lot of other things that were left on the indictment, but those were the main stuff, and those were the most crucial to Leilani. So I don't think they're going to be able to remove all of them. In typical, pretrial motion, I expect at least one or two, maybe a few more of the counts to be removed as they prepare for trial. So if that does happen, it's not going to be a shock to me. Unless it's a murder, one of the murder indictments, because she's got 3 different murder indictments, one for malice murder, one for neglecting and abusing the child to the point that it became it caused great harm to that individual, and the other one is using a weapon to inflict a harm to that child where it caused death. So there's 3 different ones there that they're trying to remove. If one of those goes away, I think they have enough evidence for all 3 of them to remain on there. But again, that's for a judge to decide. Either way, I don't think the defense is going to have enough legal argument to remove those main indictments, which are the 3 murder charges against Leilani Simon. So we will we'll see how this plays out, but for the time being, that's where we're at with the Leilani Simon. But I just thought it was very funny because, thank you, Samantha, becoming the newest member of the Coffee Club. We are a crazy group. We try to stick to the facts, but we also open it up so people can speculate and theorize on the facts that are provided to us. And I give a lot of commentary, in my opinion, on a lot of stuff. So I do appreciate the love and support. I see you in the house. It's nice to see you, Love Bug. as well as all my mods. But I every now and again, I see you pop in here and I get to catch her and say hi to her. So it's nice to see her. And it was our very own Sonia's birthday yesterday. And on her birthday, what is she doing? She's mailing out the Bullhorn Betty shirt to the winner of the drawing. And we did have a winner. And the winner is super excited and cannot wait to get her shirt. I know that it was rough. We had a lot of participation in the shirt contest. We exceeded our expectations on the shirt contest. I'm so happy for you guys. I'm in the works of designing a new shirt myself for Teespring. It's more of a, a funny type of shirt, but we'll get, I haven't quite designed it in my head yet. And once it's designed up here, then I can design it on here and then we can get that out. But I think a lot of people will like it. Bonnie's Journey, nice to see you. Something she said was how they only slept at hotels and she didn't change, etc. So they went days and days without showering or changing clothes. That's what it sounds like, Bonnie. And yeah, we picked up on that. But she also indicated that, it's very hard to ask her mom anything because, her mom will tell her it's none of her business. Or if she asks, her mom will just backhand her. I was just, dumbfounded. Like her mom would hit her if she was pushing or prying too much. And that was also sad. But yes, I did catch on that, Bonnie. That was a little odd for me. Oh, Miss Lee, mom of 3. Nice to see you, love. See, that's what's so hard when I don't say good morning to everybody and I see people in the chat. I just want to say hi. So hi, everybody. Voucher Street. I see you. Nurse Sandy, MJ, Sweetie Pie. Medicated Mama. I think we all need to be. I'm just joking. Mama Llama, Sonia. So nice to see you guys. Nice to see you. And everybody else. I miss you guys. And I'm so sorry for not individually saying hi to you. But you'll see because we're about to watch a 20-minute video. And we're going to discuss that 20-minute video. I just want to get through some more. Where was his body at the time they were in Colorado before the road trip? I believe it sounds like Bonnie. So the way I'm understanding it is she removed Gannon out of the house in her car. And that was the whole thing of the renting the car, having her car at the rental place in the parking garage. So when this happened, she went and removed the child and put him in her car. And ended up renting another car and picking up her husband and all this other stuff. Gannon was in that suitcase in her car. That is my understanding from what we've heard so far in the trial. So just FYI, that's where he was. Will the judge handcuff her today since she was naughty again yesterday? Was she naughty again yesterday? I missed it. I didn't see her. I thought she was on her best behavior yesterday. She was barely even looking at her daughter because I was thinking that the attorneys told her not to look at her daughter due to, the issues from the day before. And they didn't want her being, appearing as if she's intimidating her daughter in any way. Thank you, Moonlight Magic. It's nice to see you in here. So I don't know. I didn't see anything, I was watching intensely, but I have to be honest with you. There were times I got up to get drinks. I had to use the bathroom. There were some stuff, and I'm sure just like the rest of my audience, there were some things that were missed. There were some things that were just missed that I didn't get to hear from her daughter. But the only person on the stand yesterday was her daughter. So I hope she acted totally appropriately while her daughter was on the stand, because that's a major no-no. And I'm sure the judge would not be having it today. Thank you, Bodie, for what you do for us. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. God bless you guys. So what I'm going to do now is, now that I think I'm kind of in, Bonnie says, so sad that she said her mom would backhand her. That tells us that she was probably abusive to all the kids. But I was afraid that some of the Q&A from the defense helps her case. Actually, I think the defense thought they had kind of like this gotcha moment for the daughter. And the redirect from the prosecution, and it was about this whole GoFundMe page. So they were basically trying to imply that Harley was manipulative, that she acted manipulative. And so they were reading this GoFundMe page, and they were trying to say that she implied that her parents both died, that she's on her own. And she's like, I didn't imply that. If somebody got that from that, that's, basically that's on them. But yes, I did lose my family. And, I lost my stepdad, I lost my mother, I lost my brother. And anyways, it seemed a little demeaning when the defense when the defense brought that up. But when the state redirected, they said, why did you do that? And this is what made everybody, I was crying when she walked into the, and sat on the chair for the first time, because she was just shaken. She was, you could just clearly see she was scared. She was terrified. This was her mom. It was very heartbreaking to watch, but it wasn't near as heartbreaking as when the state redirected and asked her about why she did the GoFundMe page. And then that is when I lost it. I was sitting here, like, I'm getting goosebumps now and almost ready to cry, even just expressing this to the audience. But she's like, look, I was left with nothing. I had no one. She's like, one day I wake up and I have no family. I have no home. And like I said, I'm literally getting goosebumps up and down my legs and my arms when I'm stating this. Now, this is not verbatim, but this is just to let my audience know, what was said. And she was basically saying, you would think that my mom would have done something to make sure I was okay. And she didn't. And the only person that came to help with her was her mom's sister. And she used her help as a way to control Harley. So when Harley came and spoke with the prosecution about her mother and told the truth, all financial resources and help from her aunt stopped, including her aunt taking the car back that she gave her so she could complete her nursing degree. It was sad. And you don't think of things like that. What happens to these kids that, these semi-adult, she's an adult now. But you know what? Even as an adult, like, my mom and dad have always helped me as an adult. And when I was, 19, 20 something, my dad would put down the first, last, and security for an apartment. Or if I wrecked the car or something like that, he would pay for the insurance or buying me a new car. There was a lot of expenses. I don't know what I would have done, in my 20 somethings, because my financial support and help from my family didn't stop until I was, in my late 20s. They helped me out all the way until my late 20s, and some even after my 20s. Occasionally my mom gets concerned and mails me a check, right? Still, I'm 43 years old, and my mom starts getting a little concerned and will mail me a check, right? And then get mad at me if I don't deposit it. So it's one of those, families are always there. And this girl literally lost everything. Her dad's dead. Her mom's in jail. Her baby stepbrother is dead. Her stepdad doesn't have anything to do with her. Her stepsister doesn't have anything to do with her. They're going on with their life. And she is left alone with nothing. No money, no house, just all of this chaos in her heart and in her soul. It was really hard to watch yesterday. So for those that didn't attend the trial yesterday, if you want to, I would definitely recommend. This trial is moving along a lot earlier than we anticipated. I anticipate that they're going to have, several more witnesses and experts on the stand, and then it's time for the defense to call its witnesses. But here's the issue. She's not saying that she didn't kill Gannon. And we have to understand what her filing actually meant. She's saying she's not guilty by reason of insanity. She's basically saying, yeah, I killed him. but it's because I'm insane. That's why I did it. She's not insane. So she has already admitted by that ruling that she has killed Gannon. So the idea that we need to prove that she killed Gannon they still have to, but it's not really as necessary as what it was when she was pleading not guilty, because now she's pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. So she's basically saying, yes, I killed Gannon, but I did it because I'm crazy. Bye, Guidance. Have a wonderful day, Love Bug. Have a wonderful day. Nice to see you, Georgia. Yeah, she is evil, Kathy. I think we've all, and manipulative. And that was another thing, is like, even with her daughter was very manipulated by her. She was even told that, what was it, that her dad was robbed and killed. And come to find out, her dad had an OD. I'm curious where he lived in conjunction with them, because if he was in close proximity, there is no way in this world that I would ever believe that Letecia Stauch didn't have a hand in that. I'm sorry. Now we know who she is and what she's capable of and how manipulative. And you know what? I'm sorry, but we can't help every time we hear of somebody killing somebody. Have they done it before? Have they had a dry run before? How can they put this in their heart and in their soul? We don't know. We don't know. So let me go ahead and get on. This is for the Trenton Lair Camp. We are going to dovetail back into the Letecia Stauch case right before we decide to go ahead and air the trial. This is day 10 of the trial. We're very interested in finding out and learning more about it. So very interested. Okay, the stepdad, Al, followed out behind her after she walked out of the courtroom yesterday. Yeah, well, it sounds like she still had a decent relationship with him. And I think him as an adult and in the Army, he's got to realize that she had no part in this, that she didn't intentionally want anything to happen to Gannon. I think he realizes that, she's left with nothing. And I think of any person that has loved and cared for a kid, whether it's theirs or not, never wants to see a child hurting or struggling. It's just, I mean, even me, I've had grandkids and I've had stepchildren, but I've never had kids of my own. But even me, I can never imagine for 1 second me not feeling for a child struggling or, wanting to go out of my way to really help that child that is struggling. I think that's just natural for anybody that's normal. Again, what is normal? But maybe, the law of large numbers, the majority of people would be more appropriate than saying normal, right? So good morning, Faithlin. Nice to see you. Lots of monster hidings in plain sight. Absolutely, Cindy. Absolutely. I absolutely believe that there's a lot of monsters. And I think that, the more that we broadcast these things, and I've said that for years, the more we broadcast these things, the more people start thinking about them, and then their sick mind starts going into all these rabbit holes. I don't think things were as bad as they are today, but they're bad. They're bad. Do we know if Harley will be on the stand again today or another day? Love it. I think they've wrapped up with her testimony. I think that they are, unless they have to call her, unless something comes up through other people's testimony where they need to bring her back on the stand for clarification. I don't see her getting back on that stand or being required to get back on that stand. That was very emotional yesterday. But at the end of this case, they can bring rebuttal witnesses in and other types of witnesses. So they're going to have an opportunity if there's something that's stated in later down the trial that is directed or needs to be more directed toward Harley. Yeah, they'll most likely have to bring her back on the stand. But for the most part, no, they're not. They're not going to be bringing her back on the stand. So let me go ahead and start rolling out this video for you guys, so you guys can see. This is going to be on the next one. This is kind of. I liked this press conference, but I really didn't like this press conference. So we're going to discuss. It's a 20-minute press conference. I want you guys to watch it in its entirety. Then we're going to come back and we're going to kind of parse it up and have a little more discussion on it. So it's going to play right now for you guys.
The investigation of the incident on St. Simon's Island. It is the Lair Camp case. You're going to be hearing from Interim Chief O'Neill Jackson. You'll also be hearing from the District Attorney, Keith Higgins, and we also have Stacy Carson, the Special Agent in charge with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. We will be taking questions. Chief Jackson and DA Higgins are open to taking questions after their statements are made. We'll ask that we do it in an orderly process. If you'll raise your hand, I'll acknowledge you and you can ask your question.
Thank you, Sean. God bless you.
2023 at approximately 9:50 hours, investigators of the Glenn County Police Department arrested Carlton J. Struther, age 46, and Lauren C. Struther, age 56, both of Glenn County, for the charges of maintaining a disorderly house and contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor. The couple, along with their attorney, surrendered themselves to GCPD investigators and were booked into the Glenn County Detention Center. In addition to these arrests, at approximately 1100 hours, Edward Rooker Hobby, a 17-year-old.
Does that sound better? I just increased the
was
volume.
booked at the Glenn County Detention Center and charged with battery. This arrest stemmed from a separate investigation that was associated with the Lair camps. Investigators have also filed juvenile complaints in juvenile court on 2 juveniles. Abiding by state law, the identity of those juveniles will be withheld. But juvenile 1 was charged with simple battery and criminal trespass, and juvenile 2 was charged with possession and use of drug-related objects.
Oops, I've got this as loud as it's going to go. I'm not sure what the issue is. It sounded perfect. The audio on this is perfectly loud. I mean, it's screaming on my end. I'm surprised it's so low on your end. Volume is low. I've got it up. Let me see if I can. Give me just a second. I don't know if this is going to help or not, but let me know.
Since the start of this investigation, investigators remained in contact with the Lair Camp family and have kept a clear and open line of communication. Updates on the progress of this case have been continuously.
All right. So I hear great. Is it coming in better now or not? I can hear it. Okay.
Given to the family as well as the victim. And in fact, prior to coming in for this conference, we were in touch with the family. We continue to wish the victim well towards his recovery. GCPD is continuing to investigate this matter. And I'd like to thank the GBI as well as the District Attorney's Office who have been assisting us along the way from the very beginning. I'd also like to thank the investigators who have worked so tirelessly on this case. This is still an active investigation, so we will be limited in what it is that we can discuss.
Now, this is the chief of police. That was the assistant chief of police. This is the nice to see you, Connie. Connie is packing up to head to California. No, I'm just joking. But we are very heartbroken to see Connie having to pack up and leave. But we know she'll be back. And Annabelle, don't tell me what I can and cannot do. Go ahead and talk crap about me on other websites. is not here. And I'll do as I damn well please. Many of you guys know. And I never said I was airing their trial. So stay off my channel. Go back to where you came from. We don't want your kind over here. So this is the chief of police right here. And you can look at the disdain on his face as he's telling this, as if Trenton's life was somewhere lower than what their police department should or should not be doing. He talks calmly, but I'm going to tell you, his comments weren't taken very favorably by me. And I'm going to explain that after we hear what he has to say. We're going to pause and have a discussion about it.
The object of all legal investigation is the discovery of the truth. To get to the truth, an investigation must be thorough and leave no stone left unturned. The Glenn County Police Department has conducted such an investigation in this case. The length of time that the investigation has taken has been in large part due to all of the misinformation that has been put out on social media in particular, and the need to address it. With the assistance of the GBI, all witnesses were interviewed. The data from all cell phones were downloaded. All of Trenton Lair Camp's medical records were obtained. Search warrants were executed. And it was determined what forensic testing, if any, could be conducted by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Although I'm typically not allowed to talk about the details of any pending case, I am allowed to speak to address and correct misinformation that has been widely publicized.
And before we get into this misinformation, I do want to let, and because we know we got cockroaches in here, I do want to let the cockroaches know that all this misinformation was pre-Bullhorn Betty getting involved in this case. And the only misinformation that I provided was that of the medical personnel at the hospital. And it was related to the urination of him, which this police chief explains. So far, Bullhorn Betty has been keeping everybody abreast of the actual factual information about this case. And we know we're going to get some hate channels saying, Bullhorn Betty, they're talking about Bullhorn Betty. Well, everything he's talking about, Bullhorn Betty didn't even say. So take that for what you will, hate channels. We know you lie, and you will end up doing something to say somehow I provided infactual or misinformation on this case, which couldn't be further from the truth. And I'm going to let you know exactly what misinformation, but we're going to hear what he has to say about this.
Upon review of all the evidence in this case, it has been determined
I know, crafty Chris. That is true. She never answered if she still loved her mother. And that's for the Letecia Stauch case.
Good go. Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulty there. Upon review of all the evidence in this case, it has been determined that Trenton Lair Camp is a 19-year-old high school graduate. He is not autistic. He is not developmentally disabled. He is not mentally challenged. On March 17, 2023, he voluntarily went to a residence on St. Simon's Island where there was a group of high school students who were between the ages of 14 and 17. At the residence, he voluntarily drank alcohol. He engaged in an egg fight, and he consented to be washed off with a water hose after the egg fight ended. Specifically, he asked to be allowed to take some electronics out of his pocket before he was washed off, and he voluntarily sat down in the chair that's depicted in the video that's been put out.
He was allowed. I want you to listen to this. Let's go back 10 seconds. He was allowed to wash off. I don't know if this guy realizes what he's saying. But just Samantha put out, I did see Trent's family put out a statement and are very upset the press conference and what was said. I can imagine. I'm a little upset how this press conference went as well. And my question is, how does this man know what was done when Trent was in ICU and barely had an opportunity to speak? We also learned that one of the teenagers that left their telephone number at the hospital, we're going to go over all this in just a second, was never even contacted by law enforcement and actually had to reach out to them. So as far as them leaving it no stone unturned, that's a stone unturned if you ask Bullhorn Betty. When you have witnesses at a hospital that you fail to even contact, you probably ain't leaving no stone unturned. That seems like a stone that was left unturned, in my opinion.
He asked to be allowed to take some electronics out of his pocket before
Allowed.
he was washed off, and he voluntarily sat down in the
Asked if he was allowed to pull out his electronics before he was hosed down. Asked if he was allowed to. That's from the own chief's mouth.
chair that's depicted in the video that's been put out in social media and other media. He was not tortured. In the video of Trenton being washed off that's been published on social media, the statement that was actually made by the juvenile was, "Dude perfect, we are washing off Trenton." Although some people claim otherwise, he did not say, "We are washing off autism." On March 21, 2023, Trenton Lair Camp voluntarily went to the same residence on St. Simon's Island where he had gone on March 17th. Once again, there was a group of high school students present who were between the ages of 14 and 17. At the residence, Trenton voluntarily drank alcohol until he blacked out. No one poured alcohol down his throat or forced him to drink. No one pushed a funnel down his throat. No one urinated on him. Although when he went to the hospital, the nurses noted the smell of urine upon him and he was drenched.
So we took the statements from the medical professionals that said that his clothes were urine soaked, that he had been urinated on. Those were statements that the medical professionals stated in their statements. So somehow we're supposed to, as a general public, have ESP and go against what the medical professionals, which we rely on. So you're punishing the people that are providing this misinformation from your own reports, sir. From your own reports, you're saying that we're spreading misinformation, and those are the reports that your officers actually took. So just clarification on that, because we need it.
Water had been dumped on him. And quite frankly, the physiological response of a human being who has drank alcohol to the point that is a toxin in their system will either sweat profusely, vomit, and urinate. No one urinated on Trenton Lair Camp.
So he's basically saying that he got so drunk, he urinated on himself. So again, I have to agree that people that are saying that this guy is victim shaming, I absolutely believe he is victim shaming, because his friends, the Struthers, he had to arrest, and he is highly upset that he had to arrest his friends. That is what the real deal is. And this is not the most outlandish statement this police chief has stated. This is one guy, in my opinion, in Glynn County that can do without. When you think that somebody's life is not important to investigate, or somehow your investigation is some kind of burdened by this kind of crime, you should no longer be part of top brass.
No one defecated on Trenton Lair Camp either. The item that's shown in the photograph that was published on social media is a plastic dinosaur toy, of which there are photographs that were taken during this investigation when the residence was searched. No one poured acid down his throat. No one beat him. No one choked him. No one tortured him. After Trenton blacked out,
But he fails to say that he wasn't free to leave on his own free will because he was taped to a chair.
from the alcohol that he voluntarily drank, one of the juveniles that was present committed certain acts that have resulted in the complaints that are being filed against him in juvenile court. The subsequent execution of a search warrant at the residence resulted in the discovery of evidence that led to the complaint that is being brought against the other juvenile. After realizing that Trenton needed medical attention, Rooker Hobby drove Trenton to the hospital.
Oh, the bleeding heart, Rooker Hobby, the ones that likes to shoot girls with gel guns and throw stuff at his mother like mirrors and pots, and is just a problem child. Oh, let's have our bleeding heart.
Rooker Hobby and the juveniles that accompanied him just didn't drop him off at the outside the ER. They went inside, got medical personnel to come outside and take him in so that he could get the medical care that he needed. They then left their correct names and telephone numbers before leaving.
And that was also reported by the Bullhorn Betty channel.
By taking Trenton to the hospital,
Here's the bleeding heart.
so he could get medical attention, Rooker Hobby and the juveniles quite probably saved his life.
Well, if it wasn't for them, his life wouldn't be in jeopardy, despite what you're saying on that lectern there, covering the asses of your high-powered friends.
Based on the facts, as they have been determined during this investigation, and as well as the law, the two juveniles for whom complaints have been filed in juvenile court will be prosecuted in the juvenile court of Glenn County. They cannot be tried as adults. Crime of simple battery and the crime of criminal trespass are misdemeanor offenses. For a juvenile to be tried as an adult in Superior Court and possession of drug-related objects is a misdemeanor. For a juvenile to be prosecuted as an adult in Superior Court, Superior Court either has to have a jurisdiction of that matter, which requires one of these crimes: murder, voluntary manslaughter, murder in the second degree, rape, aggravated sodomy, aggravated child molestation, aggravated sexual battery, armed robbery with a firearm, aggravated assault if committed with a firearm upon a public safety officer, or aggravated battery upon a public safety officer. None of those crimes exist in this case. For a case to be transferred to Superior Court from juvenile court, if one is originally brought in juvenile court, it has to be a felony. At a minimum, it has to be a felony.
Which we know you would
There
never
even to be
charge
a
them with
petition or
if you had the
consideration of transfer. There are no felonies in this case. The juveniles for whom charges have been brought, or allegations of delinquent acts, I should say, have been brought, must be, under the law, handled in juvenile court. The acts alleged against Rooker Hobby and the Struthers are also misdemeanors. They will be handled by the solicitor for the state court of Glenn County. Battery, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and disorderly house are all misdemeanor offenses. With that said, we'd be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Let's listen to this shit show.
His age, was he under 18? And you said it was a separate incident. Could you clarify what you mean by separate incident? What was different?
His age is 17.
So why is, and to clarify, why is he being named? The other minors are not. He's the minor at 17.
Because under Georgia law, he could be tried as an adult. And what was your second question?
Yeah, so he's being charged with battery for a separate incident. Can you clarify what that is and what the deal with Mr. Hobby is?
So that's a separate related incident that was uncovered or reported to the police department after our initial investigation in regards to Lear Camp. And as a result, detectives took out charges for
By separate, you mean on a different date, a different
a
event?
different date, different victim.
Different victim,
That's correct.
not Mr. Lurking?
That is correct.
Can you clarify what this was about at this point?
I will not.
What about Trent's father's version of events? I mean, he kind of said he was abused serially. Can you speak to that? I mean, it sounds like Trent consented to a lot of what happened. Can you speak to the father's version of abuse serially?
As a parent, I understand he saw his son going to that residence, coming back home in different states of intoxication with different things being done to him. Like the district attorney said, but he continued to go back because he was under the impression those individuals were his friends. And obviously they weren't if they treated them like that.
Sounds like he's the prosecutor, still his friend.
Well, actually, under Georgia law, Rooker Hobby is considered an adult in the state of Georgia for criminal prosecution purposes. In Florida, he would be considered a juvenile. In Georgia, he's considered an adult. And that's why we could name his name.
You sound almost outraged at the amount of misinformation there was. Are you angry about this case and the way that it's gone about the community here?
I'm not angry about the case. It's just that it has taken up an inordinate amount of time of both investigative resources as well as prosecution resources.
This is where I have a problem.
At a time when very serious crimes have also been committed, where we've had a 14-year-old juvenile brutally raped and tortured.
While I understand that situation is important, the 14-year-old deserves justice too. But when has law enforcement not been able to walk and chew gum at the same time? And how dare this man play down the fact that this boy almost lost his life? He was in the ICU, seriously on his deathbed with little chance of survival. Let me rephrase that. Little chance of survival because of this situation. And this man is basically saying his case, in those words, he's saying this case does not rise to the need of this level of policing. That to me is disgusting. Dude, get the hell out of office. Wherever you came from, you can go back to. Because as far as I'm concerned, somebody losing their life is a major case. Major.
For about 15 hours in the city. There have been other serious crimes that have taken place that need investigating and attention as well. I'm not angry about it. It just has diverted a lot of resources to a matter that, while serious, is not as serious as other cases.
Now that, to me, was the worst thing this man could ever say to the public, that your life doesn't matter to me, that somebody else's problems supersede your problems, and we shouldn't be even focusing on this case with these small misdemeanor charges. He's focusing more on the charges at hand, which they could have been much more serious. They chose not to be. And you're downplaying the fact that this man almost lost his life, and in his case is above your office. That makes my stomach turn. Makes my stomach turn. This man right here that you see on your screen.
Speaker, the chief, I know with all of the social media chatter, there was names of kids who were in their families who were listed. There were a lot of things said. Have you been contacted by any of the families about any threats, things like that being made toward the families or towards the children, the juveniles who were allegedly involved?
So we have not had any separate complaints of any type of threats at this time.
Could you clarify what you...
And Bullhorn Betty was involved in the case to no threats of life to life? Oh my God, haters. Haters. I must have felt sick that day. Or I just don't threaten people.
We didn't know about that?
So there was a 14-year-old female child that was brutally raped in the city of Brunswick. It's a case that's being investigated by the city police department. Detective Carla Futch is the detective on that case. The individual who raped her was a homeless man, and that individual stayed in the presence of that female for about 15 hours during that incident.
Can you say the date when that happened?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Yes, it would have been during the time this case was being investigated.
Oh, so sorry. So sorry to have disrupted your office over somebody's
Off the
death.
top of my head, I don't
Almost.
recall it, but I can find that out for you.
Please get that.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Higgins, just what do you
Mr. Higgins is his name.
read into the amount of misinformation in this Lair Camp case?
Social media. There were a lot of things put on social media that were inaccurate. There were a lot of people with fake profiles, people not even from this area, that were putting out misinformation, hitting hot button topics that then got other people infuriated about the case. That one of which was hot button topic is that Trenton was autistic.
Okay, well, first and foremost, we've never said on this channel that the boy was autistic. We've never went there. So the stuff that they are talking about, like I'm wondering how somebody saying autistic or speaking under the First Amendment of this Constitution affects their case in any way. I guess we need to explain to law enforcement as well as the prosecution's office. Just do like the rest of us. If you just tune it out, it won't affect you. When you're so consumed with what social media is saying versus doing your own job, that's your problem, not anybody else's. Under Packingham versus North Carolina, social media is deemed by the U.S. Supreme Court as being the public square. So you're not getting rid of social media, no matter how much your disdain for it is. The bottom line is this case would have been swept under the rug and nothing would have happened for this poor boy had social media not gotten involved. So, Mr. Higgins, I respectfully disagree with your rhetoric.
Which caused a lot of anger, if you will, with regard to that. And if he had been, justifiably so, but he's not. And just a lot of misinformation out there with regard to the specific acts that were done that were very vile in nature. Even if they had been committed, they still would have been simple batteries under the definition of that.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry that simple battery means a loss of a life or close to being a loss of a life. But since it's only misdemeanors your office doesn't want to charge, or maybe it's the friends in which had to be charged with these crimes, which we know were low-level crimes. And what did we say out in front of the police department? What they're going to end up doing is they're going to do one of two things. These are the conversations that are going behind closed doors. We don't want to ruin these kids' futures. They come from good families. It's just boys being boys. Right? And then I followed up after saying that, saying what we're probably going to see from the prosecution is nil in comparison to the true crimes that were committed upon this boy. And here we have the nil charges of the more egregious charges against this boy that's fighting for his life. He's out of the woodworks. He's still got a lot of recovery left for him. But damn, this was not a well-taken press conference, in my opinion.
With regard to allegations of defecation and urination, and that he was...
It wouldn't matter. It's just a misdemeanor. Don't forget to throw that in there, buddy.
Chief, we've had the community, calling for an arrest in this. We saw the march through St. Simon's Island, the vigil that night. Just what's your word for the community about being able to announce these arrests today?
I'm happy in some regard, but I'm sad in other, because this is an incident that could have been avoided if parents are a little bit more attentive to what's going on in their house.
Boom.
Being mindful that teens can get their hands on alcohol, and sometimes folks do use illegal narcotics. So I'm sad that something like this happened. I'm glad for the community's sake that we were able to make an arrest in this case.
And I know obviously it was very problematic, all this misinformation for investigators, and I know you talked about some of the time that it added on to the investigation, but obviously there were some misdemeanors committed, but how harmful are these rumors to maybe these boys' reputations, the sense of defecation and the autism and all these added factors?
So now we're worried about the criminals' state of mind instead of the victims. Not one question asked about Trenton so far.
Maybe some of the boys who didn't commit crimes getting lumped in with these terrible acts that turned out were just hearsay, such as the defecation or some kind of snow. How detrimental is it to the people involved and important to prevent this misinformation for that reason?
It's quite damaging to families' reputations, people's reputations.
So it's arrests.
One of my employees' children was alleged to have been involved in this. So it's very, very damaging. And it's heartbreaking that stuff like that happens.
And we did not allege that person as being at the house because we found out that person was not.
And in light seconds, all that misinformation's out there. It's hard to pull it back once it's out there. No matter how often myself or anyone else says that individual wasn't involved, the public believes what they're going to believe, and it hurts a lot.
Chief, one of the fathers of one of the kids who dropped Trent off at the hospital and left his number at the hospital told me that his son wasn't interviewed by investigators until 5 days after Trent was dropped
Here it
off
is.
at the hospital, and it was only after that child was scared to go to school and called 911 that investigators showed up at his house. Can you speak to that as we're talking about misinformation slowing this case down? If that's one of the witnesses who was there that night, why did it take investigators 5 days?
I don't have any information to that sort, so I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
What are some of the possible penalties we could see from some of these charges? I know we have misdemeanors, adults, juveniles, in terms of length, time.
Well, with
Nothing.
regard to the charges against the adults, Rooker Hobby and the Struthers, the maximum possible sentence would be 12 months and a $1,000 fine. With regard to the juveniles, that would be up to juvenile court with regard to what may happen in juvenile court, and I won't comment any further upon that.
Just wanted to get a quick pronouncer. I've heard Lear Camp, Lair Camp, and Lower Camp. Is there one that we can lock in on?
Lear Camp.
Lear Camp.
I will have the chief's statement and a copy of the district attorney's PowerPoint available for you. And if you need any follow-up, please contact me. I have my card here, and I'll also be happy to send this to you electronically. Thank you.
Of the two gentlemen who just spoke, spellings on names?
Yeah. Interim Chief O'Neill Jackson, O-N-E-A-L, Jackson, J-A-C-K-S-O-N. District Attorney Keith Higgins.
Keith Higgins.
K-E-I-T-H-H-I-G-G-I-N-S.
Is attorney for Glenn County?
Yes.
And will we be getting mug shots?
You'll have to reach out to the jail for that.
Okay. There you go. There you go. I did not, when I heard that, my mouth fell open, especially when he was acting like this was not anything major. This is just some misdemeanors. You know, why are we wasting so much judicial resources on this, or so many law enforcement resources on this? This is just a bunch of misdemeanors. No big deal. We got more important cases to work. We got this 14-year-old that was, you know, arred by an assailant. But, you know, Trent being on an ICU and almost losing his life just doesn't rise to what our county needs to be investigating. That was about how I felt and what I heard coming out of his mouth. It was very disgusting to me. I was appalled, definitely without a doubt appalled by these statements made by this prosecutor. I thought because it was assistant interim chief or whatever, I thought the other guy was the chief, but now we know that's the prosecutor. And you see he's not really engaged in this thing against his friends. He's not really engaged with that. You can see the disdain on his face that he has to take this case because there's so much more important cases out there than a boy almost losing his life in Glenn County. And now we know why we have so many problems in Glenn County, because this is the representation that they have. And let me tell you guys something over there in Glenn County. He was voted into office. That state prosecutor there that was speaking to you, you voted for. You voted for that man. That is not an appointed position. That is a voted position. You want that garbage out? You want law and order in your communities? Vote them out. Vote them out of office. The only way you're going to get law and order is voting law and order into office. That man right there is doing a disservice to your community, and he should be voted out the next time you have an opportunity to vote him out. Keith Higgins is his name. Keith Higgins. If you see him on your ballot, vote for the other guy. Vote for the other guy. Vote them out. When you see this nonsense going on in your community, you have control. You are the boss. You are the boss. The community is the boss. They are not the boss. You pay their salaries. You pay their salaries. They work for us. We do not work for them. Vote them out of the office. Vote him out of the prosecuting office and put somebody that wants law and order in your community. Otherwise, you're going to continuously be having to do all these protests and marches and everything else that you shouldn't have to do. We don't have to do that here in Manatee County. If somebody gets injured and there's a law violated, guess what? Our law enforcement goes out there and arrests them. And the one thing that we don't hear from our prosecutor here is him bitching, moaning, and groaning about how there's 10 times more important cases to be working than the one for a boy that almost lost his life. That's one thing we don't do here in Florida. That was disgusting. It was disgusting to watch. I have to be honest. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up my entire screen feature now so we can start going over some more cases here. Just to give an update, I'm going to kind of go through these very quickly so we can take just a short, small break before we get into the trial. So I wanted to go over some of the stuff for Trent. Here's the new statement from Trent's family. It said, in regards to today's conference, today it was evident that they wanted to address and correct what the kids didn't do, but did not recognize or acknowledge the fact of what was done to Trent. At the end of the day, he was mistreated and in inhumane ways. Trent was humiliated, being hosed in a chair, and the joke of social media videos being taped to a chair and posed within pictures. It's disgusting. We don't believe that confirming it wasn't feces on him, urine on him, or no battery acid down his throat makes this any better. A vulnerable 19-year-old was made to be a sick joke of someone's disgusting fun and games. The families has reached back out to the investigators. Trent has also since shared other occasions things of this nature have happened. Other parents have also come forward or made contact to inform the family he is not alone and that their kids have been in the situation with these kids. Today, I was shared that one arrest wasn't even tied to Trent, but another kid who was able to come forward. Let me find out where we were. It cut it off. Trent was not the only one that this happened to. We want this. Trent was not the only one. We want this to happen to no one else. Through this continued awareness, hopefully this is the end of it. Trent was visibly taped to a chair. He was visibly spray painted. There also was a video shared with the police from that night when he came home and once again spray painted, covered in glue-like substance, sprayed with WD-40 and dripping wet from being hosed. It was hard to believe And it was the first the family heard that he consented to being hosed down. He was visibly passed out in that video while being hosed. Does it seem to make sense to someone who would consent, or someone would consent? Not sure if it's even considered consent if you're under the influence when somebody wants to do a dude perfect video. This is very upsetting to Trent, to his family, and to the community. So many conversations have come from this. One that comes up constantly is, why would he keep going back there? So many have shared their stories through this, and one statement I have that stands is so true. It's cut off, so it just says, statement that stands true. I've been there before, maybe not to that extent or that specific type of situation, but can't many of us ask ourselves, why do we keep going back? Rest assured, Trent is getting good care. However, there are bad days filled with anxiety and fear. He is working through the trauma and PTSD, past losses, and the grief comes with that, as well as getting all the recommended care they feel is beneficial to him. He's not being treated for alcohol or drug addiction. We thank you again on behalf of Trent, and for all prayers and continued support. So the family not happy. Family not happy at all. Brett Buffington is now in the process of tonight. We've asked via FOIA request for PC affidavit of Souther and Rooker Hobby, all body worn cam footage from the search warrant, all recorded interviews, all county-owned emails, including words, Lair Camp, all warrants and other documentation. Thank you, Brett Buffington, for being on this case. And I got to tell you, honestly, I reached out to Brett Buffington through Twitter and just told him, thank you, for doing the right thing. And while I haven't received a response back from him, I do want to make sure that he knows that I'm very thankful for this. I know many people would think that this would be a case that I would have picked up all by myself. But in all fairness, if it wasn't for the work that Brett Buffington did and the work that News Nation did picking up the case, I would never have heard about this case. We would have never been able to provide additional leverage from the social media sector on this case. And while the haters may say, you do nothing, well, I do a lot. It's unfortunate that it seems like every time I come into town, things start getting done. It's because we provide political pressure as well. We're causing disruption at their city council meetings. We're causing disruption in their offices through record requests and other things. We do pressure these communities, pressure them from all different types of fronts to get to a result. This is one that you can see they did not want to do. This is one that you can clearly hear from that prosecutor that they did not want to pick up, nor did they think was important enough to warrant this kind of media attention. So again, if it wasn't for people like Brett Buffington, if it wasn't for people like Brian Inton, and if there wasn't people like me out there holding these officials accountable, this could have very well been swept under the rug, and this boy may never have received justice. While I think this is a slap in the face to justice, nonetheless, we have 5 people arrested. 5 people that have to now go before a judge and explain themselves on why they handle themselves. And even if they do get a fine, they're forever going to have a mugshot and a criminal history. And if not, even if they're found not guilty, they will always have the arrest history. People will know that they do. And not only that, but I guarantee the Strother house is no longer the party home. And so if it could break the ties that way, we're good. As long as we know nobody else is going to be hurt by their actions, I'm good. I'm good. Now, them victim shaming Trent was disgusting. And shame on Glenn County, shame on the prosecutor in Glenn County. And I hope the audience out here, now that you know it's Keith Higgins in Glenn County, the prosecutor there, maybe you guys can express your frustration with how he victim shamed Trenton and how he downplayed the conduct done by his friends, the Struthers. His friends, the Struthers. We have Crime and Wine that says, shwoo, smart reporting to request all county-owned emails, including the word Lair Camp. Damn it, Brett WSAV, your fearless leadership is beyond admirable, and Trent Lair Camp couldn't have a better advocate in media. And that's coming from Crime and Wine. And I have to agree, hands down, with Crime and Wine's statement related to this case. So if Brett Buffington ever watches the Bullhorn Betty channel, I just want to give a big shout out and just say thank you. Thank you to all the hard work you put in this case and bringing this to the attention. And believe me, I will tell you that I have been doing a lot of cases, and I guarantee you, had Brett Buffington not been in here and had not been fighting for Trent, there would be no arrest right now. They would have chalked it up to boys being boys. Nobody would have been held accountable for this, and there would have been other teens victimized. So if you guys have an opportunity, please don't forget to tell Brett Buffington how appreciative you are for him doing the right thing, because it was the right thing to do. Not because it was the easy thing to do, but because it was the right thing to do. When people do this work, we get an enormous amount of hate. We get an enormous amount of love as well. So the only way that you counter that hate is showing love. So, tell Brett thank you. It's just that simple, right? Tell Brett thank you. He deserves it. It was, and he's still working it. He hasn't given up on this case yet, and he's going to get to the bottom of it. And heck, it might even force some more charges coming on down the pike. There are the mom and the father. I hate to say this, and I could be wrong, and I'm sure people on YouTube are going to beat me up, but I have to believe this woman's in for the money, because she ain't in it for the looks. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it at that. He doesn't look like the kind of guy that she would be dating, right? So it's got to be for the money. Look at these two faces, Lauren Struther and James Carlton Struther from St. Simon's Island, Georgia, Glenn County, arrested for contributing to the disorderly house and contributing to delinquency of a minor in connection with Trent Lair Camp hazing incident. I don't want to call it a hazing incident. It was an assault perpetrated upon this boy, and I don't want to downplay it as a hazing event. This was not hazing. This was assault. This was assault. She looks like she tosses her drinks back too. She seems like one of those moms that drink all day. Dad's away working, she's home taking care of the house, mending the kids, and she looks like she tosses a few back. She's probably drunk by 4:30 in the afternoon. I'm sorry. That's the vibe I'm getting. I got no information for it. That's just my speculation and my theory. This is not factual information. I don't want people to get. She does look like Lori Vallow. Isn't that creepy? But, they don't look like they go together. Look at them. Let's be honest. He lucked out because he had the money. He's the Struther. She's not. She married into the Struther family. Struthers are synonymous with the St. Simon's Island. The hardware store they own has been there since the 1930s, if that can tell you anything about this family. Now, getting on to Maddie's case. Maddie, she was one that we've been discussing for some time. And I thought I had some of this stuff out there. Oh, we're not ready for that just yet. We're going to go through Alex Murdaugh. We've been talking about this for some time here on this channel. Alex Murdaugh is now saying prison conditions is making it hard to defend against the Satterfield lawsuit. Well, where did you think you were going to be, buddy? Did you think you were going to be on a yacht in the middle of the, the Caribbean here? What do you think is going on, right? What does he think prison is? Prison conditions suck. That's why people don't like going to prison. That's why people follow the law and don't break the law and don't murder their children or their wife. That's kind of how you keep out of prison. You don't steal money from your clients. Convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh says he needs more time to fight a federal lawsuit accusing him of insurance fraud for stealing millions of dollars from the family of his late housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield, due to restrictive prison conditions. Mr. Murdaugh intends to participate fully in this litigation to the extent his carceral circumstance permit. You mean your carceration? His attorney wrote in April 3rd filing. His very recent arraignment to the Special Restrictive Housing Unit, however, has created a logistical complication delaying his ability to do so. Well, you know, Alec, they can kind of throw you out to general pop, but it doesn't sound like that's where you want to be. So you got a choice here. You can have the protection or you don't. Take your pick. You want to live or do you want to be assaulted? Take your pick. The filing did not expand on why the prison conditions required the extension, but the U.S. District Judge Richard Gurgel? Gurgel? I don't know. It's a weird last name. Granted the request, giving Murdaugh until May 1st to respond. So they're just they're just delaying. They're using whatever they can to delay the proceedings as much as possible. The federal insurance fraud lawsuit filed in 2022 was paused pending the outcome of Murdaugh's double murder trial. He was convicted and sentenced to 2 life terms behind bar last month for gunning down his wife, Maggie, 52 years old, and his son, Paul, 22 years old, at their family hunting estate known as Moselle in June 2021. He was assigned to statewide protective custody due to the notoriety of his case and transferred to McCormick Correctional Institute in South Carolina, a maximum security prison. The South Carolina Department of Corrections said he was being housed in a special unit that has 28 inmates and has a single 8x10 cell with his own bed, toilet, and sink. So he gets private accommodations at the prison, which most prison inmates don't get. So he's already getting a benefit. He's already getting a benefit for being there and being notable, right? Because everybody else has to be watched when they use the bathroom. They have to be watched. You know, they can't go anywhere without being around a whole bunch of dudes. He's got his own private cell, his own private bathroom, his own private facilities in that bathroom. You know, that's not bathroom. It's all one room. I mean, it's all open. They can see exactly what you're doing. But still, he's because of this specialized unit, he's able to be confined alone, not sharing a room with somebody. Again, that is a benefit that no other inmate or outside of these 28 inmates have. They're housed with other people. Nautilus Insurance Company sued Murdaugh, his former friend and ex-attorney Corey Fleming, and others for fraud after they allegedly pocketed $4.3 million in insurance settlements that were intended for the Satterfield children. The Murdaugh family's longtime housekeeper died February 26, 2018 after an alleged trip and fall at the Moselle property, but the South Carolina law enforcement, the SLED division, announced that they had launched a fresh probe into her death September 2021 while investigating other cases. Nautilus has accused Murdaugh of hatching an insurance fraud scheme by suggesting Satterfield children sue him so he could line his own pockets. He and his alleged co-conspirator pocket every penny of the payouts while telling the Satterfield boys a settlement had not yet been reached. Murdaugh and Fleming lost their law license over the Satterfield theft. The disgraced scion of once powerful legal dynasty is facing another courtroom battle. He has been indicted for 99 counts of financial crimes stemming from the theft of nearly $9 million from his former law firm clients and the Satterfield children. They want to see that he has to pay. They want to see that he has to pay just like everybody else does to get their full cup of justice when they commit a crime, the Satterfield family lawyer Eric Bland previously told Fox News Digital of the upcoming trial. Murdaugh is also appealing his murder conviction. His attorney, Jim Griffin, declined to comment. So we are getting some information back related to, Alec Murdaugh and what is going on with his many cases that are before him. The murder case, the most notable, the one that he has now been convicted of and serving 2 life sentences. He is appealing. So now we're going to get into Madeline Kingsbury. This is the case that we covered last week for the first time. She was just missing for about two or 3 days at the time. Maybe 5 or 6, I can't remember, but it's fairly new into this case. We started covering it because something was smelling afoul, especially with the boyfriend/husband. We have determined that the man was her boyfriend. I have not found anything to determine that they were actually physically married in any way, shape, or form. But Madeline Kingsbury's sister says the missing Minnesota mom was trying to move out of the house shared with the ex. So I also received an email from somebody, because I tell people all the time, use your feet and walk out the door. Use your feet and walk out the door. You can send movers in to pack up your stuff. There's a lot of stuff you can do that doesn't require your attendance when you're moving away from a violent individual or somebody that is very abusive. So what I would like to say is while I understand people are, some people with hearts on their sleeve, many people that have never even witnessed or gone through spousal abuse is giving information on how you should act when you're doing. And so the email was a kind email. I just want to say that it wasn't something that was snooty or nasty or anything like that. It was a kind email, but it was just saying that, it's the most dangerous when they leave. I don't care when the time is the most dangerous. Okay. The bottom line is you've got to leave. There's no good time to leave. You know the best time to leave? When you're in an abusive relationship? Now. That is the best time to leave. N-O-W. That is the best time to leave. If you stay there and they're capable of killing you, they will kill you. If you leave and they're capable of killing you, they're going to try to kill you. Okay? There's no easy way out of this. When you're abused by somebody, you use your feet and walk out the door. You send somebody else to come and get your stuff. Being in an abusive relationship and having that person watch you pack up your stuff is nothing but going to cause major problems. You either leave everything behind and start afresh, or you walk out the door and send somebody else, preferably men, to that house to pack up your stuff, your belongings. But, I just want to make sure that is expressed and why I state the way I do. I have been there. I have done that. I've lost my life almost 3 times in the same situation. And I always ran back. So I understand. I do understand. But at the end of the day, somebody had to give me the best advice of my life, and that was to pick up my shit and walk out. Period. And that's what I did. And you know what? I'm still here. I'm still breathing. So an eye-opening interview, the sister of the missing Minnesota mother, Maddie Kingsbury, revealed new details surrounding her sister's mysterious disappearance, now entering its 3rd week without answers. Speaking to NBC affiliate station KARE 11, Kingsbury's sister, Megan Kingsbury, explained what happened in the hours after her last text was sent to the young mother of 2 the day she went missing. Kingsbury, 26, was a clinical researcher at the Mayo Clinic and has been missing since she dropped her children off at daycare on March 31st in Winona, Minnesota, leading up to the massive search, nationwide headlines, and many unanswered questions. Megan Kingsbury said her sister was in the process of trying to move out of the home she shared with the father of her 2 children, whom she was no longer dating. So they were no longer in a relationship. They were still living together, and she was getting ready to move out. The morning of her disappearance, Kingsbury and her ex-husband dropped their children off at the daycare, which Kingsbury family said did not appear to be unusual based on the interviews police conducted with the daycare's owner. Megan Kingsbury said she last heard from her sister in a text message that morning, the morning she went missing. I had sent her a funny photo the night before, she told KARE 11 in an interview. The image was a memory from a trip the 2 had on this last summer, or had been on last summer. She didn't see it until that morning. She just kind of sent a response back, LOL, Megan Kingsbury said. I had responded to it just kind of general chit chat, It was like 8:15 that she sent me a message, and that was the last I heard from her. As the day went on, Megan Kingsbury didn't hear from her sister like usual, like she usually does throughout the day, which was particularly concerning given that her sister was scheduled to visit her in Minneapolis the following day with her niece. Then she received a text from her mother, who was growing concerned. The family started reaching out to Madeline Kingsbury in hopes of a response. By 7 p.m., they had not heard anything. There were definitely some alarm bells going off because it was unlike Megan. It was unlike her, Megan said. Megan said she sent her sister X a text that night, but he also hadn't heard from her, though giving their relationship status, many didn't question it. The family said that they wanted to quickly file a missing person report, but it's such an abnormal, because it was such abnormal behavior. Police say Kingsbury often worked from home, so that explains it. She often worked from home around 10 a.m. She often worked from home and didn't arrive for work that morning as she usually does. So it sounds like she's supposed to be signing in. The father of Kingsbury's children told authorities that he left the home around 10 a.m. in the minivan she normally drives, a 2014 Chrysler Town & Country color dark blue. When he returned home, he told police Kingsbury was not there. That same van has been seen at the center of much of the investigation since. So that's what I was talking about when we were covering this case. I was explaining that it doesn't seem like they're looking for anybody. They're tracking the information of this minivan, which is very, very telling of who they believe is responsible for her disappearance. Nothing to date has indicated that Maddie left the resident on foot or in another vehicle, Tom Williams, the Winona police chief, said. In the most recent update, police said Kingsbury van was taken and processed for evidence. We have worked closely with the Minnesota Bureau of Crime Apprehension to identify and process any available forensic evidence, the department says. So they're actually looking into this, and I think they're going to find what they are looking for. They've had divers and canines out there at the location doing a bunch of searches in different areas. So divers and canine units and volunteers from multiple states have now joined the search for Maddie Kingsbury, a Winona area mother who's been missing since last month. According to the update from the Winona Police Department, 8 law enforcement agencies and search and rescue groups participated in multi-search operations on Saturday. So they're actively looking for her. We did have the statement from the police chief that basically said that they believe that they're going to be able to bring her home. So they have an idea maybe around where she should be. Police say they're not ready to name a suspect in the disappearance of Maddie Kingsbury. I can tell you when they do name that suspect, it's going to be Adam Fravel. Her boyfriend, the father of her 2 children. Obviously, there was a contentious relationship there, and she was trying to leave. Despite her efforts, she ended up disappearing, and nobody has seen her since. She is most likely presumed dead. I can tell you that this particular case has steamed up so much that this is now past a criminal investigation and is now into a homicide investigation. Maybe not formally, but informally. They're probably, before they make that ruling or move that case formally up to a homicide investigation, they're probably waiting, pending some results from that forensic testing. Madeline Kingsbury was last seen March 31st, and the Winona Police Department says it continues to be extremely concerned for her safety. The department says that officers and first responders teams conducted foot, aerial, and water search for Kingsbury in the past week using sonar, submersibles, dog team. Police continue to ask property owners in Winona, Fillmore, and Houston counties to check their outbuildings, walk their land with eye out for anything unusual or out of place. I'm still sure that has not changed too much. So now we're going to go over to Brian Kohberger. Many of us have been hearing in the news a lot of different stuff. One thing that's not popping up on this particular Google search is the fact, let me put my face on here while we're going through some of this stuff, is the fact that we're not seeing him wanting to go to the woman's jail. So there's been some rumors going out that state that Brian Kohberger is now identifying as a female and wants to be moved over to the women's prison. I have not found anything to corroborate that information. I know other news journalists, including Jennifer Koffendorfer, I think we're all putting the big BS on this story related to him wanting to go over to a women's facility. We're going to call...
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
That's what we're calling it. Those statements there, we have not found anything that corroborates that. We don't even know where in the world that story came from. It, you know, and then we hear from the Trenton Lair Camp. We kind of get an understanding of how this misinformation is going. So we have trolls out there that make all these fake accounts, and so they infuse misinformation. That's why it's so important. And one of the reasons why I do not do my research, I mean, I do preliminary research online, but this is the reason why I go out there and get the legit information, is because these animals out here, they relish and think it's funny to literally cause disruption in a criminal investigation. And I hope that one day we start getting tougher crimes on that, where they can start prosecuting the people that are intentionally causing infliction in these cases, so much so that it's a disruption to their investigation. And so I really do hope that they start doing, and I guarantee they start arresting people for this. The one person that won't be arrested will be Bullhorn Betty, okay? I know that the haters out there want to say that I give misinformation. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Do we speculate and do we theorize based on facts? We sure do. And I'm proud of that. And I'm proud to open the channel up to people here to be able to theorize and speculate and get some of their feelings off their chest, especially about some of these cases. So, you know, we're going to continue to do what we're doing. We don't care if there's some fraudulent Vanity Fair article out where there's no integrity in the reporting, because if there was, she used my name. She could have reached out to me. Brian Enton definitely has my phone number. So she interviewed him. She could have definitely picked up the phone and called me for my 2 cents on her opinion of my channel. And she tries to say that I have misinformation and conspiracy type theories. No, we've never done conspiracy theories on this channel ever. And while she was able to specifically identify some misinformation from Reverend Donna, or what she puts out, or what her images that she saw were, she was never able to verbalize what information in my reporting was ever wrong, misinformation, or otherwise. She was able to do that with the other person, but she was not able to do that with Bullhorn Betty. So she was only able to discuss a thumbnail that she did not like in that article. And that is her evidence for my misinformation. So clearly even the well-known writer of that article couldn't even find one example of misinformation or conspiracy theory to provide in that article as to you know, confirm her statement about me. So she did that out of because she's angry that I was hitting her friend Peter. I was hitting Chris Como. I was hitting Ashley Banfield, all of them in the same network together with all of these fake and phony sources. So we hit them hard. And so I think this was a smack back, but thank God they interviewed Brian Enton as opposed to Ashley Banfield, because Brian Enton is not going to say anything. I don't think he would say anything negative about anybody that's covering a case. He just doesn't seem like that type of person. If you met Brian in person, he really is a sweet guy. He's a very down to earth, nice guy. Very friendly, like you know, he's a normal person. What is normal, right? But he's normal to me. He's normal. He's not crazy, and very thankful that he refused to say anything negative about me. And he is one person that has watched my work for years. Yeah, you know, I have been out we saw him at Gabby Petito. We saw him at the Idaho 4. I saw him down in Fort Myers after the hurricane. Like, this is a man that we don't work together, but we see a lot of each other out in the fields because of the cases that we cover. So this is a person that knows me more than any other person could ever say about Bullhorn Betty in the respect of, newsworthiness or an article about the work that I do. And he refused to say one negative thing about me. And he has seen me a lot over the last 2 years, a lot. So much so he takes pictures with me when we see each other. I don't broadcast those photos, but we take pictures when we're out there. I remember one time I was so happy to see him, and it was me, Olivia, Mom, and Brian out there with the hurricane and seeing these huge ships in the middle of roads. And it was really insane. We were able to go back to where the media crew, that's where the public couldn't get back to. We were able to go back into the media area of that. And, of course we saw him and we're excited and we're just chatting. And it was like, we can't have any photos with us smiling. We're out here in the middle of this hurricane aftermath. And I remember I was so happy to see him. Every time we took a picture, it's just natural to smile. We had to take that picture like literally 15 times because I couldn't quit smiling. And finally I just go, I force myself, because you naturally smile when you take a picture. And it's just one of those training things, because you can't be out there smiling because you see a friend you haven't seen in a while, or an acquaintance you haven't seen in a while, and somebody see that, because that's not good. It could be negative, even though it was something so innocent. So we're cognizant of those things. So but he's just a nice guy, and I'm very appreciative, and it almost gives me even more respect for him than I had before. Honestly, I definitely am enamored by Brian Enton. I definitely like him. Even just watching him, as a news guy, not somebody that I personally met. But I've always liked him. And again, he didn't have to be as kind as he was with his words, but he absolutely refused to say anything bad about me. And again, that just really kind of solidified my opinion of him even more. I just think he's a great guy. So Brian Kohberger, there was some information coming out in this Brian Kohberger case that Brian Kohberger may have known the University Idaho victims in 2011 per this ex-FBI agent. I'm not going to go into those articles too much because I'm probably going to be preparing videos on them. And Brian Kohberger's alma mater, Washington State University, is rocked by a second campus death. This I am going to show you because I was reading about this, and this was a little, it's somewhat concerning. So this is just basically stating Washington State University has recorded a second death on campus so far in 2023. Months after one of its former students, Brian Kohberger, was accused of killing 4 students at a nearby University of Idaho in their off-campus home on November 13th, 2022, Wazoo police on Thursday responded to a call from the Stevenson complex on campus, a resident hall that houses all majors with a focus on first-year STEM students, and located a deceased male upon arrival. It's the second death reported on campus so far this year after Luke Morgan Taylor, a Wazoo freshman, was found dead in one of the Pullman campus residence halls on Jan 22nd. What's happening in Pullman this year? A Wazoo student said in a comment on the campus police department's Facebook group. And there's the kid that lost his life right there. There's no known threats to Pullman Washington College community at this time, and Wazoo Police Department is working with the Whitman County Coroner's Office to investigate the person's death, police said in a Facebook post. The Whitman County coroner is expected to release the deceased male's name, cause of death at a later time, Wazoo police said. So they've got some problems going on the campus of Wazoo. So we're going to go back. We're going to probably come back to some of the Idaho stuff here in just a second, but now we're going to kind of dovetail to Michael Monkey Vaughn. Many of our hearts are bleeding for Brandy and her family. You got to remember She has a daughter that was in that house. She has, her significant other, which is going to be, they've been together forever. And then you have the grandfather there. So they have kind of this sandwich family where you have grandfather, you've got mom and dad, and you got kids, right? The sandwich generation, where everybody's living under one roof. And this has to affect this family beyond words. Everything that happened yesterday. But in true Brandy fashion, she's still holding out hope, and she's still keeping an upbeat demeanor at this moment. I mean, this has got upbeat in the sense of she lost her son. There's no upbeat moments in her life at this moment, but you get what you can. You get the little bit of joys that you can during this time, but she's trying to keep it together is basically what I'm trying to say. The mother of missing Fruitland boy, Michael Vaughn, told KTVB she is disheartened and upset after charges against the only person who's been charged in her son's disappearance was so far were dismissed on Monday. However, Vaughn's mother, Brandy Neal, said she is confident in law enforcement, investigating this case. I know police are steadfast in their ongoing investigation in bringing justice for Michael, Neal said. She said she can't comment on why the prosecutor's office asked for the case to be dismissed, but she does say one thing to anyone with any involvement in Vaughn's disappearance: charges are forthcoming. She asked for the public to keep Vaughn's beautiful face out there because we still need answers and tips of information from people who aren't talking. There's this little boy. I'm going to go ahead and put him up here on full screen because I want you to look at that precious baby. I want you to look at that precious baby, look at him, keep his name out there, keep his story out there. It sounds like we're getting close, guys. We're getting close. We need a lot of prayers for the Vaughn family. We need a lot of prayers for Michael Vaughn. We need a lot of prayers for the law enforcement agents investigating this case. And we just want to know where Michael is so, he can be put to rest. So, Mab, if you're in the house, I heard somebody say hello, Mab. I don't see you, but it sounds like you're here. So good morning. It's nice to see you here. Thanks for coming and dropping in. So there's the little boy right there, Michael Monkey Vaughn, just cute as a button too. Cute as a button. The case against Sarah Wandra, 35, was dismissed by a judge Monday morning at the request of the prosecutor's office. Wandra's charges with failure to report a death involving Vaughn. Fayette County prosecuting attorney Michael Duke on Friday filed a motion to drop charges against Wandra, stating that based on the evidence, the Idaho Supreme Court 2018 ruling in State versus Atkins may be defense in the case. The motion for dismissal without prejudice, meaning that if the motion is granted, the prosecutor may still refile charges against Wandra in connection to the Vaughn case. Remember, I told you guys that yesterday when we were watching the trial of Letecia Stauch, and I looked at the order and I saw it was without prejudice. And I said, the good news is they'll be able to refile it. This does not constitute a double jeopardy type of situation. So that's even more confirmed here in this article. The text of the motion to dismiss does not go into specifics about the evidence or the circumstances in Wandra case. In the 2018 Atkins case referenced in the motion, the Idaho Supreme Court held the dismissal of the charges for failure to report a death on a constitutional issue, specifically the Fifth Amendment. The court determined that the defendant would have incriminated herself by effectively admitting to her commission of the state charged in destroying evidence if she complied with law enforcement reporting death and enforcement. So they're basically saying that this is that she has a right not to answer those questions due to the Fifth Amendment privilege. Wandra was arrested November 2022 after Fruitland police said investigators had determined she may have known about Vaughn's death and failed to report it. Investigators searched the home of Sarah and Stacy Wandra and excavated the backyard outside of the home on Red Wing Street. Police said they had received tips that Michael's remains might be there, but the search didn't turn up any sign of the boy. I don't think that it didn't turn up any sign of the boy. It just didn't turn up him. from my understanding, there were many signs that he was there at their home, including dogs and ground penetrating radar that saw a void in the ground. So the case against Wandra was on hold for about 4 months when the courts found her mentally unfit and ordered her to undergo treatment in the custody of Idaho State Health and Welfare. Wandra still faces charges of aggravated assault, destruction of evidence, possession of controlled substance in connection with the April 13th, 2022 incident that was not related to Vaughn's case. The status conference and preliminary hearing is scheduled for April 25th and 24th, respectively. The Fruitland Police Department said the dismissal in the Wandra case would not change the course of the investigation into the disappearance of Michael Vaughn, who was 5 years old when he was reported missing on July 27th, 2021 from his family's home. We were there. I had an opportunity to meet with Brandy. She is a very brave mom. And this has got to be very hard on her as well as her family as these charges are being dropped at this time from the case. And it's leaving no one with really any good answers. We are hoping that the Fruitland Police Department provides us at least a statement related to why, the why factor. Why is, why were the charges dropped? And is Michael, do they still believe Michael Monkey Vaughn is deceased? Because we stopped looking for him. And if he's not deceased, we need to ramp up efforts 10 times harder to try to locate him. So I'm really still hopeful that we will get some kind of response from Fruitland County Police Department. Police Chief Huff is very nice. I had an opportunity to personally meet him. And I do believe very confidently that he has a good handle on this case. He's a very smart police chief. He knows how to keep things under wraps and close to the vest. That's why we didn't hear of Stacy or Sarah until literally the minute Sarah was arrested. Stacy was arrested and in jail for months before Sarah got arrested, and we were none the wiser. And they had this man in jail this whole time, knowing that he might have something to do with Michael Monkey Vaughn's disappearance. They've got something. They're not keeping people in jail against their will for nothing. So it's just more articles about, the charges against her being dropped, Sarah Wandra. And so as I was doing my work this morning and trying to find out at least a little more information on Brian Kohberger, I came across this article. And I thought this was interesting because we've talked about, the new vote for the firing squad. And it says, how could Idaho's firing squad laws affect Brian Kohberger? Idaho's history offers clues. So I thought this was an interesting article that many of you guys might want to learn about. So I figured I'd read it for you here. Idaho's approval last month of a new law adding a firing squad to an extension method for death row inmates could one day play a role in the case of Moscow homicide suspect Brian Kohberger. In December, police arrested Kohberger, 28, for allegedly killing 4 University of Idaho students in November. He remains in custody at Letecia County Jail, awaiting preliminary hearing in June on 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. First-degree murder is the only charge that qualifies a defendant for the death penalty in Idaho, which is one of 24 U.S. states that maintain active capital punishment. After Governor Brad Little last month signed a new law, Idaho will become the 5th state to permit execution by firing squad when it takes effect July 1st. Letecia County Prosecutor Bill Thompson still has not said whether he will be seeking the death penalty against Kohberger, a former Washington State University graduate student, if he is convicted. Per state law, prosecutors have 60 days from when the defendant enters a plea to tell the court whether they will ask for a jury to consider the death sentence. Defendants in Idaho felony cases don't enter a plea until the district court arraignment. That's the immediate step after the preliminary hearing when a magistrate judge, Judge Megan Marshall in Kohberger case, decide if there's probable cause to elevate the case to district court for a possible trial. But the collection of charges against Kohberger is extremely rare. It's not unprecedented in Idaho. No other defendant has faced 4 counts of first-degree murder in one case in recent state history, according to the poll of longtime law enforcement and legal officials and the analysis by the Idaho Statesman. I feel really confident it will be a capital case, Jessica Bullets of Boise criminal defense attorney told the statement by phone. The common sense-based reason everyone feels it should be a capital murder are the aggravated circumstances. I think this qualifies as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, the way and the manner they were killed. The victims in the case were U of I seniors Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, each 21, juniors Xander Kernodle and freshman Ethan Chapin, both 20. All 4 were stabbed to death at their off-campus home shortly after 4 a.m. on November 13th, and what police later acknowledged in a search warrant application was an especially bloody crime scene. First-degree murder convictions in Idaho require a jury's unanimous determination, determine the presence of at least one so-called aggravating circumstances to sentence a defendant to death. Those include a defendant having committed more than one murder, likely being continued threat to society, having exhibited utter disregard for human life, or committing murder that was specifically heinous, atrocious, or cruel. And I think he rises to the level of all that. So there's the article on that if you guys would like to read that. We also, last month, the family of Ethan did finally break their silence in this case. If you want to read that, again, I'm not going to go too much over that. We're kind of coming up. We're already over our 2 years. Brian Kohberger revelations, as people know him, share their stories. So we'll be going over some more of this this information as time goes on. But for right now, that's all we have for this segment. And it's going to be another hour and a half before the hearing takes place. It's going to start at 9 a.m., which is 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we have about an hour and a half. I'm not going to kill this live, but the Coffee Club segment of this live is now over. And I hope that each and every one of you guys will come back to listen to the Letecia Stauch trial. It's been very interesting, and I've got to say it was very hard yesterday emotionally, not just for me, for the audience, but also just listening to it. You couldn't help but to feel horrible and bad for this beautiful young lady, which was Harley, which is Letecia Stauch's daughter. And she was with her, as many of you know, that took the trip to Florida, took the trip to South Carolina. That was who was with her mom and 2 dogs in the front of that van. It was noted during her testimony that it didn't appear that Letecia allowed her any kind of clothing and wouldn't let her really back in the back of the van. She didn't have any need. They were just staying. And even with the times that they stayed 4 and 5 days, it's a little sketchy that they didn't take a shower or change clothes, or how the whole clothes and stuff worked in this case. So I'm unclear on that. That didn't help me a whole lot, getting clarity on these major details. They're fine details, but major details in this case, because at the end of the day, it was noted that Harley could have been charged with an accessory after the fact to murder, which is a serious charge. You got to get some sleep, Matt. I don't know how you do it. You're like up all night and sleep all day, I guess. I'm just the opposite. I go to bed during light and I get up during dark. So, all right, guys. Well, I'm going to take a few minutes break. I'm going to get everything kind of set up for the afternoon segment of this. Again, we're not going to stop this live. We're just going to continue it forward. I'm going to throw some music up while I go and do some minor things here, and I'll be back with you guys here in about 5, 10, 15 minutes. So I hope many of you guys are back so we can start, going and diving into Letecia Stauch's trial. I'll bring you guys all up to speed as to where we are in the trial.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side maybe we could be okay. Okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay, and tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. Guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away, as you fade away, as you fade away.
All right, guys. One thing I forgot to do is our language of letting go. So before I get you guys on a roll of all this other stuff, we need to get the language of letting go out. We need to get the language of letting go. Did that scare you? Because I wasn't going to be back for 10 minutes, and I looked at and I saw my books laying out. I'm like, holy crap, I forgot to read them. We gotta get right. We gotta get right before we go on with our day. And I know many of you guys are ready to go on with your day. So we're gonna do the journal first. And this is for April 18th. This is freedom. Many of us were oppressed and victimized as children. As adults, we may continue to keep ourselves oppressed. Some of us don't recognize that caretaking and not setting boundaries will leave us feeling victimized. Some of us don't understand that thinking of ourselves as victims will leave us feeling oppressed. Some of us don't know that we hold the key to our own freedom. That key is honoring ourselves and taking care of ourselves. We can say that we mean what we say. We can't stop waiting for others to give us what we need and take responsibility for ourselves. When we do, the gates to freedom will swing wide open. Walk through. Today, I will understand that I hold the key to my freedom. I will stop participating in my oppression and victimization. I will take responsibility for myself and let others do as they may. We talk on here all the time. People's feelings, what people do is not my problem. The only person that we have control of is ourselves. That's it. We can't control other people. We can't make other people do what we want to do. If we don't like the situation, it's our responsibility to remove ourselves from that situation. Setting healthy boundaries. Learning to say no. Learning to say no. Many people have never learned how to say no because we are taught to be people pleasers. You know, we are taught not to think of ourselves. The me generation are taught to think of themselves and only of themselves. Our generation was taught to think of others. But at the end of the day, we need to be worrying about our conduct, not somebody else's conduct. So also on April 18th, we have our normal book of language of letting go, which kind of dovetails from that slightly. Say what you really want is the theme for April 18th. What do you want? No, I'm not asking what things you want, but rather what it is about the things that you are seeking. Get to the root of your search. Do you want a new car? Do you want reliable transportation, or do you want the prestige of that comes with driving a shiny new vehicle? Do you really want to do the kind of work, or do you want the money and the prestige you hope it will bring? Do you want a romantic relationship? Do you want a partnership based on equal grounds, or do you want someone to take care of you? What is it you're really looking for? Get as specific as you can. When we examine our goals and our dreams, we may find that they're motivated by a deeper desire. I want to reach this point in my career, we say. Look deeper. What is the root of that goal? What if your desire is creative freedom? Maybe you can gain it other ways than by getting a promotion. If you want your spouse to quit drinking, perhaps what you really are seeking is a calmer home environment and relief from the pain. If you can't make him or her stop drinking, maybe there's another way you can achieve that dream. Or maybe you'll decide that you can contribute to that now while waiting for your loved one to change. Be honest with your search for the root of your goal. Some of the roots of our goal might not be healthy after all. Maybe it's the goal we need to change. But you could save yourself from heartache by discovering it now. Maybe the root is healthy. But have you placed too much value on following one path to reach it? Beware of all the opportunities around you. Don't sell life short. There may be more than one way to get what you want. God help me become aware of what I'm really seeking in life. Many of you guys know I say it all the time. When I'm straddled with a problem, I find a way to go under it, over it, or around it. That's how I work. It's how I work. If I need to get from point A to point B and there's hurdles there, I find a way around those hurdles. Many people give up and say, I can't do it. We promote you being creative. We promote you to follow the path of your life. Life is messy. There's no perfect way to do it. And we all make mistakes doing it. If there's no common ground, that's the common ground we all have on this crazy train we call life, right? So anyways, I'm going to put back on the music. You guys can go about your day. We're going to be back here in about 20 minutes. I'm going to start with one song thing, but I need a little break just to, collect everything that we need to discuss, which is not going to be much. It's going to be the thing, but I just need a break. I've already been running 2 hours. I need to get some coffee and just unwind for a little bit, and then we'll be back here and we'll start taking up the Stauch. Actually, let me go ahead and see if I can go ahead and sign into Stauch now. That would be nice if I can get it up and running. Then we don't have any guesswork about when it's going to start. It'll start automatically. So let me see if I'm able to even log into the court system yet. I am. Very good. So I'll put this over here and get this up on large. And we'll come back here and we have, am I on the all? So here we go. There you go. So now it's up. Let me move that over. It's up now. There we go. And so I'm just going to play some music for you guys while we wait for the trial to start playing. Matt, when are you going to, send me an email. I don't want you broadcasting it on public. But send me an email when I forgot the dates that you're going to be in Key West, because I'm only going to be able to come down for a day to say hi, but I want to make sure that I've got some other things coming up in May that I want to make sure that I can work around. So if you can send me your dates, you'll be here. I'd greatly appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go put you guys back on the music. We'll start off with Good Day. Might as well go through all of our intro music first.
Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you want to be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. You always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up, really gon' rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, grow hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
I grew up in a place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go, change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay, people I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am, and I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away. Cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Got a buildup of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into this place. You wanna love me? Well then baby I have a taste. All the highs and the lows, no you'll never be the same. I don't really wanna hurt you but I can't control the pain. If you're sticking by my side maybe we could be okay. Okay, okay, maybe you could be the change I need today. I promise that I've never felt this way. I really hope that you will choose to stay through all the pain.
I know you told your friend you're not okay. And tell me what's wrong and why you never said you felt that way. And guess you're trying to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away. As you fade away. Try to stay strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. Long game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. Long game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.
You guys got the little bit of break you needed, got refreshed. So we're on getting us geared up for the trial that will be starting in about an hour. So I figured would go over the timeline. Many of you guys have been here from the beginning of this trial with Letecia Stauch. So you have already probably at least remember this page. I think this page is the one we've gone over the absolute most, and this is the date of the event when Gannon was reported missing. They reported him missing at 7 p.m. You know, it goes into when El Paso, Texas arrived, and it was the very next day. I know somebody in our chat earlier was talking about where was Gannon. And so I wanted to kind of bring you to, let me get this, if I can blow this up. See if I can get this where it needs to be. There we go. And so here it's 9 a.m. The rental car is returned. Letecia meets investigators. Hold on, I think it's the one up here. There it is. The 28th, the very next day. Letecia drives her car to short-term parking lot at the airport and rents a Kia from Avis dealership. 9 a.m. uses rental car to pick up Gannon's father. 7 p.m. returns to short-term parking lot and moves Gannon's body to an unknown area to hide the body. 10:30 p.m. Harley picks up her mother. So I know that there was somebody that was in our chat earlier today. Like I said, I think it was just about, I don't know, maybe it was within the last hour. Somebody was asking this very specific question: where was Gannon at the time they searched? I think he was inside that home when they searched for him. I don't know what the mom had done or what Letecia had done with Gannon that evening, but we do know that she didn't rent the car until the next day. So, and she goes and picks up Gannon's father at 9 a.m. So I don't know if she went and picked up the car on the 28th, went back and put Gannon in the car, and if Gannon was in that car when she picked up his father, or if she loaded Gannon into the back of her car during the search for him, that initial "he's missing, he ran away from home" call. And that's why she took her car to short-term parking, because he was in the trunk of that car. I have a funny feeling it's going to be the latter of that. But we still, I don't know. And if we have heard it, I've missed it. I don't know if they have specifically discussed this aspect of the car. We know that Albert was on the stand, one of the first witnesses called in this case, and he was able to testify that she did pick him up in the rental car, so at 9 a.m. So that has been confirmed, but I'm not sure how they knew that she moved his body and what car she moved his body from. I'm thinking that it's going to be the forensic analysis, or the experts that discuss the forensic findings are going to be the ones that explain all this and what they believe happened, because it's unclear. Let me get over to my chat. I just realized I'm not in my chat. Hold on a second, guys. And maybe somebody knows, because I'm talking about this and I'm not even looking at the chat. Okay, it doesn't look like anybody's commenting on that yet. Okay, so I'm not sure. I take it that we've all watched pretty much the same thing with the Stauch trial, and we have not heard the evidence that states what she did with the body shortly after she killed him. Am I correct about that? We're still waiting for that information to come forward. Because there's like, since this trial began, we're on day 10, and I believe I've personally missed 2 or 3 days of testimony. So I'm not sure if that was covered, but I'd have to think not, because you guys would have been talking about it. So to have to think not, and somebody wouldn't have discussed not knowing where Gannon was during the search. I don't know where Gannon was during the search. That initial search, she calls law enforcement and says that her stepson ran away from home. So I don't know from that, you know, they talk about going in the house. I found Betty through Clinton. Oh yeah, that's right, Sean, you did. Well, let me ask you guys this. We still have 230 people in the chat right now. List how you guys know me. How did you guys find me? I'd like to learn. And if it's a hate channel, just say hater, or you know, something like that. Don't put the creator's name in the chat. We only plug certain creators, and they're the creators I want to plug. There's 8 weeks of this trial. I don't think that's come out yet, Betty. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think it came out, but I know I missed those days, and I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss something when I missed those days. So thank you, Sean, for answering that for me. But I think we're going to find out, Gabby. Oh, wow, you've been with me for a while. CA's watched me for over a year. Wow. Aw, we miss Molly. I hope Molly decides to fight whatever's going on YouTube and get back on here. I'm eating so many Reese cups since the trial started stressing. Bean feathers. Oh my gosh. I am such a Reese cup fanatic. I had to, as I'm getting older, I'm finding out that my sweet tooth, like I can't handle as many sweets as I once did. Like they're almost too sweet for me now. And Reese cups is one of them. I'm telling you, everything I had, Reese cup blizzard, Reese. I mean, peanut butter cup cookies. I'm telling you, I am like a fanatic of Reese's, and I haven't been able to eat them in almost a year because I don't know if they changed the recipe or my taste buds just changed. But the peanut butter filling has just gotten too sweet for my palate. I am like a fanatic of Reese cups. Like, just pull the truck here and unload it. Oh, Lord. Yeah, it has been pretty stressful. Kylie Rodney. Oh, that's nice, Miss Potty Mouth. I actually have Kylie Rodney on my list of upcoming things we're going to circle back on and look into and start discussing. So, that case, it's never kind of quite sat well for me. Like I always felt like there was something more there. And usually I trust my gut instinct. And when I don't trust my gut instinct, I find out later down the road my gut instinct was correct. So I think we're going to just pop around, do a little circle back. We're going to be one of those circle back girls. And we're going to circle back around on that and see, if anything's changed in that case. It's been a little minute since we've discussed it, definitely. Molly's channel, you were a guest. I'm not sure. What do you mean by Molly's channel? You were a guest. I've been a guest on Molly's channel many times, like she has mine. Watched you on YouTube yelling through that bullhorn. Hellcat, the Gabby case. It's nice to see you, Hellcat. Found you with Gabby. Wow, nice. Who's your mama? I love that. Crystal Summer Wells. Summer Wells, man, I keep praying over that case. I really do. I pray over that case quite a bit, trying to, just trying to strategize. It's like, with this particular case, the Summer Wells case, like we've deployed like literally the arsenal in our toolbox on that case. I mean, seriously, we've applied pressure. We've, Don Wells, I know, sat in jail for well over 6 months or right at 6 months. And I know he wouldn't have gotten that heavy hand had it not been for, all the work we did. I mean, we campaigned, one envelope, 2 sheets of paper, and 1 stamp, right? Like we campaigned the heck out of that. Like Don Wells, we know that poor baby Summers and her brothers deserved a much better life than that they were being provided at the hands of the Wells. And, I try to pray because it's like when you talk to them, that there's a bad side to them. You like I've seen the brunt of Don Wells, but I've also seen the brunt of Don Wells. And it seems to me that his bark is worse than his bite. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me because we try to believe that in these types of cases where I believe that the parents had something to do with it, which I do, I went out there, I spent a lot of time there. And not only that, it wasn't that, it was the team effort. It was the utilization of everybody's gifts that have gifts that were on our team. And it was really a well-oiled machine out there during the work that we did. It was very thorough. It was a very thorough job that we did out there, and everything led right back to that house. And we hear horrible things about Don Wells. And maybe some of those are true, and maybe some of those aren't true. I don't believe everything that was said to me about Don Wells. And I definitely do believe some of it. What I'm trying to get at is there's a piece of me that wants to believe that there was an accident there and they both freaked out. They knew that they already had DCS already down their throats, all this other stuff, that it was possible that they just freaked out after a terrible accident. That's come across, and that is, that is a top thought. But there's always that undertone of, you've thought that before, and then you come find, and I'm talking to myself, I've thought that before, and I come to find out that the parent or parents have done so much worse than you could have ever imagined. So there's always that in the back of my mind. But everything always went back to their property. It went back to that property where she was there. Summer was back at that property. There is nobody that is, if you look at anybody that visits there, I mean, you're talking about a house on a huge hill, almost mountain. It's huge. It's so steep to drive up there. Most cars can't even get up their driveway. It's steep. It's very, very steep. So, I mean, if somebody wanted a child, what I'm trying to get at is there's so many easier children that were in and around the area at the time to be taken. Why go up this extremely high mountain, where most cars don't get up the mountain or the hill or whatever you want to call it, that they have to park down at the bottom and try to walk up. And, even Marissa, when we were out there, she was trying to climb up the side and she was falling back and breaking trees. I mean, it's not conducive for sneaking on and sneaking off is where I'm getting at here with the Summer Wells. So Summer Wells made it up there. So once she's up there, it's pretty secure up there. I mean, not as far as they should have had fencing around that mountain because it's very steep and people can get hurt, injured, or killed from falling. And they did not have a fence up. But the problem is it was way up there that it's secure. It's not anybody's going to know when they're home. You can't see when they're home. You can't. I mean, you're talking about summer. All the foliage is out there. The trees are in bloom. It's a hot Tennessee day. It's very secluded. You can't even unless you know the house is up there. You don't even see it. You seriously don't even see it. So this illusion that some stranger danger came on their property, not knowing how to get on that property, that steep mountain that they live on the very top of it. It's very difficult. So I still think something happened there at the house. The behavior of Don and Candace both after their daughter disappeared were weird. They were weird. And they didn't make sense. Their behavior didn't make sense. Then the boys were taken, and we get this wild story from Don that he asked them to take them for their safety. It doesn't work like that. When they feel children are endangered after a child has been missing, they typically remove the children from the home by court order. It's not like, oh, can you come pick up my kid type of thing. And that's what he was trying to make people believe. So he was even deceiving people then. I know he was deceiving people then because I know how the process works. So you got somebody that's, deceiving people that I don't know how I got on the tangent of Summer Wells, but we're on it anyways. I'm hoping that we all get together and do something to bring awareness to Summer Wells' case. It's a sad case, and I feel like it is definitely gone cold. I don't think there's any movement on this case, and it's sad. And now I remember why we were talking about this, because I'm going through as how you guys all got to meet me and came here. I found you through Ernie, so Moonrain from Ernie. How's Ernie doing? Is he even on YouTube anymore? I haven't heard from him, about him, or anything like in months. I find you on J for Justice. Was you with the Gabby case? Wow, so you've been with me for a while as well. Jennifer L with Summers Wells as well. That's a mouthful. I was following another creator outside the laundries and found you. Okay, well, thank you, Irene. It's nice to see you. The first video I seen was BHB at the laundry house. Maybe TikTok. Okay. Twin mom. Okay, so you converted from TikTok with me. Nice. Yeah, I had a larger following on TikTok, but honestly, I don't know. I'm just not a TikToker. I mean, I was a TikToker, but YouTube is so much easier, and it just doesn't require so much attention. Like TikTok, you have to constantly, which I'm on here all the time anyways, but it doesn't do lives like it does videos. And as you can tell, I'm better at lives than I am videos. I'm getting better with my creativity on videos. It will get better, but when you're crunched for time and you need to get stuff out, you just kind of, throw it all together, make it look good, and get it out as quickly as possible, right? So hopefully when I have some time, I might, consider taking maybe more of an advanced editing class. So we can at least have some more spectacular stuff. Like every now and again, I'll get a little creative. Every now and again, I'll get a little creative. Moonrain says Butterfinger changed. I can't eat it. Sticks on both my teeth. Oh my, yeah, Butterfinger is always stuck on my teeth. I love Butterfinger, but I hate Butterfinger because of that. And so I will. The only time I really eat Butterfinger now is when when it's Halloween. You know how they come in the packages with those? They're almost smaller than the fun size. That's when I'll eat it. When it's just that little bit, I'll eat it. But I'm still picking that butterscotch out of my teeth for like the next, I don't know, 2 hours. It's crazy. Then I went to your channel, found very intriguing. Well, thank you, Patty. What was I missed the first part of that? I think I did. It's sweet. You guys are sweet. If something ever happened, I would want to be talked about. I would want people to learn from my case, or have a community like this to fight for me to be found, or any family member. Yeah. And that's, again, that's what I don't understand about all the hate and stuff out here. At the end of the day, it is a service. I mean, we do our best to try to make sure that everybody is covered, and that everybody can be exposed to social media that's missing, that needs people looking at their face, looking at their nose and their mouth, and, out there looking for them and calling in tips and stuff like that. I don't know why anybody would want to refrain from any of that happening. It's beyond me. And especially, what is so disheartening in this community, and I want you guys to know this, that I found you on Turtle Channel. Oh, well, thank you, Elise. It's some of these people reaching out to the families that just found out that they have someone dying or dead or missing of unusual and suspicious circumstances, and they're getting reached out to by a cockroach saying, hey, you got people, they're going to come and talk to you, and their names are so-and-so and so-and-so. And, there's been many times that people have that's so inappropriate. That literally is. Do you think they give a damn about your personal opinion of somebody when somebody is physically in front of them wanting to help, versus somebody that's a keyboard warrior? They're going to take the person standing in front of them's help well over and above some a-hole reaching out to them. And I remember there's been several times that people have said, yeah, I heard you were coming. Somebody reached out to me and they showed me their comments. I remember one of them looking at me and saying, when I heard you had a bullhorn, I knew you were exactly who I needed. Like seriously, these people just gave me a prop to this victims. But who seriously, I mean, and all funniness set aside, do you think they care? what somebody's opinion is when they have a body that's willing to help look for their loved one. I just, for the people out there that have such small brains and literally no moral compass to reach out to a person grieving with such a petty statement. It's like, when you think that YouTubers, some YouTubers can't go low, they show you that they go under the floor. That's how low they go. And then they'll keep digging even further than that. It's just disgusting. And I hope that these people aren't doing that, because they're trying to address something that's not even there. When I go out, like even JJ Rollins, I never once reached out to his family. I never once reached out to his family. I don't, at this point in YouTube, I don't need to. I set up where I set up, and people typically come to me. So what you're doing is you're injuring a family that's already injured. So don't come here and cry to me that I've done something wrong when you look at all this despicable behavior you have yourself committed to these families that are already suffering and struggling. It's a shame. It's a shame. And I can guarantee it's not coming from our camp at all. And the reason why I say this is because somebody did the same thing to another case just recently, which I will not say or cover. I will not say it or cover it. The family says they don't want any help from social media, so we are going to respect their wishes, and we are giving them absolutely no help whatsoever. At least the Bullhorn Betty channel will not. If others wish to, that is on them, but the family has requested that we stand down. And I think in honoring that family's request, nobody should be talking about that on YouTube. And if you do, then you are disrespecting the family by discussing it after they have put it out more and more than I can say that they do not want YouTube involved in their than finding their sister. So I find it very ironic that yet again, there are some channels that refuse to honor the request of the family. But getting on back to Letecia Stauch's timeline here, she did return. So she only had the car for 24 hours, which again is a little odd. So I don't know the reason, and still that where or what law enforcement thinks transpires, or how she was able to cover up Gannon being in that suitcase, or where that suitcase was and where that suitcase traveled and what vehicle it traveled in. I'm still curious about that, because I still think it's very important that we know the travel of that bag, because many of us are wanting to know how in the world she was able to escape the detection of Gannon's body through multiple search warrants. I mean, that really is, me. I mean, I'd like to know how she was able to hide and cover up Gannon's body through all these multiple, search warrants. Because it wasn't until much later, when she made it to Florida, that she got rid of his body. Has anybody heard what they say about that? Because if you have, please share in comments if you know where this body was. We know it was in the suitcase, and I truly believe it's been in that suitcase since he died, and she put him in there. I think wherever he was hidden, he's always been hidden in that suitcase. That I do believe. But she had this child in this suitcase for literally a week or more, because they believe that because it's February 4th that Letecia arrives in Florida and checks into the hotel 3 miles away where Gannon's body was discovered. So they believe it was on this February 4th area. Let me go over here. So it's like the 4th is kind of that cutoff time. So we did hear, cross-examination of Harley yesterday, where they kept saying, to the best of your knowledge, your mom didn't leave the room on the 4th, early morning hours of the 4th, or something like that, to that effect. And she said not that she knew. But we also know now that Gannon's toxicology results are back, we know that Gannon was drugged with hydrocodone. Was it hydrocodone? Yeah, I think it's hydrocodone. So it makes me wonder, did she also drug her daughter to make her daughter sleep harder so it was easier for her to get in and out of the room that night or early morning hours while her daughter was sleeping? Also, one of the things is, and I understand this because I'm the same way, but she couldn't remember if where they parked the van was the same place that it was parked the night before. So, and I remember, I can remember there's been times I parked my car and never went out, never left that parking spot, but went out the next morning and swore I parked it somewhere else or vice versa. So being all this, these years later, I'm sure that those feelings, have long been forgotten about, as opposed to what she was feeling, or, maybe that split second confusion, like, did we park here last night? Has already fled her mind and she no longer remembers it. There is that possibility. We also heard at the beginning of the trial, like I said, Albert was one of the first people that was on the prosecution's witness list that came to the stand. Oh, let me go up. Hold on a second. Yes and no. Yes and no. So I can kind of understand it, but can kind of not. I'm sure she was smelling something. She's 17 years old. We have to take into consideration. I'm sure she was smelling something, but didn't identify the odor that she was smelling. And when you have this body, you got to think of it that it's in, it's wrapped with multiple blankets. I think I counted possibly 4 that they were talking about at the beginning of the case. So you've got multiple blankets in and around Gannon's body. Plus you have the suitcase shell itself. And while cloth, it's still like a canvas type of clothing that would help, buffer that smell. Now, granted, it is a week old. You're talking about a ripe smelling in most cases, unless it's freezing cold outside. Many of us, I can tell you when I was in Idaho, I would wake up, like I would leave my bottle of water in the car. It wasn't because I meant to leave it in the car. It was just because I had my hands full and I forgot about it. And I would walk into the hotel room and would not get up until the next morning. I'd come out and my bottle of water is frozen. So it's very important that we know the temperatures here as well, because him being in that suitcase, if he was in a colder state, that would dim that smell down quite a bit because it would slow up the decomposition. So we need to know what we're dealing with here. And then also she stated that her mom was the air conditioning. So her mom could have told her multiple stories. Now, granted, they didn't get into it on here, but there may be reasons why they couldn't get into portions of her statement in the trial. Many people don't realize that there's stuff called pretrial motions, and they can exclude certain testimony that the prosecution may feel is relevant to the case, but the defense feels is so prejudicial to the case, the probative value doesn't outweigh the damage done to their client. So they have these types of tests, these prong tests that they have to take to find out whether or not something is able to be introduced at trial. Now, just because it's excluded, by these motion hearings, if the defense opens up the door, then all that information would then be admissible into the case. So they've got to be very cautious never to open that door. They can't even crack it a little bit, because if they crack it a little bit, it's now open and can be discussed. So there are a lot of things that, if you guys remember where she said, well, I can tell you who told me that. She already knew that it had been objected to and they were not allowed to discuss it. And she goes, I can tell you who told me that, but it's going to, I'd have to tell you about the other. And they're like, no, 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 you can't talk about other people, but you can talk about conversations you had with your mother. If you guys were here yesterday, you heard that. That means that they have already tried to get that information in, and it was objected to at some point, and the judge said, no, you cannot ask any questions on that. So they have to stay away from asking those types of questions. There was more information that Harley could have probably provided to us or to the jury, but couldn't because the judge ruled that she was not allowed to introduce that information in. So we have to take that into consideration as well. There's going to be some things that these witnesses are allowed to make statement on, and there's a lot of stuff that they're not allowed to make statement on. And so, even the state or the defense will object depending on who's questioning the witness if something is improper. But they are paying close attention to that opening of that Pandora's box that has already been closed by a ruling of the court. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, for example, in Alec Murdaugh's case, which just happened, it was the trial against Alec Murdaugh for killing his wife and his son. And they had to stay away from, they weren't allowed to introduce any information in about Cousin Eddie or his charges. This is just one example. There was about 3 or 4 where the defense really did a disservice to Alex Murdaugh by making a situation 10 times worse by opening up the Pandora's box, if you will, and getting additional stuff introduced into the case that wouldn't have been allowed otherwise. And one of those was Cousin Eddie. They were trying to keep Cousin Eddie out of it because, one, it goes to other crimes that he committed. 2, now they can question about the money that he got for drugs. It can go into a whole bunch of details that would have been better left out of the case. But because the defense was trying to prove a point on one aspect of the case, they couldn't prove that point without talking about Cousin Eddie. And once they did, now it opens the defense to all that line of questioning that they were now blocked from being able to discuss. Now they're able to discuss it free willy, willy-nilly, right? They could discuss it now, where they were not allowed to discuss it. It's because of what the defense did, and the defense injured themselves by doing so, because it even made their client look even more guilty, because now they're able to bring in the roadside shooting, which wasn't admissible in his murder trial, and it was because of the actions of the defense attorney. So the defense attorneys are going to be state is going to be paying close attention to the defense attorney to see if they're able to add any additional information into the case that they weren't normally allowed to introduce. But getting back to Al, he was told 5 different statements over the course of 2 days. And when they first opened this case up and they were talking and discussing this case, or he came up as the witness, and the very first witness in this case, he talked about the conversations that he had with then his wife, Letecia Stauch. He recorded these conversations, and I could hear somebody whispering a little bit in the background, and I couldn't understand who that was. I thought it was law enforcement, but I now believe, because I remember it sounding like a female's voice, I now believe that it was probably Al Stauch's current wife. Apparently, they were both tittling around on each other. It didn't sound like a very good marriage. It didn't sound like a marriage that either one of them should have been in. But she told him about when El Paso Sheriff's Office came to the house on January 27th, the abductor was still in her residence, and she tried to signal to El Paso Sheriff's deputies that there was somebody in the residence. That was not true. Then she goes on to tell him that she was armed by a man at the residence, and he abducted Gannon. She knew the man's identity because she saw a paper and his identification card fall out of his pocket, which had his name on it. That wasn't true. She said it was El Guardo. The third story she tells, now mind you, all these stories are in a 2-day period. She says a man followed her to Petco and at some point was laying in the middle of the road in front of the car. When Letecia stopped to avoid running over the man, he jumped up into her car and made her take him home, and he R'd her. That was not true, nor was there any surveillance to support this statement. The fourth, that was only 3. There's more. And I think there's even more than this. Letecia and Gannon were near County Line Road on Highway 105 in northern El Paso County on January 27, 2020. Gannon was riding a bicycle in the area and fell off and hit his head. And then he was abducted by the man. I'm laughing, but I'm not. I mean, this is serious. A little boy is dead at the hands of his stepmother. But these stories that she fantasized and thought that anybody would believe this is crazy. Like you're looking at this, and it's hard not to chuckle at some of her, her excuses or her account of what happened. So number 5 was Letecia stated that the blood in the corner of Gannon's room was a combination of hers and Gannon's. In this explanation, she stated the abductor, backsided her and Gannon with an object. Additionally, she was tied up at some point in the abduction, and the abductor was still present during the visit that night. So these are all the stories that she was telling Albert Stout, Gannon's biological father, her husband, as to what happened. This does, and I can tell you that this is just a Reader's Digest version of what we heard. Like, she was even trying to make Gannon's father, Albert, feel guilty, like they were going to kill me. And his response was, "So you let them take Gannon?" Like, and it's like this. Gannon's father was not having it. Like, she had no magic wand over the father. The father called her out every chance he got. He let her know that he believed she did something with him. I think what he was praying for is that it was an accident and she freaked out. I don't think he had any clue what this woman did to her son until much later down the road. Like, at this point, they just wanted to know where Gannon was. Gannon wasn't even found yet. And, he's like telling her, I know that something happened. Was it an accident? Did you freak out? What did you do with him? Just let me know what you did with him. Like, literally pleading with her. And then when we find out that he's found, he's bludgeoned, stabbed, and shot. And like, the father he knew, you can tell on the 14th and 15th, he knew his son was gone. You could tell that he was, as hard as it was for him, he knew he was never seeing his son again. He just wanted to know where his son was. He just wanted to know where his son was, and he knew Letecia knew. But there is no way that he could have ever prepared himself for what he found out happened to his son. And I'm sure that is a scar that no parent will ever forget. And all the emotions that come along with that too. I mean, think about it. You're a parent. You feel like you're a failure. You feel like you failed your son. You feel like you failed all the signs, the glaring signs. You're going back through every little thing. You're just replaying every little thing over and over and over again. You blame yourself for trusting this person with your most sacred possession, your child. And it's just a mental thing. I don't know if it's a conversation, if it's a feeling. It's just something that you just never stop thinking, and it just never goes away. And I think you almost feel crazy because it's just forever going. It's like a tape that has no ending, and it just runs and runs and runs. So, his father has had all of that going on since the day he found out his son was missing. And then 10 times worse when he found out, he knew his son was deceased, but when he found out the true gravity of what happened to his son, I'm sure the anger the bitterness, the resentment for Letecia probably was at the ultimate high it could possibly ever go at that point. This has been the worst case I believe I've ever seen. Yeah, Robert's girl. I don't know if it's the worst case I've ever seen, but I can tell you I wasn't expecting the emotion that it brought out in me, especially when I heard her daughter on the stand yesterday. That, holy crap, that really just, it shook me a little bit. It broke my heart, because I was talking about the same things that we're talking about, theorizing based on the facts that we were presented. And I have to agree that based on the facts that we were presented, there is no way that this girl could not have known there was a decomposing body in the back of that car or in the back of that van. But you know what? If you're not introduced to decomposition, you don't know what it really smells like. It's a horrible smell. But could that have been explained? Yes. Her mother could have said, I know the van stinks. I've already reported it to them. There's nothing I can do about it. We're stuck, right? So there could have been something, but those things never came up at the trial. But again, that could also be explained because maybe they weren't allowed to ask that question. So, it's not good, but they did ask the question. So I don't know. I really don't know. She was talking about the night Gannon died. It being very cold in the basement. So I have to think it was colder outside. There may be something there with the blankets and stuff. I don't know. That's just speculating. That's speculating. It's conjecture. But you would think that she would have smelt it. But again, could her mom have explained it and she have forgotten, or could she have just personally equated it to, maybe the dog passing gas, the little whiffs she's got here and there. She knew that they were traveling. They were giving them CBD gummies to help them relax. Maybe she thought it had something to do with that. We really don't know. And I don't know if she could pull that far because she dealt with a traumatic event. And let me tell you about how traumatic events do affect somebody's brain. When we were growing up, I told you, my life wasn't always bad, but when it was bad, it was really, really bad. And I meant that. It was so bad in some cases in our upbringing that my older sister has literally forgotten her entire childhood. My sister doesn't really remember any far back past high school. High school and after high school, she remembers. But everything from childhood on up to about high school, my sister can't remember. She can't remember faces. She can't remember names. She can't remember things that we did. The traumatic event for my sister actually had her block memories. And I was just the opposite. Like, I literally remember everything. So all of everything that happened, I remember, and she's forgotten. And it is a coping mechanism. It's a body's coping mechanism. So with her daughter, being very vague on some details and her saying, I can't remember, I believe her. I believe her because I have the experience of my sister and knowing that how trauma affected my sister, so much so that her memory from a certain point is almost wiped. It was wiped. Like, she can't remember hardly anything. Literally her entire childhood wiped from her memory. And she's a smart woman, so it's not like, does she have, early onset Alzheimer's or stuff like that. She's only a couple years older than me. It's not anything like that. It is a coping mechanism. Her brain was wiped as a coping mechanism for some of the trauma that we dealt with as children. And sometimes I wish I had that problem. I'd love not to remember a lot of the stuff that happened when I was growing up, but that wasn't my path. My path was to do something different. Her path is, the path she had to take to be where she's at. And this is the path I had to take to be where I'm at. But totally, even though we lived in the same household, totally different perspectives in life because of her coping mechanisms versus mine. On February 28, 2020, the judge signs off on the arrest warrant. So we have to look at this from, hold on here, from the January 27th timeline when she made the call. Oops, sorry. To February 28th. So a little, right at 30 days from the time she killed Gannon to the time she was arrested. 30 days. And she probably thought she was going to commit the perfect crime. And within 30 days, she was being arrested. Of course, it took them a couple days after that to locate her in Myrtle Beach, but then they did, and they had her arrested and extradited back to Colorado. And then Al files on March 5th. Al files for divorce from Letecia, which is probably the best thing he could have possibly done, but it was a day late and $1 short, and his son is gone. So Gannon's body is discovered in a suitcase. So Letecia was extradited back to Colorado on March 4th, and Al divorces her literally the next day. And then 12 days after he serves her for divorce, they find him in an overpass. And that's when they found out that he had been shot, stabbed, and bludgeoned. So it was just a horrific case. Letecia planned to attempt, oh yeah, we forgot about all this, all the additional stuff after that. Letecia tried to escape. Letecia planned to escape a jail through a window of her cell. Now, mind you, this is already after you. If you guys missed it, there was a witness on the stand last week. No? Was it last week? Today's only Tuesday. It was last week. Okay. So on the stand last week that says they were executing a warrant for Harley's cell phone, and they followed them. They had, the team that's been following them. They had them set up. They were waiting for the judge to sign the warrant, and then they were going to go and retrieve the phone from Harley. Well, apparently it was Letecia that had the phone. Well, Letecia steps out of the store. I don't know if she purchased her stuff and was waiting for Harley to purchase her stuff, or Harley was purchasing everything and she was just waiting outside. But the cops started to approach her, and Letecia takes off booking. She saw cops and started running. She thought they were going to arrest her that day. Yeah, man. That's insane. And if that doesn't scream, I'm guilty, I don't know what does. And so an officer literally had to pull his gun out and point it at her and tell her to stop before she froze. And he had to detain her because he's like, what is this chick running for? Like, they were literally there to pick up a cell phone. They weren't there to arrest her. They weren't there. They weren't there for, I think, the car and the cell phone or something or other. And she took off running. Exactly, Jennifer. Guilty conscience. Guilty conscience is exactly it. She thought she was toast and she was going to book it, right? So they know she's a runner. They know that she's willing to escape. She's willing to do whatever she can to elude the law. And even on June 4th, she was planning to escape from her cell using a broomstick. January, so we're going to be fast forwarding to I don't know, about 75, no, not 75 days, about 6 months, a little over 6 months in the future to January 19th. A mental health evaluation was submitted to the court stating Letecia is competent to stand trial. February 26th, the judge grants Letecia's motion to represent herself in court. She realizes very, very soon that she doesn't have the capacity to fight her own lawsuit. By May 3rd, Letecia is appointed a new public defender. By May, and then we fast forward again another 8-9 months to February 11th, and Letecia changes her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity. That basically means that they know she killed this boy. She knows that they have enough evidence to prove that she killed this boy. But she's now saying it was because she was insane at the time that she did it. So I'm very interested in the legal argument and the legal strategy of the defense. We haven't gotten there yet. And for those that aren't familiar with trial and trial procedure, so how it goes is anytime a person is brought to court and put on trial, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, a lot of the procedures, the underlying procedures are about the same. You get arrested, you have XYZ to be arraigned, XYZ to be, charged. You got XYZ. You got due process throughout this entire thing. You can waive your right to speedy trial to slow down and things of that nature. In murder cases, a lot of people waive their right to speedy trial because they want to delay. So when you're going into these trials, or before you get to the trial, you have a lot of pre-trial motions, such as discovery, wanting to get all the evidence that the state has against your client. We're learning all about that. Especially with Kohberger, you have other things that pop up, like the Brady Giglio disclosure that was filed in his case that has got people a little unnerved about that case. But that's all stuff that happens pre-trial. When you get to the trial aspect of it, there's things that you can present to trial and things that you can't present to trial. And that's pretty much the construction of the trial. You have voir dire, which is the selection of your jurors. And in high-profile cases, it's typically the standard to have 12 jurors and 6 alternates, because as trials go on, the longer they go on, some of the things may come up in the juror's life that will prevent them or exclude them from being at that trial, and they will have to be replaced by an alternate. So it's typically wise to have about 6 alternates in a case like this, or one that has substantial weeks on it. You really don't need that in like a week-long trial or a 2-week-long trial. You can limit those alternates in a situation like that. But this was scheduled to be an 8-week trial. We've learned throughout this trial that Letecia has changed her stories multiple times. We've learned throughout this trial she was very manipulative. We even heard in her own voice how she manipulated or tried to manipulate Gannon with the whole candle and fire thing. In the back of my mind, honestly, and I can't help but to think it, there's no evidence of this. This is just my theory. I truly believe she tried to set him on fire. I really do, because I just can't fathom or grasp why there was a candle in the basement burning anyways. It doesn't sound like this was a place that the family hung out. It doesn't sound like this was a place that Letecia went very often. This lighting of a candle is not something a boy typically will do. Boys and guys they're not candle people, right? They don't really do candles. So I really have a lot of questions about this candle, but I digress on it. But what you're seeing here is as part of that trial, whenever you finally get past voir dire, which is the selection of the jury, the trial will begin. The prosecution or the state brings all their witnesses because, again, your client and the defendant is presumed not guilty. Presumed not guilty. Okay, that means that the state has to show their case as to why they feel the defendant is guilty. So the prosecution or the state will always present their case first. So that means they will call their witnesses. They're going to try to strategically call their witnesses so it makes this nice flow that you can walk your jurors as well as the public through the case from start to finish on this is what happened at the beginning all the way to the end. And you want that nice flow going through there. But you're going to have the defense while it's the prosecution's case, while they're presenting their case, the defense is going to be objecting. They're going to be trying to poke holes in their witnesses in their testimony throughout all of this. They can't really do anything. They can't interrupt. They can't do anything. They just got to sit there and listen to the questioning going on unless there's an objection, like leading the witness or something not having foundation to ask or irrelevant or a number of other objections that are at their disposal. So they're going to be trying to keep testimony out. They're going to try to whittle the testimony of the state's witnesses, but they get something called cross-examination. And remember how I just told you, while the state is there, they can't interrupt the questioning. They can't question the person on things as they're being asked. They've got to wait their turn, but they do have their turn, and their turn is called cross-examination. So now they're coming up and they're able to refute or rebut some of the testimony through cross-examination to put doubt in the jury's mind about a particular witness, or to provide alternative theory through the use of that witness. So you can say, but you didn't see him on, Clark Road. You actually saw them on 12th Street, correct? Yes. So how do you presume they got over to Clark Road? I don't know, right? So they start throwing stuff in. That's what the defense does. And then what they try to do during this time is they try to confuse the witness. They try to confuse the jury. That is trial strategy, by the way. That's trial strategy. So you're going to try to confuse people or catch the witness up on questions and stuff like that. But at a time, the state is going to close their case. Oh, and then after the cross-examination, the state will have another bite at the apple because they have what's known as redirect. And there's also recross, where now it's sparked up another thing, and this person wants to add or clarify on that one topic, and then the state can go back and clarify on that topic. It can get the cross and recrosses can get intense at sometimes, but it's not to be abused. And so far, I've never really seen an attorney actually abuse recross and redirect. But it can happen. But they do have an opportunity to recross. That means that the defendant stated something, and then when the case goes over to the defense, the same thing happens. They get all their witnesses. The plaintiff can only object and cross. We're going to go to this
in the courtroom
hearing now.
It's 279 or 379. 279. Okay. I wanted to address one thing to make sure that the record is clear. Exhibit 279 is a disc, a CD-ROM disc of USAA financial transaction summary. It was never actually formally admitted. I think it may have been discussed during actually, I'm not sure whose testimony it would have been, maybe Detective Vihill's. In any event, my understanding is that there is a stipulation to the admission of Exhibit 279. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, the people will also move for admission in front of the jury so that they're aware of that exhibit. Not to be redundant, but just so that they're aware of the exhibit number and the name. Will that be permissible?
Run that by me again.
We would like to put that disc, this particular exhibit, on the record in front of the jury, so they're just aware of its existence and its number.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else we need to address before we bring the jury in, prosecution? Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them in.
Let the trial begin, folks. Let the trial begin. Here we go.
I moved that once. I don't know how I got back up there.
And Your Honor, I will move the easel once the jury is seated in front of the door.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the other gentleman that's helping us doesn't walk into it if he opens the door.
We'll let him know.
Okay, good.
Are you going to use it for the entirety of the next witness?
For a good chunk of it, yeah.
Okay. We'll let him know. Or maybe not. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. All right, yesterday we had concluded the testimony of one witness. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Our judge has a bow tie on today. Yellow is calming.
And if you would raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Ms. Brocchiano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name again for the record and spell your last name as well?
So Lieutenant John Sarkisian. Last name is Sarkisian.
And Lieutenant, where are you currently employed?
At the El Paso County Sheriff's Office over the Patrol Division.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 22 years in September.
And over the course of your time at the Sheriff's Office, have you had many roles, different roles?
I have. I've been in many different units, patrol, detentions. I was the homicide or major crimes sergeant for approximately 2.5 years. Been in Metro Vice Narcotics, been over the SWAT team. So I've been in many areas of the office.
Worn different hats.
Yes.
In January and February of 2020, what was your specific assignment?
So I was assigned to the Special Operations Division, which is over our SWAT team, as the SWAT commander. And I also had our traffic unit and some other smaller units.
And as it relates to the Special Operations section, as it relates specifically to the investigation of the disappearance of Gannon Stout at that time in January of 2020, what was your specific role?
So I was assigned as basically the incident commander for the search efforts. I was called to a meeting and basically assigned in an incident command system. The way it's set up, we have operational chiefs and different positions to run different aspects of investigations. So I was assigned for the search efforts.
And was that something that you had done previously in other cases?
I mean, not to this degree, but definitely have been involved with incident command throughout my career in the different roles that I've played. So that was a big piece of the SWAT team in running SWAT calls. So we have to be able to, manage all those resources. So I think that's why they selected me for it.
And can you explain to the jury a little bit more what incident command means? What is that?
It's basically a system that is put together so everybody knows what they're doing, where they should be, how they should operate. So it's broke out into different branches, so to say, law enforcement, fire, financial. Obviously, when we're searching to the magnitude we did in this case, we have a lot of people. So food plays in, gas, different resources. So it's a whole system put together. It looks like a tree that's broke out into everybody's role. So when you come in for the day, you know what you're doing.
And you're overseeing that tree?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the scope of the resources. Is that something that you personally, while you work with the Sheriff's Office, have you ever seen something on this scale before?
I haven't.
And in terms of what was known to you and other members of law enforcement in January and February of 2020, had the location of Gannon Stout been identified yet?
It had not.
You mentioned many resources. Can you give the jury an idea of which agencies came in to help and assist you?
So the two major ones would have been search and rescue, and then the National Guard came in. The National Guard was able to provide a lot of volunteers, a lot of different people that were able to help out with the search. And then search and rescue was also the other big one. They pulled people from wherever they could from different search and rescue units to come in and help. We also had different agencies. I know you'll probably get into it, but when we moved up north, we had Douglas County that helped out. We had some volunteers that wanted to fly drones for us. We had a lot of civilians reaching out to want to help, and we kind of avoided that to a certain degree, but depending on what the volunteer looked like, we could have other people help with that too. Different police agencies, wherever we were going, it just depended. I mean, it was an outpouring of people that were ready and willing to come out and search.
And, on particular days, did the number of people that were actually in charge of supervising and coordinating search efforts, how did that vary?
It depended on, in the beginning, there was a lot, so to say. And to answer your question, I would say anywhere between, it could be 20 or 30 people helping to hundreds. So it just depended on the area, the time frame, and the availability of people. We were trying every day to get as many people as possible because it's just easier to cover the area we were searching.
Now, in terms of your initial efforts in organizing the very massive search, end of January of 2020, where were the search efforts as you were supervising them? Where were they focused? What part of the city?
So we started in that Lorson Ranch area, which was down south. We kind of started from the residence and moved north from there. So as the command over the search efforts, I had a liaison in the detectives division, and which was another lieutenant. So I didn't have a lot of case detail. He was just providing me areas to focus searching. So he would call and say, hey, we have this little bit, or we have this little piece of information. We need to, search in this specific area. And then we would identify zones in that area and then organize people and how we were going to move through those areas and cover that. So we started in the Lorson Ranch area. We moved north of there, up towards Bradley Road and some of that area through there. Then we also moved across over by Fountain Creek for a little bit. We ended up going up to Perry Park. We did a little bit off of Highway 105. So there was several different areas that we searched.
Now, you mentioned off Highway 105. Are you generally familiar with that area?
I am.
Okay. And can you give the jury a frame of reference as to when the search efforts you were coordinating were focused in that particular area?
All right. Just for clarification, you talking about the Perry Park or Highway 105?
Well, we'll take them separately. Either one. We can start with the Perry Park Road.
Perry Park, I believe, was around, I think it was February 12th to about February 20th. We were up in that area. We spent several days up through there.
Okay. And the Highway 105 area?
I don't know the specifics on the date of that one. It was somewhere mixed in, I feel, mixed in the middle of that. That was a shorter stay over there just because we had some information to just check some real specific places off the road.
Okay.
So we didn't spend a lot of time in the 105 area, maybe
Now,
like a day or two.
Okay. In terms of, can you give the jury an idea of the general state of, what the topography there? I mean, what is it heavily wooded? What is the area that looks, we're talking about the South Perry Park Road area. What does that look like?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar, as you head up out of Palmer Lake, it's kind of open fields. There's a very specific S-turn that comes out of town. And once you hit the first S curve and you start up, it becomes to be very heavily wooded, so to say, brush, big pine trees. And then you move, the road turns back to the right to head north. and there's also a lot of trees and some fields, but you're right up against the mountains at that point. So it's pretty heavy cover.
Now, you mentioned various tools and resources that were of use, but specifically in that area, what kind of tools and resources were really essential for you guys?
So when we were first sent up to that area, when I drove it to go kind of get an idea of where to put the command post and how we're going to separate it into zones, I noticed there was a significant amount of snow still. So there was several drifts. It's, right up against the mountains, like I said. So drifts, heavy snow, different, a lot of different elements to that. So search and rescue, when we brought them in, one major thing they used was what they called probing poles, which they actually had to find more because they tend to break or they lose them or whatever. But it's basically just a long pole that they can stick down in the snow and probe for what they're feeling. They've been doing this long enough that they were telling me they can, if they hit dirt, they can feel that. If they hit something soft that doesn't feel like the ground should, then they'll stop, and then they'll, dig the snow out, clear that area, search more specifically for what's under the snow there. Once they identify it, then they can move on and continue to do that. So obviously shovels, tools, specific tool-wise, you mean like?
Well, how about the use of canines, for example?
Okay. So resource-wise, yeah, we did have a volunteer that flew a drone over that area. They brought the canines in, so I think FBI had a couple of their dogs running through there. So there was a lot of, I think who else we had, or what else we were using up there? Drones and...
what about overhead planes?
So in the Lorson Ranch area, when we were searching down there, we had, and I believe it was National Guard, they were able to fly a plane over the area and give us some aerial images. So.
Okay. And you mentioned information known to law enforcement. Can you explain why some of the search efforts were focused specifically in that South Perry Park Road area?
Hold on one second for me, okay? Sorry. Apologize.
That's all right.
Can you ask that question again?
Yeah. You mentioned an S-turn at South Perry Park Road area. What was information that law enforcement was received? But how do you focus in that particular area?
So, like I said, I had a liaison through the detectives division. He had provided some information that a tracker information had shown a vehicle that traveled up through that area and then had specifically slowed down in a certain section and then moved, and then I think it had come back through. But the information provided to me was that the vehicle was up in that area.
And the specific vehicle that you're referring to, do you remember the make, model, year, anything like that?
I don't. I recall telling me that it was Letecia's vehicle that was that they had tracked up through that area, and that's why they were moving us up there.
Okay. And in terms of, you mentioned the law enforcement resources in terms of tracking that vehicle, did that include members of surveillance, MB&I, that sort of information provided them to you?
I'm not sure about that. Okay. I don't know if they actually, I wasn't privy to that information, whether or not they had followed a vehicle or not.
Okay. On February 15th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
I was.
Okay. And did you find anything in particular of note on that day?
I did. So on February 15th, like I said, we'd been working several days in a row, doing a lot of search efforts. On that day, go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but we'll go through, I'll introduce a few exhibits through you, but before we get there, to start, what was the particular item that you located?
So I located a piece of particle board that was approximately 2 feet by 2.5 feet and 1/2 inch thick that was off the side of the road.
Okay. You're under permission to approach the witness. Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 326 for the record. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That is the upper turn of the S turn of the search area.
Okay. And you mentioned that you found a board. That there's a label that appears on this map. Does that label mean anything to you?
Yeah, that would be accurate to the location where I found it.
And is People's Exhibit 326 a fair and accurate representation of that area and where you located that board?
It is.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's 326 for the record.
Exhibit 326 will be admitted. And before we go further in, just about something that we discussed earlier, the jury should also know that
Here we go. I think Harley did a very good job. Did she say
Exhibit
everything?
279,
Probably not, but
is also admitted by stipulation. It is a CD disc. I assume is on the table there. It's a CD disc of USAA financial transactions. And so that's also evidence that you may consider during this case.
this is the
Correct, yeah.
insurance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Sarkeesian, can you point out for the jury the particular area? I know that the label is clear, but if you wouldn't mind standing up and just going through the area and pointing out a few things on the map for me. So you mentioned an S turn. Can you explain to the jury in part, kind of what you mean by that?
So if this map continues, the road curves back this way. So as you come up here, this would be the upper turn, and then it's heading out of town that way.
Okay. And you mentioned coordinating search efforts. Can you give the jury a frame of reference on People's Exhibit 326, where you were coordinating all those efforts from, if we can see it on that map?
So we basically made this into zones. This is kind of where the area would start. This was also a heavy snow cover inside the road. So we made this into zones, basically, or I made it into zones that came up through here, across up the road, and then up into about this area up here. So this was pretty much our zone. That map is a pretty good representation of our zoned out areas.
Okay. And as you're coordinating search efforts, are you doing that in some sort of methodical way so you understand where efforts are being done and over time? Can you explain that to the jury as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can picture this as being in zone 8, say, we had the guard, whoever was helping us, basically start on one end of the zone. They had to use the poles a lot because of the snow, and they basically just moved within feet of each other and just searching that whole area as they moved. And once they would complete a zone, if they got up to this road and that was the end of the zone, then they would report that back through the chain, which would come to me that we've completed this zone.
Okay. And we talked about February 15th of 2020 when you found the board. Can you give the jury a walkthrough of generally the snow levels in that area, Colorado, but what are the snow levels around there on that day?
On that day, so we had a variation up there. Some days it would be snowing, some days it would be sunny. So we had some melt off and we had some snow. It was generally a mix of some thawed out areas, some a little bit thicker areas, some dirt. So it was kind of just all over as far as snow cover, sporadic.
All right. And so when the sun comes out in Colorado, what happens to the snow?
Absolutely.
Right.
It was melting in certain areas.
Okay. So fair to say a day or two before, would the snow levels in that area have been different?
Absolutely. Yeah. We had a couple heavy snow days where it actually came in and we were trying to beat the snow to cover some of the zones. And then snow, we'd have to, tailor that to the search. So.
Okay, great.
Because the coldness played into then. We had a bunch of people out in the cold. So.
Right. And you can take a seat now. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are all pictures taken from the search area during that time period.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the search efforts on February 15th of 2020?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 327 through 331.
Exhibits 327 through 331 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Lieutenant, you mentioned the snow. So I'll ask you to walk the jury through what we see projected behind you, People's Exhibit 327. Can you orient the jury as to where we're at on the map in front of you? Where is this photo?
So as this photo is taken, it's taken from here on this map. So it's actually pointing up at the S curve as you go around it.
And there's also a pointer. It's an old school pointer that may be on the witness stand. You'll have to extend it. If you'd like to use that,
okay,
you can. There are a number of cars that we see in the road there. Are those some of the people that are helping out the search effort?
Correct. Search and rescue and or National Guard.
Okay. On the passenger side area of those cars, there appears to be a large white area next to those cars. What is that?
Are you looking at this right here?
Yes.
So this is a berm that is just built up from the road right there. I don't know if it used to have a pond behind it or what, but it's just maybe a 7 or 8 foot berm.
Okay. And as you're out there for search efforts on February 15th of 2020, can you walk the jury through what were things that were of note for you? Maybe in People's Exhibit 328, what are we seeing in this particular photo that may be helpful for you to explain?
Okay. So just for clarification, do you want, as far as the board goes, or?
And just explaining your efforts that day as it led to you finding the board.
Okay. So on this particular day, obviously, with these vehicles lined up here, we had searchers in our zone, which on this map over here would have been up through this area would have been the zone that they were in. On that particular day, on the 15th, I'd been at the command post for several days, and so I grabbed one of the search and rescue guys that was one of the head guys for the operation and said, "Hey, let's jump in the Razor," which you saw in the other picture. Can you actually go back one picture?
Yeah, no problem.
So this guy that's parked right here is what we ended up taking from the command post, which was significantly north of this location. I said, "Hey, let's just get out and go check on the searchers, see how it's going out there in the zone." As we were getting out there, we were notified that one of the dogs had alerted on an area, which from this picture would be basically behind this berm. There's a gate you can't really see, like a barbed wire fence. So up behind the berm there, the dog had alerted. So we were out there like, well, let's go check on the dog. We walked up there. They were doing some digging and some searching around the dog. Nothing that we really found as significant there. So as I came back on this map here, there's a barbed wire fence that runs along the side of the road. As I came back, I started looking at the fence, and I'd asked some of the guys, "Hey, has anybody checked this fence?" They kind of looked at me funny. I said, you cross a fence, if you're across the barbed wire fence, maybe catch your pants on it, maybe catch your shirt on it. It can, snag threads. It can, catch animal hairs, that type of thing. So I just started walking up that fence from this picture. And if you go to the next picture.
So People's Exhibit 328.
This is the fence, obviously, that runs along here. So I was walking the fence when I got up to about this area, and generally in this area, I noticed a board sitting on the ground. There was some footprints past it, like other searchers had walked through that area, but it did not appear that the board had been moved. I say that because there was snow on part of the board, and the snow was not cracked. So it's not like someone had moved the board. So when I saw the board I could see right off had some type of stain or something on it. As I moved closer to look at it, I used a glove I actually had to move it because I didn't know what it was at that point.
And I'll stop you there, sir.
Sorry.
We're going to walk through. That's fine. But I want to show the jury People's Exhibit 329 so that you can use these to explain. So as you approach that area, what are we seeing as People's Exhibit 329?
So this is the barbed wire fence is in the background here. You can see the post. So I was walking up this way. This is the board. This is the stain I'm referring to on the board, and then the snow, how it had caught the corner of it, was still sitting under the snow.
And is this how the board appeared to you when you first spotted it?
It is.
Okay. And so before I cut you off, you were explaining to the jury how you'd seen the edge of the board, and you mentioned a glove. Why did you use a glove?
Well, once I saw the board and saw that stain on the board, knowing we were looking for any items that could be associated to this case, so we had put that out to Search and Rescue National Guard to look for any and all items that could be of evidence. So one thing to note for these search efforts we've been doing, we had been checking the sides of roads a lot. So what do you come across a lot on the sides of road? Trash, cans, old gloves, socks. I mean, you name it, we found it. So a lot of the stuff that was found along the sides of the road, you don't know if it's evidence until it's evidence, basically. So if someone found something, we would say if it looked like something that could possibly be evidence, to notify someone from command, and then we'd send out people to collect it.
And in terms of distance between where the road is and where you've now discovered this board, can you give us an approximation?
From the road to the berm, I would estimate 20, 30 feet. This was probably in the middle of that, somewhere 10, 15 feet from the edge of the road to the berm. So it wasn't far off the road. I mean, this is the road right here.
And so that we can just get a frame of reference for distances, when you say the distance between the road and the berm, where are we talking?
So this map might be easier from the edge of this road, and then the berm sits right here, so to say. That other picture might show it a little bit better if you go back.
So for the record, you're pointing on the map on People's Exhibit 326. Now we're looking at 328.
So this would be the berm, obviously edge of the road, fence. So approximately 20, 30 feet, I would say, to the berm. So in the middle of that, in the middle of the two.
And for a frame of reference, when you located the board, is that on the other side of that berm?
No.
Okay.
So it's right in these trees right here.
Okay.
So to say.
So when we look at Exhibit 329, we're in that tree area near the base of that, on the ground there.
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned seeing a stain. We'll look at People's Exhibit 330. Now at this point, what has now happened with the board?
So at the point that, like I said, I put a glove on to move it because I couldn't tell exactly. So as I got closer to it, I barely moved it, and from my training experience over the years, as soon as I saw that, I was like, that's blood. So I put it back in the position that it was in, and like I said, I barely moved it, just enough to get that look at it. So I set it back in there and then notified one of the FBI personnel to come photograph and collect it.
And is it because the FBI was there to help coordinate search efforts, but also collection of evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of collection of that particular piece of evidence, who specifically, the FBI then took it into evidence?
They did.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit? You've already said you recognize it, but can you give us a frame of reference for what we're looking at now in People's Exhibit 331?
So just a scale to the size of the stain that was on the board.
Now, when you were there present that day, did you see any other pieces of particle board or wood aside from this?
I did not.
Okay. And what we're seeing in People's Exhibit 331, can you describe the top right corner area of that board?
Yeah, so I mean, this is how the board was when it was collected. So that broken edge, that's how it was.
Okay.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 332.
Go ahead.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 332. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
That's the board that I found that day.
And in terms of labeling of this particular item, is that consistent with the item that you recognize?
It is.
And we see some tape on this. What does the tape indicate to you?
So when you seal an evidence item, you seal it with that tape, and you see the initials on there. That's so anyone knows if that if it's been broken. If the tape's been tampered with or broken, the signature across it will be not in place.
And is this in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it and it was collected on February 15th of 2020?
Other than the marks on there, which they obviously did, the pen marks, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 300 and just want to make sure 332.
No objection. Exhibit 332 will be admitted.
I'm going to ask for your help.
Okay.
Your Honor, may the witness walk the exhibit slowly past the jury for publishing purposes?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. You're showing that. Lieutenant, after February 15th of 2020, how would you describe the nature of your role as the investigation moved forward in this case?
I still continue to conduct the search efforts. If there was new information coming in from the liaison, I would still coordinate, where we were going, what we were doing. Like I said, I think we continued at least through the 20th. So we still, same thing, zones, getting help, the whole 9 yards for searching.
And in terms of media presence, when search efforts were being focused in this particular area, was media present?
Absolutely. So media was pretty much present through the whole search time and search efforts everywhere we went. It was obvious that we were in the area just from the amount of people, sheriff's office, police cars, canine, search and rescue. So media caught on fairly quickly. We also had our PIO was coordinating efforts to keep them either in an area or informed of what was going on. So we didn't, when it comes to media, other than coming into an active crime scene, we can't keep them out. So as long as they can legally be somewhere, they can set up anywhere. So they would set up outside of our command post on Perry Park Road. They would set up out there and film the command post. They would go down and film searchers searching through the snow or whatever. So there was a lot of media coverage of it.
And just for the jury, various acronyms, but what does PIO mean?
Our public information officer. Sorry.
Okay.
Sheriff's office personnel assigned to inform the media of specific cases.
Okay. Was it a secret that law enforcement and various resources and personnel were in that area at any time?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And the media coverage in this particular area, they were there. Was that being broadcast on the news to the public?
Yes.
You mentioned also Highway 105, that some search efforts there were also done. Was the media present to document that as well?
Yeah, I think I can recall pretty much every day we were searching, media was somewhere. I didn't pay a lot of attention to because I was in the command post, but people would call back in, media on scene, or media's in this area. Do you want them to go somewhere? That was pretty common for most of the search days.
Yeah. In terms of the scope and the number of resources that were used that you oversaw, is that anything that you'd ever seen before while you worked at the Sheriff's Department for over 20 years?
No, this was the biggest search that I think anyone that I've worked with for 20 years has been a part of.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. No questions, Judge. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Sarkisian? Looks like we have one.
And we have to be honest, this is like the first judge that like literally asks their clients, or the jurors, if they have any questions. I love that. I do.
Lieutenant Sarkisian, am I saying that right?
That's closer.
What would be right?
Sarkisian.
Sarkisian. Okay, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Sarkisian, was the board on the west side of the barbed wire fence?
Yes, it was.
And was there an opening in the fence?
So, can we go back to pictures?
Tell me which one.
Yeah, we'll go back to this one first. So along here, no, this was barbed wire fence all the way up, and then if you go to the further out picture, right basically behind this white truck, there's a break in the berm, and there's a barbed wire gate. So where the actual board was there was no breaks in the barbed wire fence.
And just for the purposes of the record, Lieutenant Sarkisian is using People's Exhibit 327, and before that, 328.
And were there any footprints collected?
That I don't know. As far as, well, let me rephrase that. The footprints in the area were from us searching extensively. So any of those footprints in the snow were from searchers, so to say, if that makes sense. We had, like I said, we had anywhere from 30 to hundreds of people walking through there, going through there. I do not believe that FBI collected any footprints from that area.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
You mentioned footprints. To be clear, had search efforts, volunteers, other personnel, had they been through that area by the time you saw that board?
They had been. And not only that, I'll add, it had also snowed off and on, like I said, through that whole operational period. So there was new snow on the ground, there was old snow. Obviously, as we walked in the snow, everyone was creating footprints. So.
And in terms of looking for specific items or items of interest, was that information or directive relayed to the people that were helping out in the search?
It was. Some specific items were relayed, but in general, like I said earlier, it was any item that would spark your interest. Call someone to come take a look at a little bit closer.
And to be clear, when you approached that particular board, Was it clear to you that it had been moved by the snow? Or somebody had moved it in the snow?
That someone had moved it in the snow?
Somebody had moved it. What you observed as it relates to the snow on the board?
No, it had not been moved.
All right. Briefly. Yeah. So there were actually multiple footprints around that board, correct?
Not around the board, but kind of, if you can imagine, between the berm and where the board was, there's kind of like a pathway, an alleyway, so to say, that's just would be, you're not walking through the trees. So if you were going to walk that area, you would just walk through that opening. There was footprints through that opening.
Okay. And you didn't see who left those footprints?
No idea.
So you're just making the assumption that you believe that they were somebody from the search party?
Well, search, that was the zone we were in. So there were multiple searchers, the canines, they were all in that area, moving through, up and down over the, through the berm. All through that area.
Yeah, but you don't know for certain that none of those footprints were left by the person who left the board?
I don't.
Okay, no further questions. All right, thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. Watch your step as you step off of the stand. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Call Kevin Clark, Your Honor.
All right. Oh, you surprised me. I was waiting for somebody to come in. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Who's doing it, Kevin? Mr. Clark, remember you testified, I think it might have been last week, although it's kind of blending together. Still under oath, you understand that? Yes, sir? Okay. And you've already been introduced to the jury, so I want to have you just jump into some specifics here. And we'll actually get into some of the stuff about the board in just a moment. But before we get into that, are you familiar with call detail records?
I am, yes.
What are call detail records?
Call detail records are the activity the cell phone had with the cell phone carrier. So AT&T, Verizon in this case, all the calls to and from the device, all the text messages to and from the device, the data set sessions to and from the device, or from the device to the network. All those have a date and a time that they occurred. And then phone number one contacting phone number two. And if it's an inbound or outbound, that'll determine if it's your target number or not. And then it has the cell phone tower and its location that service that activity for that phone to be able to make and receive calls, texts, data sessions.
Is it common in investigations for search warrants to be issued to phone companies like you mentioned, AT&T or Verizon, to obtain call detail records for specific types of phones?
Every time.
How are those records used in an investigation in a general sense?
It places or does not place a device in an area during a time period using the activity from the phone and the towers that service that activity.
So basically for a phone, if it connects to a cell phone tower, does it somehow record, I should say, a location data for that particular contact event?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with People's Exhibit 704 through 708. I've previously shown these to the defense.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, if you could just flip through those and then let me know when you're done flipping through those.
I'm done.
So in a general sense, what are these items, discs?
These are discs that contain the call detail records and the Life 360 GPS location data for the cell phones belonging to individuals in this investigation.
Individuals that would be relevant towards this investigation?
Correct.
So for instance, none of these are for detectives or anything like that?
No.
If we talk about People's Exhibit 704, tell the jury what People's Exhibit 704 is.
704 is a disk containing the AT&T call detail records for the defendant's cell phone.
We've heard testimony about two different phones associated with the defendant, one that was seized by law enforcement at the end of Detective Bethel's interview. So I'll call that her Colorado phone. Is that this particular disk?
Yes, this is the Colorado phone.
And then what is People's Exhibit 705?
705 is a disk containing the Life 360 GPS location data for the Colorado phone belonging to the defendant.
And so Life 360, in a general sense, tell the jury what Life 360 is.
Life 360 is an app, which is like a program that you can put on your phone, as well as other phones. It can be friends or family, so you can see where each other phones are in near real time.
And similar to cell phone data, does the Life 360 disk that we have there, does that include that location data for the defendant's phone using that Life 360 app?
It does.
People's Exhibit 706, tell the jury what that one is.
These are the Verizon call detail records for the defendant's phone that was purchased on February 1st at the Trinidad Walmart that traveled to Florida and then to South Carolina.
And was that actually seized in South Carolina by law enforcement?
We never seized this cell phone.
Okay. But how do you then get to the call detail records for that if the phone is never seized?
These are completely independent of actually needing the physical phone. This is all the activity from the cell phone towers. So you don't need to have a physical phone to get this data.
So does that come directly from Verizon as opposed to the physical device?
That's correct.
People's Exhibit 707.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Harley Hunt's cell phone.
And then People's Exhibit 708.
These are the AT&T call detail records for Gannon Stout's cell phone.
Do each one of those disks that we just talked about, 704 through 708, do those include an affidavit from the provider? So AT&T, Verizon, Life 360, verifying the authenticity of the information contained on those disks?
They do.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of People's 704 through 708.
Defense. No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 704 through 708 will be admitted. Okay.
In preparation for the next bit of testimony, Judge, I'm going to approach with People's Exhibit 694, which is a photo, and retrieve those other disks. So, Mr. Clark, we just heard testimony from Lieutenant Sarkeesian regarding that board that was found up at the S-curve. In that general area that we're talking about, which is on the map there, I can't remember what's the number of that exhibit number. In 326. Is that actually in southern Douglas County where this location is?
It is.
Are you familiar with that area?
I am.
Did you actually go up there and see some of this stuff yourself?
I did. I was up there with another FBI agent the day the board was, and at the time the board was located.
During this investigation, were you present for the vast majority of this investigation?
I was.
In this area?
Yes.
Do you remember was there some location data, GPS data that we've already heard some testimony about that showed the GPS tracker that was placed on a vehicle traveling up to this area?
There was.
What date did that occur?
The first time was Tuesday evening, and the second time was Friday night of the week that Gannon went missing.
Okay, so Tuesday evening, would that be January 28th?
Correct.
And then the Friday night is which day?
The 30th.
30th? Okay.
Or yes.
30th or 31st? I can't.
Friday's the 31st. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, Friday the 31st.
Subsequent to the GPS tracker data going up to this S-curve, do you remember if it snowed heavily after that?
It did.
Okay. And would that account for the drifting snow that we see in those pictures that we just looked at with Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
It would.
Did you have a chance to look at the download of Mr. Al Stauch's phone?
I did.
Did that download include photographs that were taken using that phone?
Yes.
We previously admitted through Mr. Stauch, if we could pull up and republish People's Exhibit number 34. Oh, we just need the screen turned on, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. So we've got People's Exhibit 34 up behind you. Are you familiar with this picture?
I am.
Tell us how you're familiar with this particular photo.
I was examining the download of Al Stauch's cell phone. I came across this photo, and seemingly it's the desk that was next to Gannon's bed in his bedroom underneath the window. But then I also noticed a board on the garage floor.
And so when you came across this photo, were you able to tell when that particular photo was taken?
Yes, there's something called metadata, and metadata is just a term for data about data. In this case, it has a date and a timestamp of when the photo was taken.
Data about data sounds like a really geeky thing.
It really is, but it's,
Okay.
it's useful geeky stuff.
Okay. Does that tell you when this particular photo was taken?
Yes.
When was this photo taken?
Sometime in November, December of 2019, if I recall correctly.
2019 sound correct?
Yes.
Had you, when you came across this photo, when you're looking at Al's download data from his phone, had you already seen the board that was found up at the S-curve?
Yes.
Or at least photos of it?
Yes.
Did that, having that knowledge, did that cause you to have particular interest in this photo?
It did.
What about seeing pictures of the board found at the S-curve made you key in on this specific photo?
The broken corner, the top corner of the board. The board found at the S-curve also had a broken corner, and it also appeared to be consistent of the type of the board, the particle board.
Did you compare the board in this photo to a photo of the board that was found at the S-curve?
I did.
I've handed you People's Exhibit 694. What is 694?
694 is a side-by-side comparison of the board that was found at the S-curve and the board zoomed in seen in this photo taken from Al's phone.
And just to be clear, this particular photo that we see up there, People's Exhibit 34, is that the garage at 6627 Mandan Drive?
It is.
Is the photo 694, that side-by-side comparison, is that a fair and accurate representation of your analysis and placing those two photos side-by-side to look at them in comparison?
It is.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of 694.
No objection. Exhibit 694 will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may go ahead.
We'll take just a second to scroll down.
Ready.
It's ready. Thank you. Now we got no signal.
Weird.
Is there some data about data why there's no signal, Mr. Clark?
I'll dig into it, sir.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Crisis averted. If you could use the pointer that's up there to your right, it's already extended, it looks like, and make sure that the jurors can hear you in the far reaches of the jury box. Point out the similarities between the board from the S-curve. Is that on the left side of this photo?
Correct. I took this photograph right here on the left side. This is the board from the S-curve.
In the other photos that we saw of the S-curve, there was that reddish dark stain sort of in the middle that was sort of elongated. Is that on the flip side of this particular photo?
It is.
All right. So the picture taken inside the garage, is that on the right side of this particular comparison photo?
It is.
Point out for the jury the similarities between the two boards.
One of the obvious ones is the broken, in this instance, top left corner of the board, located at the S-curve. and then the one in the photograph. The second one that might be more difficult to see is there's a penciled X on this board. You can see it here on the S-curve board. You can also see the bottom half of it right here in the garage board. It's in the same location of the board. Additionally, there's some markings that go horizontal on the board in the photograph with the table saw on top, circular saw. And those same markings are seen here on the board that's recovered at the S-curve.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for at this particular time. We will recall him later, Judge.
All right. Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
I just have a couple questions. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Cook.
Did you take measurements of the board that was collected at the S-curve?
I did not.
Okay. So like width, length, anything like that?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Only very briefly. So the mentioning measurements, we could measure the board that was found at the S-curve, correct? Because we actually have that board.
Yes.
The board that's in the photo from the garage with that circular saw sitting on it, would it be easy to get measurements of that, or would it be difficult?
No, you can find the measurements of that saw. Yes.
Okay. Based on your observations of those two boards, does it appear that they are similar in size?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Clark on this subject? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, pray next witness, please.
Commander Mitch Malholko. Who's doing Malholko?
Commander, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about giving this man will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well.
Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
You bet. My name is Mitch Malholko. Good morning. I'm a commander with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. My last name is spelled M-I-H-A-L-K-O. First name Mitch, M-I-T-C-H.
Thank you, Mr. Malholko. You said that you're a commander with the Sheriff's Office. How long have you been in that particular role?
Since 2021.
How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Office in total?
20 years.
Describe for the jury your various responsibilities through your career with the Sheriff's Office.
Sure. I've been both on the detentions and law enforcement side. I've been a law enforcement officer on the law enforcement side since 2006. Worked both as a street cop, with a deputy, as a supervisor over both patrol and detectives. I was a detective for about nearly 7 years. And then from there, I had moved through the ranks to include being a manager level or lieutenant, and was recently promoted to commander in 2021.
When you were a detective, what units were you assigned to in that role?
So in the role as a detective, I was assigned to financial crimes and organized crime, and then also sex crimes or SVU.
What kind of education do you have that allows you to do the job you do?
So actually, I have an associate's of applied science degree in criminal justice. I also hold a bachelor's degree in emergency services administration.
What about post-certification? So police officer standards and training certification?
Yes, in 2003, I completed my post-certification as well.
Meaning that you're a certified law enforcement officer in the state of Colorado?
Yes.
It's been a while?
Yes.
Yeah. What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
January of 2020, I was a lieutenant overseeing the violent crime section of the investigations division.
What is the violent crime section of the investigations division?
Mainly person crimes. So everything from homicide, sex assault, missing persons, cold case, and assaults.
What is the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Office? It may be obvious, but let's talk about that just briefly.
Jurisdiction is all of El Paso County,
to include incorporated. However, the actual operating jurisdiction is the unincorporated portions of El Paso County.
So if something occurs within the city, do you pretty much leave that to Colorado Springs Police?
Yes, we do.
How did you become involved in, or did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stout's disappearance?
Yes, it was January 28th of 2020. I was working within the division and actually contacted by Detective Sergeant Jake Abinchan. Detective Sergeant Abinchan had let me know that there was some information that had come in about a missing child, and provided me with the initial brief on that.
So as far as chain of command purposes, so we understand that, where did Detective Sergeant Abinchan fit in that chain of command?
So Detective Sergeant Abinchan actually fell under a different lieutenant, but there were three sergeants at the time within that area, and all three sergeants worked as either on call or communicated concerning different cases that were of interest to the investigations division.
What was your role in that investigation?
Initially on January 28th, after I received the initial brief, I contacted Detective Sergeant Hubble because there were some concerning pieces of that brief to me, and I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble, who was the major crimes or violent crimes sergeant at the time, to begin the investigation and assign detectives.
When you are briefed on something, does that inform how you act as an investigator or how you use resources as an investigator?
It does.
So what were you briefed on from Detective Sergeant Hubble that was of concern to you and influenced how you proceeded from that point forward?
Sure. Detective Sergeant Abinchan had briefed me that on the 27th patrol, EPSO patrol had responded on a missing child. As we dug a little bit further into it, he said that the child hadn't shown up at a friend's house. He didn't have a history of running away. He was 11 years old, and he took medication for ADHD, and that he was lightly clothed. So a number of those points were concerning to me, especially the age of the child, as well as the fact that he was going from point A to point B and did not show up. I didn't understand why initially it was reported as a missing or as a runaway child. And so I asked Detective Sergeant Hubble to assign detectives to it.
What was it about having a missing child was causing you some concern or confusion?
Not knowing or knowing that such a young child who did not have resources such as money, a phone, any of those things was out there, and that he did not show up at a specific place. That was concerning to me because we didn't know the circumstances behind the reported runaway or missing child.
As a lieutenant in violent crimes, did you at some point basically assume overall command to designate resources going whichever direction were necessary at any given time?
I did. So my role and responsibility really is a high level overseeing of the investigation. The main parts of the work that's being done are being done by detectives and being overseen by a supervisor or group of supervisors working in tandem.
Give the jury a sense of the scope of this investigation as far as, especially in these early days, how many people were involved in it in a general sense, and if other agencies got involved very early on.
Sure. Initially, were assigned to gather the initial information because, again, we didn't know what this case was. So as those detectives began investigating, getting information, the scope of the investigation began to grow. And really the resources that are placed towards an investigation can expand or contract based upon the information that we receive. In this particular instance, at any given point, the scope grew to include our entire investigations division, all of our detectives, and I would have to look back at how many that was exactly, and including our detective supervisors. So the entire investigations division were pouring their resources to include crime analysts, into the investigation. Early on, we began speaking with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the supervisory agents at the FBI because, again, not knowing what we had, this investigation could have been anything from a missing person to an abduction to any number of things, or even a runaway. But within the first week, probably day 5 or so, we had been in contact with the FBI and requested resources from the FBI.
Were there also even people from the DA's office that were involved in that investigation, from investigators and even attorneys?
Absolutely. So when we got to a point where we believe that there may be some criminality to the case, we did request some investigative as well as attorney resources from the DA's office.
You mentioned that in the course of an investigation, investigative resources can either expand or contract. What determines whether that expansion of resource use expands or detracts, or retracts, I should say?
So the investigation itself, the number of leads that we have to apply resources to, the depth of the investigation, and the complexity of the investigation. So it could be anything from we have 100 leads to 1,000 leads, and so we have to start assigning the priority leads to detectives. So that can very quickly take resources from an investigation. The depth is also very important. If there is technology involved, if there is video or other things that need to be recovered, that takes time.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in more of a command level responsibility, can you give the jury a sense of how this investigation compares in scope to any other investigation you've ever done?
This is the largest in scope, depth, and time, focused time, I should say, that I have ever been involved in.
Were there area searches conducted in the early stages of this investigation to potentially locate a missing or lost child?
Yes, there were multiple.
Can you tell the jury just some of those things?
Yeah. So as we gathered information as to possible whereabouts of Gannon, we applied resources to that. Those resources actually were done in an incident command structure. So Lieutenant John Parkezian was asked to head the search efforts in conjunction with multiple resources from our office and around the community. Another lieutenant that was working with me at the time, Lieutenant David Manzanilla, was tasked with being the liaison between the investigative and the search function. We searched multiple areas within El Paso County, whether it be within lakes. I'm sorry, excuse me. Try that again. Whether it be near areas of water, whether it be near areas up north, and also areas down south. We had multiple search teams out working that for many weeks.
Let's start initial stages of the investigation. Were searches conducted around Gannon's home in that Lorson Ranch area, and was that the primary focus early on?
They were. So with a missing child or a runaway child, initially patrol will do initial look at the house itself and search for the child. We found missing children hiding within houses nearby at other people's houses. So initial area searches are very important. I do know that there was an area search done around the area to include the new construction areas of that Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Was the focus in that area, looking in those fields and ponds and that kind of thing, was that largely determined based off of information that the defendant in this case was being giving to investigators?
Some of it was generalized searches as well.
As expansion of search areas grows, including we just heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian about the S-curve up in northern El Paso, southern Douglas County. How were those areas developed, and why were search efforts being given in those other areas?
So that area in particular was a lead that was produced based upon technological information that was provided, or that was developed to believe that the defendant was in that area.
Okay. Initial stages of this investigation. So we've heard testimony already that the initial call comes in on January 27th, Monday evening, and then you get notified on January 28th. In those initial stages, was foul play necessarily even suspected?
No, not at all. At this point, we just knew that there was a missing child.
As the investigation advanced, did it become more focused on the defendant in this case?
Over time, yes, it did.
Okay. Were you able to observe, and we've already heard testimony from Detective Bethel about her interview that she conducted of the defendant on January 29th. Did you observe that in that interview?
I observed a portion of the interview, yes.
The person that was being interviewed in that interview, did you have contact with that person?
I did have contact with the defendant.
Tell the jury about your contact with the defendant.
So during that interview, the defendant had made multiple statements that were not congruent with previous statements she had made to deputies. That caused some concern. I do know that in that particular interview, detectives had been trying to get the defendant in for interview for nearly 24 hours or more, so we could gather some additional information. It was very difficult to get the defendant into to contact with our detectives. In this particular case, as the interview was coming to a close, the defendant had said that she was done with the interview, that she would come back at a later date or later time or a later date, and then she wanted to leave. I had some concern because I did note that she had been utilizing a cell phone, and I also knew that at the time she had been in contact with Al, her current husband at the time, and that there were multiple text messages back and forth, or there was communication back and forth, I should say. With the knowledge that the defendant was very difficult to get a hold of, the knowledge that she was probably the last person that we knew of to have seen Gannon, and with the knowledge that there was conflicting stories, and that she had essentially false reported, saying one thing to patrol deputies, another thing to our detectives, that was of significant concern. Knowing that, I made contact with her, and as I was talking to her, I asked if the phone in her hand was her phone, and if I could see it. She kind of held her hand out a little bit, and I took a hold of the phone and I seized that phone.
So I want to, first of all, ask you, do you see that same person here in the courtroom today?
I do. It is the defendant.
So be more specific, point, and describe clothing.
You bet.
Hey guys, the ones that are coming in, thank you for being here.
Attorneys. She has dark hair, wearing white with dark pattern.
At this time, I'd ask that the record reflects she's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you mentioned having two different versions being described, one to patrol and then one to detectives. Were these two different versions almost diametrically opposed to each other? Meaning the first one is missing / runaway kid, and then the second one, as we saw in Detective Bethel, is a rape and an abduction.
Absolutely, yes.
Did that cause you some concern?
Yes, because that is not a normal thing. See that kind of a difference in accounts.
Talk to us about, in your experience as a detective, a person that's been in law enforcement for quite a number of years. If you decide that you need to detain somebody or detain a piece of evidence pending a search warrant, what is in your mind to make those decisions, and why do you do it that way?
Sure. So with this phone in particular, as I had mentioned before, I knew that the defendant was extremely difficult to get in for interview. We did not really know where the defendant was and was unable to locate her easily. We did know that she had these diametrically different accounts, which was, in my mind, somewhat indicative of a suspicious behavior. We knew that she was in contact with Al Stauch on a cellular device, and we also knew that device was within her current possession. I knew that if she had left with that cell phone at that point in time, it was highly likely that she had the opportunity to destroy any information on there, delete, maybe even get rid of the entire device completely. And I took the opportunity and I said, well, I took a look at that and I said, this was an exigent circumstance. So at that point, the phone was seized.
Okay. So in your experience as both a detective and in your command level experience that you've got now, have you found over time that it's sometimes common to find evidence of crimes on people's cell phones?
Yes, cell phones are often used both to track information, to track locations, to search for information as well.
Do you find that in today's day and age that people take their cell phones almost everywhere they go?
Yes.
Were those things playing into your mind as to why this particular cell phone might be important to seize? That exigency, potentially getting rid of the phone, and the fact that it's likely that there might be something helpful towards the investigation on this device?
Absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 223?
You may.
Commander, if you could just take a moment and examine that item and let me know when you're done looking at it.
She does look like she's sleeping, but she's probably hesitant to look at anybody.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it as?
This is a cellular telephone. It appears to be an iPhone with a white face, a teal case, and it appears that this is the same device that I had seized from the defendant.
And what about the evidence sticker? Does any of that tell you that information as well?
The evidence sticker is showing for this case 2020-00001382, item number 26.
Hey, Miori, nice to see you in here.
1153747. This was submitted by Detective Williams, and it does show iPhone with teal and black case.
Does this appear to be the same cell phone that you seized from the defendant on that January 29th day?
It does.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you seized it?
It does.
There's also just above the phone in that plastic display a little card. Tell us what that is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So yes, it appears to be a SIM card, and my assumption is that is a SIM card from the cellular device.
Is it very common to have a SIM card that actually plugs into each cell phone to allow it to operate?
Yes.
At this time, I move for admission of People's 223.
Exhibit 223 will be admitted. Go ahead.
When a cell phone is seized like that, what happens to it from an investigative standpoint?
The cell phone at that point is either powered down or placed in a Faraday bag, so it cannot be tampered with remotely. And then subsequently, in this particular instance, since there was not a search warrant to seize and search the phone, detectives would have applied for a warrant based upon probable cause to search the cellular device. I'm looking for digital evidence.
So let's back up and just unpack that a little bit. You mentioned a Faraday bag. We may not all know what a Faraday bag is, so please describe.
We learned this in Alex Murdaugh's trial.
Or a bag where we can put a device into that blocks any cellular waves, signals.
So to prevent somebody from accessing it through cellular,
correct,
access points.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that there was not a search warrant yet obtained on this particular phone. Did somebody actually do that after the phone was seized?
Yes, I do believe it was done.
As it relates to this investigation, was that eventually submitted to somebody that can download the data from that particular phone?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And we've already had testimony on that from a different detective earlier. There were a number of searches of 6627 Mandan Drive. Can you tell the jury why there were such a number of searches in this particular case?
In general reasons, please remember that when this investigation began, the investigation began as a runaway child. As we developed further information, we became more convinced that the runaway portion of this was inaccurate or a flat-out lie. We believe that now we were looking at either a missing person or some sort of criminality to this case. Each and every time that we connected and searched the residence on Mandan Drive was prompted by an additional piece of information that, as we were going through the investigation, we uncovered. As nice as it would be to have all the information up front, it's not always plausible, and in fact, we didn't even know if we had a child that was alive or not as we were moving through the investigation. There were suspicions, but it's not like it's a television show where we can complete it in 48 minutes.
Sure. So, were you familiar with searches being conducted on January 27th when patrol does their initial walkthrough after the 911 call and the non-emergency call was made by the defendant?
Yes, that's a common thing by our patrol officers looking for a missing child or a runaway child.
And then subsequent searches occurring on January 28th, January 29th, February 3rd, February 5th, February 13th, February 21st, and February 28th.
Yes.
At some point, did it become apparent that foul play had occurred inside the house?
Yes, it did.
When do you remember when that was?
I believe that we had suspicions because, again, without a body, we were not 100% certain initially, and then as we were looking and completing investigations, the leads took us in multiple directions. But all of our information from each individual search, we would gather a piece of evidence, take a look at it, and say, hey, there's something else going on here. So it led us back to the house. I believe on February 7th was the date that we applied for a warrant to actually seize the residence and hold the residence for 14 days the first time, and then we did a second warrant that held the residence for another 14 days because we were continuing to investigate, and every lead that we uncovered brought us back to a piece of that house.
So can you explain for the jury why there's the call for service on January 27th, and then that warrant to seize the residence occurs on February 7th, as you just testified to? Why that gap in time? Why wasn't it initially locked down the very first day?
I would each of the teams that went out again as the investigation was unfolding. The teams initially went out looking for a runaway child. Then there was concern that the child was missing, endangered, that there may be foul play involved, and so every time that we went out, there were different pieces of evidence that we were looking for. Right around February 5th, if I'm not mistaken, there was indication that there was bloodstaining that was within the bedroom of Gannon, and that we actually conducted a bloodstain pattern analysis on that date. On the 7th, we seized and locked down the house because we kept finding that with additional interviews, with items of evidence that were being processed, which ended up becoming voluminous, that this residence needed to be locked down and held.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Trying to reach full breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
Now it's fine if you'd like, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until 10:45. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at that point in time, we should be able to start right on time. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Commander, if you want to step down, you can click in Nisha. Court will be recess at 10:45.
All rise.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize. I take it that we're on break for a second. Sorry, I had to take a phone call and I didn't want you guys hearing, so I took myself out to the other room and just got back. So I'm assuming it's 10:30 there, so they're taking their 20-minute break. What time did they say to come back? 1? 1. I'm looking at my time. At 11? Is that when they're supposed to be back, at 11? I'm sorry for leaving you guys so long. I come in and I'm like, uh-oh, it's silent. But anyways, this hasn't really been like yesterday was you were glued to the video, and it was because Harley was on here. Harley is Letecia's daughter that she raised with her when she testified. 10:45. Okay, thank you, country woman. But she raised her, and so she's lived with her mom. And yesterday it was really hard to turn away because 1, it was an emotional day. 2, she was talking about all the stuff that we wanted to know about behind closed doors. I believe it was Aaron was in here yesterday. And I was like, why didn't you ask her about this? And why didn't you ask her about that? And a few minutes later, the prosecution was asking her those questions. So it really was a tough day. Today's kind of, the people just entering in other types of evidence as they're going through this collection. They're wanting this to be presented to the jury so the jury can follow what was happening in and around the time that this was going on. So you've got the last time we were up here was the police officer. We had 2 police officers up, and this one's talking about taking into evidence, I think they were talking about the cell phone. And Aaron's in the house again. So it's nice to see you, Aaron. But, they did catch up on the questioning. They did ask her. I think I really do think that was a thorough interview on that witness stand yesterday, because, even like, for example, Aaron, we were listening to it. It's like, why aren't you asking this? Why aren't you asking that? Why aren't you asking this? And then it's like, they start getting to that area of the conversation, and they do hit those tough questions. I felt really bad for Harley yesterday because I guess I can show my face. I do have camera today, right? I think that the whole Harley thing was, I think that most important, I know we heard a lot of stuff yesterday about her mom manipulating her not believing. I think the most heartbreaking was when they asked her if she loved her mom, and she couldn't answer. She couldn't answer that question. And that has got to be so horrible for a young lady to be with her mom the whole time, and then one day wake up and everything be ripped away from you. You literally have nothing. You went from having a house and a family to being on your own, broke, and without a roof over your head. That had to have been very, very scary for Harley. And then to find out as this case is winding up that everything that she knew was a lie, even down to the way her father died. Her mother lied to her. Her mother manipulated her. And then when her mother couldn't manipulate her anymore, her aunt stepped right into place and started manipulating her by trying to reward her and give her, financial support, a car. But as soon as she did the right thing and told law enforcement what happened, what truly happened, her side. Now, mind you, she was not going to cooperate. They were absolutely going to arrest her for an accessory after the fact. Believe that, to murder. And you're not talking, that would have ruined this girl's life. Literally ruined her life, as if her life is not already ruined at the hands of her mother. But she would have ruined it if she did not tell the truth. And then the aunt decides to take the car back while she's trying to go to school. I mean, like, how heartless can Letecia's family be? But apparently the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree. So I wouldn't be surprised if her sister, her manipulative sister, is on the defense side with her. Kids, I have to believe that Harley truly did care for those kids. I mean, we heard about when Letecia and Al would get into fights, or apparently they got into quite the tiffs in the house. She would take the little girl, and Gannon would come into her house, into her bedroom, wanting to know why they were fighting. And so she would take them in and almost protect them as she turned up the TV to kind of drown out the noise of the parents fighting. So she kind of took that big sister role with these two kids that weren't her biological sister or brother. And she did do some things to protect them, but she seems like a sweet girl. I mean, out of all the things that go on, it seems like at least Letecia raised her daughter right. It's hard, like saying that in the same sentence with Leticia's name almost makes me want to choke. But you see the beautiful daughter that she raised. I mean, she was brave. She was strong. She told her truth. Now, granted, there are some, we all felt that she was holding back. I don't want to say all. I don't want to paint us all with a broad brush because we think independently. But I think the majority of us here that were watching yesterday, I think we can all agree, at least the majority of us, that it felt like Harley was holding back some things. And so I went back and I kind of was reviewing everything and trying to hear, and that's where I came across that one spot. And I remember it happening while we were watching it, but we didn't say a whole lot about it. And it was when he was giving testimony and they were trying to find out where she heard, I want to say that Gannon was dead or had been found. Something to that along the lines. Somebody was telling her something, and it was from another person that wasn't a party to the case. And they're saying, she goes, I can tell you, I can elaborate on that, but it's going to for me to talk about the other text messages. And he said, oh, no. You can talk to us about what your mother told you, but you can't talk to us about what other people told you. And so that's when it hit me that, these pretrial motions and stuff really dictate what they can question these witnesses about and what the witnesses are allowed to answer. And these witnesses are coached in such a way because they don't want to be impeached as a witness, because if they're impeached as a witness, or their testimony is removed as a witness because they accidentally said something that they shouldn't have, that could really cause a lot of problems in the case. So there may be some things that she may have wanted to say, that she may wanted to vocalize, but was already cautioned not to do so because of the gravity of it being prejudicial to her mother's case and the fact that they don't want a mistrial. But she was very brave. She was very well spoken, and I'm still scratching my head trying to figure out how Letecia raised such a great daughter. I really am, and I'm just praying to God that this daughter does not turn out to be like her mother one day. Very manipulative, conniving, cunning. It seemed like that was how her mother lived. She liked playing on the victim card. She liked using manipulative things and guilt to control even Al. After Gannon was missing, almost saying, how dare you think that I should have thrown myself at this person? I mean, the guy's like, so you let him take Gannon? Like, what kind of mother? I mean, we are adults, and I guarantee 95% of my chat right now, we have 174 people in here, and I guarantee that 90% of my chat, if they saw a child being abducted, wouldn't hesitate. Their body would already be lunging toward that child to try to help them without even a thought, a second thought about it. This is a child that you don't even know. You're seeing this child in distress. You're seeing somebody stealing this child and kidnapping this child. I see many of us in this chat literally not hesitating, not thinking about the dangers, but we're going to be lunging for that child to try to help that child and save that child from that abduction. Like, I can see the majority of our chat doing that, if not all of our chat. So to hear a stepmother that lives with this child basically not fighting for him and letting some stranger take him, first of all, that's ludicrous. I like I said, your body just naturally kind of, you know, right? We don't even think. We're like, how did I get here? You know? But it's like you didn't even think. Like, your body is your brain is not catching up with the movements of your body, and it's usually opposite of that. So I found that to be very poor, and I think the father caught on to that. You know, very early on in this, he knew she was lying to him. He had to have had this gut feeling. He knew his son. He knew his son is not running away. He knew there was no cigar in his son's backpack. He knew his son was not doing bath salts, for the love of God. He was too young to even be thinking about bath salts. Let's be honest. I mean, you've got bad kids, but usually bad kids, the ones that are worried about bath salts at 10 and 11 years old, are typically ones that are in horrible households with a lot of drugs and alcohol in them. And that being introduced, this is not the type of family area. Their home was not like that. So yeah, Haley's last name is Hunt. I helped a girl in a park that was in danger once. Yeah. I remember, you know, when it was a long time ago. It was still when my mom and my dad were married. And we had condos that we went to. You know, we had several condos throughout. It looks like they're coming back throughout the state of Florida. One on Longboat, 2 in Fort Myers, 1 on Fort Myers Beach. And a girl slipped at the pool. My mom was right there. Don't know where the girl's parents was. She busted her head wide open, but my mom was rendering aid immediately. There was, I mean, I don't know how my mom got there. I was like, boom, she was like Superman. You turn around and bam, mom's there, right? And she's got, I don't know where she pulled paper towels from. I don't know. I don't know how she, like, moms are moms. They're superheroes. And my mom stepped in, and she didn't know that child. Well, I guess she did. She kind of seen the child. But, you know, we've been going there for years and whatnot. But I think that's kind of the point's being made. Let's go back to this, see what they have to say. I know others are being able to expand their screen and show it clearer. I think they're on a like an OBS or some type of broadcasting program. We're on StreamYard, and this is not allowing me to enlarge it at all. I've tried every different way imaginable on this system, and I'm sorry, guys, this is the best we're going to be able to get. So we'll go back as the jury is coming into the courtroom from their morning break, and they're going to be proceeding with the next witness.
Jury, please. Thank you, may all be seated. Court will recall CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Robert. So where we had last left off, Commander Mahalka, was we were talking about the different searches of the 6627 Mandan Drive. I think you've testified that on February 7th is when the scene was officially locked down. I mean, what does that mean when you lock down the scene?
So at that point, detectives changed the locks on the residence. They disabled the garage door, so they wouldn't be able, no one would be able to access the residence from the garage. And we secured the house that way.
How many homicide scenes have you responded to in your career, both as a detective and now as a in leadership?
Quite a few.
I'll answer your question in just a second, Linda Lou.
Well,
when he's done talking.
30s or more.
Okay. In your experience as a detective and in command, if you have a homicide with no body, does that create some difficulties in an investigation?
Absolutely, it does.
In what way?
No, without a no body homicide, it's very difficult to present probable cause that a homicide occurred. And so for the investigators, it takes a lot more time and effort to show beyond or to show a magistrate that there is probable cause that the death of someone occurred.
That might be what's going on in Summer Wells, guys.
Could there be a reasonable explanation that the person is just missing and not actually dead unless you have a body?
That is a possibility. So that's one of the hurdles in a no body homicide investigation that you have to overcome, because it could just be someone that was missing, period.
In your experience, both as a detective and then in command level, is there a lot of evidence that you can derive from a body that's had some violence carried out on it?
Yes, there's obviously physical evidence, the method of death, potentially a generalized timeline, and depending upon what evidence is found on scene, that could produce multiple leads.
When you respond out to a homicide scene and a body is still on scene, is it very typical to find bodily fluids on the scene?
It is distinctly possible, yes.
Like blood?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no for the court?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Potentially body tissue even?
Yes.
Are those things helpful to drive where an investigation goes and how it develops?
Yes, it does help us with determining method, and dependent upon the scene, that evidence can also help lead us to potential directions and suspects.
Did you, in fact, ever go to 6627 Main Dan Drive yourself?
I did.
Did you see things inside that house that led you to believe, based on your training and experience, that something violent had occurred inside that home?
Yes, I did.
What were those things?
We saw blood patterning, bloodstain patterning, blood staining within the room of Gannon Stout.
When you say blood patterning, are you talking about bloodstain pattern?
Yes.
Where was that generally located?
On a wall, and I don't remember which direction of the wall, but on a wall that was near where Gannon's bed was previously located.
Did you also have a chance to observe where blood had seeped through carpet and puddled on concrete underfloor?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear that there had been a fairly large amount of blood that had seeped through that and stained that floor?
Yes, it appeared that there was a significant event there.
Having that sort of seeping through and puddling, is that consistent with other murder scenes that you've been on?
Yes.
In an ideal world, if you know that a crime has been committed inside of a house, do you prefer to seize that and prevent people from going into a scene right at the very get-go?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because anyone moving in or out may inadvertently move evidence around or transfer pieces of evidence from one place to another.
So we've already talked about the phone call coming in on January 27th, and then the scene is not locked down until February 7th. So we're talking a number of days. Did you have concerns with that span of time from a command level and from your experience about that scene being compromised at all?
From the time as the investigation unfolded, I believe that the investigative teams were acting appropriately and searching for the evidence that was necessary. But as additional information came to light, that caused us to have to go back. So as of February 7th, we determined and realized that the scene itself needed to be locked down, which is what we did.
As this case developed and days after days rolled along, did it become less likely that Gannon was going to show up alive?
Yes.
Were you developing investigative leads that were acted on and evidence being found, like on the S-curve, like we heard from Lieutenant Sarkeesian?
Yes, and Please remember, I mean, this was a team of investigators that was not only following leads that were generated with the defendant as a potential suspect, but we had hundreds, if not 1,000 plus tips that detectives also had to vet and determine if there was direction that we need to take on those as well.
During the pendency of the investigation phase of this particular case, were there daily meetings starting with the sheriff's office, and then did that evolve eventually to the FBI's building?
Yes, those meetings were sometimes once, sometimes twice per day.
Were a lot of people involved in those meetings?
The key investigators, again, at the same time, we still had investigators in the field, but the key investigators were there, and most of the information was disseminated that same day to the rest of the team. Yes.
And then was information that was passed along in those meetings acted on each day by different investigative teams, both locally and then eventually nationally?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier you had concerns about the defendant's behavior, and that sort of informed you as to why you wanted to seize her phone on January 29th. In your experience and training, was she cooperating with the investigation?
No.
Was she acting as a typical parent or step-parent would in a missing kid case?
Definitely not.
When we're talking about was she acting normal based on your training and experience, did you have the opportunity to observe her at different times?
I did. Mainly during interview. And so during the interview on the 29th of January was the first time that I actually was able to observe the defendant. And then I did observe some of her interactions with media. And we were also very closely monitoring social media at the same time.
Okay. And so when I am asking you questions like, was she acting normal compared to other missing kid cases? Was she acting in a way that caused you any concern during the times that you could observe her, that she was not sane?
That she was not sane?
Right.
No.
That she was insane?
No.
Did it ever get anywhere close to that in the observation periods that you had of her?
No. What it appeared to me was, as the information developed, it appeared to me that the defendant was very cognizant of what was occurring and took specific steps, almost being methodical in misdirecting and redirecting investigative efforts.
Did those efforts, in fact, cause the investigation to be manipulated, especially early on, away from the crime scene?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, just a moment here. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook.
Commander, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm sure you can tell by now I represent Ms. Stauch. So this was originally a missing child, and or originally was a possible runaway, but then became a missing child. What day or what time was that where this switch took place from runaway to a missing child?
I couldn't give you the exact date and time. It would be within the first couple of days officially. It went from a runaway to a missing, endangered.
And did you make that determination to?
I did.
Okay. Now, we watched several hours of Detective Bethel and the other detective interviewing Ms. Stauch and saw the incident where the phone is seized by you, and we saw that on video. When you say she held it out, did you ask for the phone or did you just grab it from her?
I believe that I asked her if that was her phone and if I could see it. She held it out slightly. I took control of it, and at that point she clasped her hand around it, and I did physically take it from her.
Okay. Yes. And this was on January 29th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Sometime in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And this was at the, just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
The command. What is that building referred to?
It's
The
called the
headquarters?
Office of the Sheriff, or commonly known as OTS. It's at 27 East Vermeil Avenue.
Okay. And during the interview, you had been watching some of this interview going on in a different room?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Seems dangerous.
And you had been doing some other things as well.
She's loco.
While the interview was going on?
Yes.
It looked like at one point, you said in your report that you had been talking to Sergeant Rocky Hubble and doing some other things and would come back and look in and see what was going on. Would that be a fair statement? Okay.
Generally, from a lieutenant level, that is something that, as I'm being briefed either by detectives or sergeants, I would be multitasking during an interview like that.
Okay. So, Gannon, just kind of a timeline as far as you know, January 27th, 2020, Gannon is reported missing or run away by Miss Stauch in the evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On the 28th of January of that year, Gannon's father comes back into town, and there is a meeting at a Starbucks in the evening between Miss Stauch and Al Stauch, Gannon's father.
I'm unclear as to the exact timeline on that, so I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. But then the 29th, we've already talked about. That's when she went down and did the video recorded interview, and her phone was seized. And then on February the 7th is when the seizure of the home at Mandan Drive took place.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, from the 29th to the 7th, which is when she did the interview, to the 7th, that's about, what, 8 or 9 days that went by between the seizure of the phone and the seizure of the house?
Have you done the math on that?
29, 30. I'm not very good at it, but I think 8 or 9 days.
Okay.
But would you say from the January 29th to February 7th, there's 8 or 9 days between the seizure of the phone at the police or the deputy's station where you took it from her to where the house at Mandan Drive was seized?
Yes, and multiple warrants executed at the house as well.
Okay. And you already told Mr. Allen, while it's important to have a crime scene or a possible crime scene locked down because evidence can disappear, it can be tainted, it can be destroyed, contaminated, all these other things. Is that correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes.
And that's why you seized the phone you testified to, because she could have destroyed the evidence, gotten rid of the phone, whatever. A lot of stuff could happen, and so that's why it was important, exigent circumstances, that you took this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
Oh,
And
believe me,
ultimately,
you know
that's
she
why
would
you
have
seized
destroyed
the house on
evidence.
February
You know
7th
she
to
would
keep
have.
evidence from leaving, disappearing, spoiling, whatever you want to call it.
Once it was determined that the house was a point that we kept coming back to, and realized that the investigative efforts were very complex and were ongoing and continuing, yes, that decision was made.
Okay. Now, on January 27th or 29th, I'm sorry, during the interview, you made a determination that there was exigent circumstances to take the phone, to seize it from Ms. Stauch, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also based that determination on the fact that she had really changed her story, and as Mr. Allen asked you, first story was diametrically opposed to what second story was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you could have arrested her for attempt to influence a public servant, correct? Giving the vastly diametrically opposed stories to law enforcement.
Remember, at this point in time, we also had no body, and there was concern that there were additional leads coming in. So there was a possibility that was a concern. Yes.
Okay. enough to where you were able to seize a phone of Ms. Stauch into the possible investigation of Gannon's disappearance.
Correct.
And I'm not talking about, charging her with murder at the time. I'm talking about attempt to influence a public servants.
Sure.
Why didn't you charge her then? You said in your report that we believed she was giving false information. I believe that this went into the calculus about making your decision of seizing the phone. Why didn't you just go ahead and charge her with something then and arrest her?
What would that have gained for the actual investigation into Gannon at that point?
Well, it would. I can't answer the questions.
Okay.
So, I mean, if that's just a rhetorical question for the jury. So,
more of a clarifying question as to where you're going with that. I would like to help you with that.
Well, Commander, there's information that after the 29th, but before the house was locked down on February 7th, that Ms. Stauch and her family had arrived at the Mandan Drive house with a moving van and moved out of the residence, correct?
I don't remember the exact dates, but there was a timeline in there that they did move, yes.
It was between her interview on January 29th and but after that, but before the house was seized on February 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And also there's allegations and evidence that has come in that actually Miss Stauch, after January 29th, after the interview and the phone seizure, transported Gannon's body to Florida and dumped it in a swampy area. That happened after January 29th, but before February 7th, the house being seized, correct?
Not sure exactly when that occurred, but again, I would have to actually go back to reports to see the exact timeline. I apologize, I'm not able to give a more clear answer on that. If you're telling me that is what your understanding is, I could agree to that likely be the case.
If she had been arrested on January 29th at the police station when the phone was seized, then she would have been in custody and not had the opportunity the first week of February to dispose of Gannon's body in Florida, correct?
I can't make that determination, especially within our jurisdiction. False reporting is actually a misdemeanor crime, which you would be served a summons, and so she would never been arrested and placed into custody. If there was enough information for a felony attempt to influence, that is a very low bond and generally something that people are out on extremely quickly.
But attempt to influence, this would have qualified, and it is a felony offense. And she could have had a bond set much higher if it was an attempt to influence as part of a high-profile murder investigation. You could have asked for a higher bond, correct?
Again, I believe that at this point in time, you're making an assumption that on January 29th, we were able to prove or have more than a suspicion that Gannon was murdered by his stepmother. So I think that's reaching.
All right. Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
You may go ahead.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
So just to be clear, did you seize the defendant's phone?
I did.
Okay. To make an arrest in a felony case, what do you have to have?
Probable cause.
What does probable cause mean?
Probable cause is a set of circumstances that would lead a reasonable magistrate or judge, or even to believe that a crime has occurred and the person that you're arresting committed that crime.
Can you arrest somebody on mere suspicion?
No.
Can you arrest somebody just because a child is missing?
No.
Did you have probable cause on January 29th to arrest the defendant?
No.
When a arrest warrant was issued in early March of 2020, is that when probable cause had been achieved and an arrest warrant issued?
Yes.
Did that unfortunately not prevent Gannon's remains from being transported from Colorado to Pensacola, Florida?
Unfortunately, it did not.
The fact that Gannon's remains were found 1,300 miles away from Colorado Springs, was that indicative of a very calculated move by whoever moved Gannon's remains from here to there?
I believe it was.
Requiring driving on lots of roads and following laws.
Absolutely, and ensuring that the transport of a human body was concealed extremely well from anyone who may have had contact with that person.
In the fact that, were you familiar with the location where Gannon's remains were ultimately found?
I wasn't personally familiar with it, but yes, I do know where it occurred.
Okay. The fact that his body was found thrown over the edge of a bridge, is that also indicative of somebody trying to hide valuable evidence in a homicide investigation?
Especially 1,300 miles from the reported missing location, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Commander Mahal? All right, Commander, you may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call you next one, then, please.
Alyssa Beresford, Your Honor. Just put it right there.
Well, he seemed to be very knowledgeable, and it's showing. I think his statement showed. She was not cooperating from the beginning. She didn't want to turn over the phone. They had to wrestle the phone out of her hand. This has been a tug and pull with her since the onset of this case.
Right here. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
So if that's senior witness stand, please watch your step as you step into the stand.
And Judge, just as a preliminary matter, before we get into Ms. Beresford's testimony, we have quite a number of photos that we're going to be admitting through her. It's basically 528 through 678. And to be efficient, I've asked defense if they will stipulate to admission of those items so that we can just jump into her testimony. So I would move for admission of 528 through that last number, which was 678. Thank you.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay.
Exhibits 528 through 678 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And just before I get into the testimony, I'm going to put these up here.
That's fine. That's all of them.
There are some from a different witness in here, but they'll get really slippery in these sleeves if I take them out of here.
No, right.
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Alyssa Beresford. B as in boy, E as in Edward, R-R-I-E, S as in Sam, F as in Frank, O-R-D.
Ms. Beresford, what do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime scene investigator and the technical unit lead for the crime scene unit for the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
What does a senior crime scene investigator do?
A senior crime scene investigator has all of the same duties as a regular crime scene investigator, only we have the opportunity to also study and practice an additional forensic discipline.
What education do you have that allows you to do your job?
I have a bachelor's in chemistry with a criminalistics concentration from the Metropolitan State University of Denver. Upon being hired, I completed an internal training program where I was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 6 months. During that time, I responded to everything: crime scenes, vehicles, autopsies, person processings, all with a qualified crime scene investigator. And in addition to that, I have had the opportunity to attend several training classes in topics like crime scene investigation, shooting incident documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
Do you have any professional affiliations?
Yes, I am a member of several forensic associations, to include the International Association of Identification, otherwise known as the IAI, and the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
Do you also participate in continuing education to make sure you stay sharp and abreast of any new developments in technology or training?
I do.
Tell the jury about some of that stuff.
Uncle Mike, nice to see you.
Over the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to attend a couple of conferences put on by these associations. So I attended the International Association for Identification Conference, as well as the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analyst Conference, which is really a good opportunity for kind of a meeting of the minds, because a lot of people will bring research and new emerging technology and present it at these conferences.
Have you testified as a court qualified expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
20 times.
In what disciplines have you testified as an expert?
Sorry, guys.
Crime scene investigation, crime scene processing, evidence collection, trajectory documentation, and bloodstain pattern analysis.
In what jurisdictions?
The fourth judicial.
So El Paso and have you also done Teller County or just El Paso County?
Just El Paso.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to qualify Ms. Beresford as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis pursuant to her qualifications.
That's no objection. Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
I want to lay some groundwork through you so that we have some understanding as to what we're talking about. Do you typically use Blue Star in your crime scene processing and development of bloodstain pattern analysis?
It's not used very often in bloodstain pattern analysis, but we do use it frequently when we have an indication that the bloodstains may have been cleaned up, because it is a search tool for those latent or hidden bloodstains.
Does latent just mean hidden?
Yes.
Okay. Do you use low light photography when you're using Blue Star?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the phrase road mapping technique?
I am.
What does that mean?
Road mapping is a technique used to document bloodstains, especially when a bloodstain pattern analysis may be conducted later on down the line. What it entails is a lot of extra documentation. We're going to identify specific pattern types for those bloodstains, and then add in a lot more directionality and scales when we're doing the documentation itself.
When you say pattern types, what do we mean by that?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is based off of a series of different pattern types. And what I mean by that is different mechanisms can produce different appearing bloodstains. And based upon the appearance of those bloodstains, the size, shape, location, distribution, orientation, it can tell me different things about what may have caused those bloodstains to be deposited.
Okay. And so tell the jury about, I guess, some of those different types. For instance, a transfer bloodstain. What does that mean?
So a transfer stain is going to be when a bloody object comes into contact with an object that does not have blood on it, therefore transferring that blood from one thing to another.
So if somebody had blood on their hand and touched the table and wiped it, would that be a transfer stain?
Correct.
What about expirated blood stain pattern?
So expiration refers to blood in an airway. It is indicative, or you can tell that it's expiration if there are air bubbles within the blood, if there is maybe a little bit of extra liquid to it, like spit, saliva, maybe nasal mucus. But you have to have an injury to the airway in order to classify it as an expiration stain.
So correct me in my terminology here, but if there's like an arterial bleed where blood is spurting, what kind of stain would that potentially cause?
That would be a spurt stain.
Okay, so tell the jury about that.
So arterial or arteries are very unique because they're very pressurized and they're very high volume of blood, which means that if an artery is nicked or severed, we're going to have a very high volume of blood that's ejected under pressure. So this is going to create a very, very unique blood stain. Typically, what we're seeing are very large circular or elliptical stains with a lot of volume in them.
If somebody has a heavily bleeding head wound and is laying, say, on the floor here, and it's seeping onto the floor, what kind of stain would that be?
Depending upon the surface of the floor, it would either be a blood pool where the blood is just flowing out and it's only gravity is acting upon it. Or if it's a porous surface like carpet, it's going to be a saturation stain. So if you think of, you've got a spill on your counter and you take a paper towel and wipe it up, and that liquid seeps into the paper towel, that's saturating the paper towel.
Can you have both a saturation stain and a pooling stain in one single event?
Yes.
Meaning that blood seeped, saturated through carpet and then seeped into a pool area.
Correct.
How useful is bloodstain pattern analysis in a criminal investigation?
Bloodstain pattern analysis is typically used when we don't know what happened. Because there's information that can be gained from bloodstain patterns, we typically employ it when we need to know what the story was, or if what our witnesses are telling us doesn't match up to what we're seeing on scene. Bloodstain pattern analysis can be used to determine what kind of mechanisms created the bloodstain patterns, maybe a sequence of events, or even the location of that blood source or injury within the scene.
What about, can you to determine to some level the amount of energy used that caused a blood pattern to exist?
Not necessarily in degrees of velocity or force.
Okay. What are some limitations with bloodstain pattern analysis?
Well, we can only work with what we see in front of us. So if all of the bloodstain patterns aren't there, then we won't have the full picture and we won't be able to tell the full story. Some other limitations are mostly documentation, in the sense of if we don't have good photographs, if we don't have good diagramming, then for an analyst, it's going to be very difficult to try and go through all of that and make determinations. On top of that, depending upon what investigative question is trying to be answered, we may want DNA analysis to be done on those bloodstains so that we can link the pattern or mechanism with an individual.
When you are looking at a potential bloodstain pattern for analysis, can you sometimes see that there's been some effort to clean a particular area, potentially clean bloodstain patterns?
Yes.
What do you see when you're that tells you those types of things?
In most cases, it just doesn't make sense. But the blood itself, once it's dried, is actually very hard to clean up. It doesn't just wipe up very easily. And so that blood becomes more dilute, more transparent, lighter in color as you attempt to clean it up. And the well-defined edges of those bloodstain patterns start to blur. So that's an indication that it's been altered in some form.
If, say, we're talking about a wall and there's a high volume of blood on a wall, and then water or some cleaning agent is added to that blood stain, will that cause the blood stain to actually run down the wall?
It can.
Can it cause it to run behind light sockets or switches or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Can it cause it to eventually pool on a flat surface below that particular wall?
If enough liquid is applied, yes.
Can you actually sometimes see any wiping marks or what would appear to be wipe marks on blood stains?
You can, yes.
Are there any other things that can sort of go along those same ideas of indicative of cleaning a bloodstain pattern?
Not necessarily. That I think pretty much covers it.
And it wasn't a trick question. I just truly didn't know. You talked about in the limitations portion of it that if information is missing, does cleaning a blood scene remove information that would have been helpful if it had existed at the time that you show up?
Absolutely.
I want to talk specifically now about the case that you're here testifying on. How did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
I was initially requested to respond on February 3rd to the El Palmar Youth Sports Complex to investigate a potential clandestine grave.
So the El Pomar Youth Sports Complex down south, not too far from the sheriff's office, correct? I mean, the jail, I should say.
Correct.
Is it typical to respond to those types of scenes if you don't know where a body might be?
Yes.
Did it turn out whether this clandestine grave was associated with this case or not associated?
It was not associated
So how do you know that?
because it ended up just being a pile of dirt.
Okay. And then what else did you do? Did you get request to go out to the actual home on February 5th?
Yes.
What was the nature of that request?
I was requested to respond and document visible bloodstains that were found within the residence.
And what was the address of that residence?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Tell the jury, you don't just jump in and start going crazy, do you?
No.
So tell the jury what the process is when you first arrive at a scene like at this 6627 Mandan Drive.
Whenever we respond to process a scene, we are always going to get some sort of briefing from the detectives or law enforcement personnel present on scene. That's going to kind of give us some information, maybe what we're looking for. They have, at that point, hopefully conducted interviews, so there may be some critical pieces of information. Once we've gotten our briefing, we're going to conduct a walkthrough where all we're doing is getting our bearings, looking through the scene, kind of developing our plan of attack on how we're going to process the scene. After that, we're going to process the scene from the exterior, moving inwards, using the least intrusive methods and going more intrusive as we progress throughout the scene processing.
So when you say least intrusive to more intrusive, is that basically you start out with a wide aperture and then you really get tight focus as you start to get into specific things that are of importance?
In some cases, yes.
Okay. So what was the focus of your processing on February 5th?
February 5th, I was solely focused on the southeast basement bedroom and the visible bloodstains located within.
And we've already got the photos up there and admitted, again, a big number of items, 528 through 678 in the binder sitting in front of you. Did you take all of those photos?
Probably.
I think I could have saved us some time. Are those all photos taken of the scene that you processed on February 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bloodstain pattern that you were examining on that particular day include two walls, baseboards, and floor area?
Yes.
Which general walls are we talking about for your processing on February 5th?
The south and the east walls in the southeast corner of the room.
Okay. Do you somehow label the different areas so that you can keep track of which areas you're talking about or taking photographs of to document them?
Yes.
How do you do that?
In this case, I chose to label all of the stains found on the walls under the identifier of A. So every stain was A1, A2, all the way up to A54. And then the baseboards had the identifier of B, and I had B1 through B5.
And then did you also, and so do you do that with a placard? Do you actually put a placard of placard A on certain surfaces, placard B on certain surfaces?
Yes.
Did you also have a placard C?
I did.
What was placard C?
Placard C was a potential blood stain that was located on the window screen in the room.
Okay. When you're processing a scene like this, is it typical that you might also take swabs of different samples?
Absolutely.
Why do you do that?
We will take swabs so that when we're documenting it, and if they're, then later on down the line, we can say, hey, this stain was this person.
Okay. How do you do that swab process?
Depending upon the size of the stain, we're either going to use one or two basically Q-tips. We're going to wet it with distilled water and rub it against the surface to pick up the substance. We'll then package it in its own packaging, and it moves on down the line until it's submitted into evidence.
Those Q-tips that you're referencing, are they sealed before you use them?
Yes.
Why is that?
We want them to be sterile. That way we're not introducing any additional potential contamination.
And then once you get done collecting a swab, so you rub it on a particular surface or stain, you seal them again so that they also can't be contaminated after the fact?
Yes,
Did you swab any particular areas in this particular case?
I did.
How many different swabs did you take?
I collected 10 swabs.
Did you use that same exact process you just described?
I did.
And then did you actually submit those into evidence for subsequent lab testing if necessary?
I did.
What were your impressions of this particular scene?
When I first walked in, I couldn't see any of the bloodstains.
I don't think she
wasn't
sounds
until
like
we got
me.
pretty close to the wall, and we were really looking for them, that we found them. And after we had identified them, which it took about an hour and a half to go through and identify all of those tiny little bloodstains, it definitely was not a static event. There was something dynamic that happened there, more than just a single event within that room.
What do you mean by that?
I've been to crime scenes with a single gunshot wound that has no blood. I've been to crime scenes with a few stab wounds that have no blood. To have blood at that scale and of those types of patterns, there has to be some movement within that scene. So some object with blood, whether it's the blood source itself, impact events, or a bloody object being swung, was present within that room.
Would it be helpful for you to explain what you're talking about, to put a particular photo up on the screen so the jury can see sort of what you're describing? And I'm going to rely on your expertise to tell me which one would be best to help describe what you just talked about.
Sure. Have we seen photographs of the wall prior to labels?
Not with labels, no.
Not with labels, okay. Let's go with People's Exhibit 540.
Okay. Give us just a minute to scroll through to that number. And permission to publish, Judge, as I see fit during the testimony of Ms. Beresford. Okay, so we've got 540 on the board behind you.
Are you serious, Robin? That's
what you're
funny.
looking at in the photo that's on the table in front of you, or if you want to point out things on this wall, use the pointer that should be up there in the witness stand somewhere.
All right, so let's learn
So
something.
this
I wish there was a way
photograph is an overall photograph.
If you
of
guys can put this
the
on your
bedroom
TV, it would
after
probably be
all of the
best.
stains have been identified. So you can see in this photograph, there's those little black rectangles. Those are each going to identify a minimum of one spatter stain. And by spatter stain, I mean a circular or elliptical stain that is produced by some external force being applied to liquid blood, whether that's on a surface or from an injury itself. So this kind of shows the magnitude of those spatter stains. It reached fairly far. We have a height of 5 to 6 feet tall, and it spans on the, I believe that's the east wall, at least 6 feet down the wall. So this isn't just one area. There's some movement involved with this.
So let's dig into this photo just a little bit.
That poor
There's
boy
the
must have
white,
been terrified.
on that, I'm sorry, the yellow that stretches through both walls on that south and then east wall as well.
Yes.
What is that yellow stuff there?
That is road mapping tape. So that is part of our road mapping documentation. And that allows a bloodstain pattern analyst to look at a stain, reference the scale tape, and say this stain was approximately 5 feet high.
Are all of the blood stains that you looked at for this particular case, with the exception of the window, all contained below and inside of that yellow border road mapping tape?
There is one additional stain that is, if I may I
Yeah,
stand?
absolutely. Just make sure when you stand up, because you're away from the microphone, that the furthest juror can hear you.
So there is a stain that is just past the reaches of the scale tape, and it's going to be on the baseboard, kind of over here on the lower left-hand corner of the photograph.
And I'm going to have you stay there for just a moment. All of those white rectangular stickers, are those your evidence stickers that you placed that are below and inside of that yellow road mapping tape?
Yes.
What about the white things that we see above the road mapping tape?
Those are wall decorations that were there prior to my arrival.
So those have nothing to do with your analysis of the scene, correct? Okay. You mentioned the height and I'm going to use the word enormity. Did that surprise you for this particular scene?
It did.
Why?
At that point, we really had no indication of what the cause of death could be. So something like this is a lot more, for lack of a better word, violent than I expected to see.
Did this indicate to you that there had been a significant bloodletting that occurred in this bedroom?
Yes.
Did these stains lend themselves to one pattern? We talked about the other patterns earlier. Did these lend to one pattern, or were there multiple different patterns potentially?
So because of the cleaning that was involved, we really couldn't say that it was from a specific pattern. If you think of a photograph, which is made up of a lot of tiny little pixels, right? If you have all of the pixels together, you can see what the picture is and what it means. If you only have 50 pixels and they're randomly spread across a photograph, you're not going to be able to tell what may actually be in that photo.
Were there some of these blood stains that showed potentially different directionality?
Yes.
Can you show us a couple of examples of that, just so that we understand what you're talking about? And then again, just tell me which exhibit number would be best for you to point to for that.
So we do have a request while they're doing that. Is we have one of our own here that comes here
Exhibit
regularly.
572.
Okay.
That's in need of prayers. So if you guys can throw some prayers in the chat, just pray for healing for her and her family. I'd greatly appreciate it.
Okay, so we've got 572 displayed on the screen behind you. And again, if it's might be best to just stand up and point to different things so that the jury can see what it is you're talking about. What is it that we're looking at in 572?
So in this photograph, there are 3 or 4 tiny little spatter stains. So these are going to be this one here down at the bottom. We have 2 near the scale sticker and then 1 a little bit farther out. Now for spatter stains, especially elliptical spatter stains, we can usually tell directionality based off of what we call the tail. So as blood hits a surface, it's going to elongate, and then kind of what's left over is going to create what looks like a tail, and that's going to tell us the direction it was moving. In this specific photograph, we have a couple of different directionalities. So this lower stain is going to have a downward directionality. You can see it comes to a point there at the bottom of the stain. That's going to be the tail. This stain up here closest to the scale sticker has an upward directionality, and it's upward from left to right. And we can tell that by the tail that's at the upper corner of the stain.
When we have these types of photographs and blood stain patterns existing in a scene where there's different directionalities, what does that tell you as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis?
That tells me that there's probably more than one event that's happening to produce these stains.
Was there evidence in this particular scene that there had been efforts to clean up the blood staining that was on the walls and baseboard?
Yes.
Can you point us to some photographs in those photos that are in front of you that will help us understand what you mean by that?
Thank you, guys.
Um, 586.
Okay, so we're going to put 586 on the board behind you. Okay, so just for orientation purposes, this is the power outlet that's lower, closer to the floor on that east wall in Gannon's bedroom.
Correct.
All right, so what are we looking at here that shows you there's some indication that cleaning had occurred in this bedroom?
So there's actually two things within this photograph. The first, we can see a visible blood stain right here in the center. The edges of this stain are very blurred, meaning it's not well defined. It's been altered in some way. So it's probably been cleaned. At the same time, we have this line here, kind of in between the socket and the sticker scale, that is a diluted blood stain. If you think of when you're moving your furniture after you've been walking around for a while and all of a sudden you realize how dirty your carpet is because you're looking at the nice clean carpet versus the dirty carpet, same theory. We have the section of wall that was covered by the plate that is clean, and the line that defines that diluted blood stain right next to it.
Is there also some potential blood staining sort of on that outlet in the screw area that would hold the plate on there in that picture as well?
There is.
Does that also potentially lead to a conclusion that cleaning had occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, we can see texture of the wall here, correct?
Yes.
Is the walls, both the south and the east wall, similarly textured as what we see in people's 586?
Yes.
Were the majority of the blood spots or stains in the recesses of that wall texture?
That's hard to say. There actually was a fair amount of stains that were on the top of the surface, but there were some that were caught within the crevices.
Okay. Some point, did you go back out to this particular scene with a person by the name of Tom Griffin?
I did.
What was that for?
Mr. Griffin was doing a bloodstain pattern analysis on this case and wanted to examine the bloodstains further. So I went out to assist with his examination and any further documentation that he required.
Do you know whether or not he actually prepared and submitted an expert report in this case?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 679?
You may.
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 679. I'm going to rely on your intuition here. Can you tell what People's Exhibit 679 is?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
Based upon the barcode label that I prepared and attached to this packaging.
Is this an item that you actually seized or collected while you were out there on February 5th, I think it was?
No, this is not.
I'm sorry, what date was it that you collected that item?
I collected this on February 13th.
February 13th, thank you. Is this a sheet that was collected?
It is.
A sheet from where?
This was a bed sheet that was collected from the bedroom closet in the southeast basement bedroom.
Is this the same bedroom that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Why did you collect that sheet?
We were given an indication that there was shark print bed sheets, that we were missing the set, and so it was something that was important, and so we found the bed sheet within the laundry basket and collected it.
Subsequent to the time that you collected this item, has that bag or evidence collection bag been opened by somebody else?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Based upon the additional evidence seals, I can see that it's been opened a couple of times.
Okay. To know that the item that's inside that bag is the same item that you collected back on that date in February, would you need to open that bag?
Yes.
Okay. There are some plastic gloves to your right, and there should be scissors there as well.
Yes. My own gloves, because those are going to be extremely large.
So as she tries to open the bag, and it doesn't seem like it should take this long to get to the inside, but apparently it takes a little minute to finagle the bag.
Is that the bed sheet that you collected on that date?
Yes,
Is it in the same or substantially the same conditions today as the day that you collected it?
it is.
At this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 679.
Defense? Exhibit 679 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so, was the purpose of collecting this item just to compare to potentially other bedding that may be found at a later date, or what was the purpose?
That would be a question better asked for the detectives.
Okay.
I collected it for anything that needed to be done in the future.
Okay, so a detective just says, hey, get that, and you do it.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have just a moment here?
You may.
One final thing. Did you find any shell casings in that bedroom?
No.
Did you find any knife or sharp objects that could have been used to stab somebody?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Defense examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Hi, how are you? I think we've met before several times in the last few months, so good to see you again. I just have a couple questions for you. So your testimony to Mr. Allen was that from the staining, the blood pattern, that you think that this was a very violent event?
Yes.
Okay. And actually that it was multiple events?
Correct.
What do you mean by multiple events? I think I know what you mean, but maybe the jury doesn't. What do you mean by that?
Multiple events could be multiple blunt force impacts. It could mean, in this case, different mechanisms. The bloodstains that we saw were indicative of everything from a gunshot wound to blunt force and sharp force injuries.
Multiple events could have been a shooting and multiple stab wounds with the knife. Okay. And also, in addition to being very violent, multiple events, that the blood was coming from different directions.
Correct.
And just all coming from one way.
Yes.
You said you had the head and the tail facing one way, the head and the tail facing another way with another stain. So it was coming from everywhere.
From different directions, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
I don't think I have anything, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Beresford? All right. Looks like we have one. If you would retrieve that, Mr. Allen, and counsel approach, please.
Is somebody running a poll? Did I miss the poll? I see a lot of 1s and 2s. What's going on? I missed the poll. I want to participate. What is it about? Oh, here it is. Pebbles. I have a question. Do y'all think Letecia will take the stand? 1, yes. No, she's checked out. I say nope. I think this lady's checked out. I think she just doesn't. I think she's at the I don't give a crap. I mean, she's not remorseful. She's not paying attention to the trial. She's not really trying to aid in her defense. She's just checked out. Like, she just doesn't care. I don't think she's going to try to fight it. I think she's probably going to make a scene either in front of the cameras or throughout her prison sentence. But
Ms. Beresford, we're not sure if this is the question
that's just my opinion.
Right for you or for a different witness. So I'm going to ask it. Does anything about the blood-stained patterns at the crime scene suggest a chronological order of events?
So because a lot of information was cleaned away, we really couldn't, or I couldn't tell a chronological order for any of it.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question. Only prosecution.
Only just that the blood-stained patterns that you were seeing were consistent with all those different mechanisms, either a gunshot, a knife or sharp force, or blunt force?
Correct.
Or combination of any of those 3?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Cook? Ms. Beresford, you may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think she was a powerful witness. You know, she had a lot of great information. I thought she was an excellent witness, very knowledgeable.
Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. If we can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start right on time at that point. With that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
So they're going to go over to see if there's anything that they need to discuss before it, before they break for lunch. They're probably not going to have anything. I don't know who's going to be called next. I do know that the prosecution is moving right along, and it looks like they're working with the defense to go ahead and get some stuff stipulated. I think they realize their client's kind of checked out. I believe their client has checked out of this matter. You know, I mean,
May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need
I
to
think
pick
she
up at
knows
this
she's
point in time,
guilty. She knows she's going to be found guilty.
The only thing, Judge, is that I'm going to, with our next witness, this is
Hold on.
going to be that next bloodstain pattern analysis expert. So I'm going to be referencing the same photos again, if I can just leave those up there.
Yep.
And that's all I think I have.
And I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask with respect to the bed sheet. Do we have any issues with respect to the other issues we have with other evidence? Yes.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Anything from defense? Yes. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
Rise.
Okay, court is officially in recess. If you're on the East Coast, it'll be everybody will be back just right before 3:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's the standard time I'm in. So, like, I keep looking at this clock, and like right now it's like 8 minutes to 2, and I'm thinking this is such a late lunch. But it's 12 o'clock in Colorado, and this is where the case is going on. So I thought the last witness was very powerful. I thought she was very knowledgeable. So, and she had a way of explaining things. You can see why she is the senior forensic person, crime scene person. I can't remember her title, but she's a senior whatever in the forensics of the crime scene unit, I guess is what it is. Oh, no, I just threw it back. I just threw it back in a ponytail. It was driving me nuts. But she was able, I like how she was able to explain. I think with a show of ones, how many people understood when she was explaining the blood spatter? How many people understood her because she explained it even down to, when they were asking her questions about the blood spatter, or if there was any sequence to it. And she's like, no, there's no sequence to it. And she starts explaining it like the pixels of a photo. And when she broke it down like that, the light bulb went off and says, okay, I understand what you're saying now. But what I think, she was a senior CSI. Thank you, Akita Lover. Thank you. God bless you. I probably should have a pad of paper, but I'm so intensely watching. Even if I had a pad of paper, I'm not even sure I'd be using it to write down. I mean, I'm having to I'm looking, because the screen's over here. And so I'm looking intensely at the screen, and I have to remind myself to pop in and check the chat. Because I'm just like you. I'm just like watching. I'm chilling, right? And watching. But I think what I got from that, and what broke my heart, is that she herself was taken back by the scene once all these spots showed up. And she said that it showed a violent scene that was that appeared to have been, somebody had tried to clean it up. And there was so much blood that pooled and saturated in a specific area in the room. So this poor kid, and she was explaining, and I think what she was explaining with the direction of the blood pattern is that the object had to have been moving. Overkills, yes, overkill. Something happened that enraged her. I mean, there was just, let me preface this before we go into this conversation. Being a step parent is hard. If you've ever been a step parent, it is a very difficult job, position. I don't know what you want to call it, right? It's tough. I know, I was one. And the whole, you're not my mom, you can't tell me what to do. My dad owns everything. Thinking, no, he doesn't. Just stuff, right? So you hear kind of it all. But it's very, you have great moments in a blended family, great moments. You have a lot of, like, ours was beach and family. We did a lot of beach stuff. I mean, literally took half the house out to the beach just about every weekend, right? It was tough work, but we have to have the tents because we got the grandkids. So you got to have the pop-ups. So there's shade, there's chairs, there are little, rings around their arms. There's just a lot of stuff. Plus you have other family meeting you out there. So you got to make sure you have condiments, plates, silverware. Now you got to bring the grill. You got to feed everybody. So and trust me, it ended up becoming, it seemed like we started out small, and it just seemed like, over the months, the back of the truck just kept getting fuller and fuller every time we had to go out there. But you just do things like that. But you have great moments in those family events. But there's also a lot of taxing times in those, in that blended lifestyle, from, the back talk to not coming home, at curfew. You got a lot of stuff going on, So this wasn't really what she was having. I mean, he was 11 years old. So he was probably rambunctious, but he kind of seemed like he put him in front of a video game and he's fine. So I don't know what the hesitation is. Maybe she just liked girls. It seemed like she protected his younger sister. His younger sister was up there with her. It seemed, I don't know. Maybe she just didn't know how to handle a boy. She had never raised a boy before. From my understanding, boys are much different to raise than girls. From potty training to all kinds of stuff. So we we don't know what happened, but it seems like something happened that she just became enraged with him on one day. But I just find it so odd because it's my understanding, and I can't find the timeline that says this, but the whole incident with the candle, didn't that happen the night before? Like something is going on right here. And I just, this nagging piece in me just feels like whatever went on with that candle, I think that was her first attempt that she failed at. And we also heard that there was some bleeding issues going on with him. So she may have been trying to, I don't know. We don't know, and it's all speculative. But, what if she was poisoning him? What if by this time it was out of his system? I don't know. I don't know. There's just seems to be a lot of doom and gloom around this one chick. And that's why I'm so concerned about, Harley's dad. Like, it probably truly was just an overdose, and maybe he didn't even live near them. I don't know, but it's just, of all things, like it wasn't, dying in a car wreck or something like that. It was an OD. We watch, and we don't know if it's true, if they can tell whether it was done by themselves or done by somebody else or whatever it may be, But, we watch these movies on TV and in the movie theater, and when they try to off somebody, how do they do it? Like 75% of the time, it's a hot package, or drugging them, and I don't know. I don't know. It just seems so odd at the way, and I wouldn't have thought that if her story to her daughter on how he died was told. Like her mom told her something. Don't count me verbatim, but something like he was robbed and killed in a robbery or something. I remember robbery and death. So I don't know if it was at the store, but it sounded like at his home or something. And that's what she has been told since her dad died. And she said she just recently found out from law enforcement that her dad actually died from a drug overdose. And I'm thinking, how close was Letecia living to him? I'm sorry. It's not funny, but it sucks. I think maybe she told him to go clean himself up after his accident. And when she went down to see what he was doing and found him playing a video game, that's when she lost it. Oh. Well, the one thing that her daughter did say is she kept a very tidy house. She kept a very tidy house. So if he did not clean himself and he did go down there and sit in soiled clothes when playing a video game, I can kind of see why somebody would have lost it. But, there's another side to that too. What if he cleaned himself and left the entire mess for her to clean up? That would have probably set her off. But see, even normal step parents, you know what I would have done? I would have gotten a garbage bag, picked it up inside out, tied it up, and thrown it away. Like, sorry. If you ain't cleaning it and I ain't cleaning it either, you just lost your britches. Right? That's it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I think she was drugging him. That's why his stomach was so bad. That's kind of what I'm thinking, because, they did find the hydrocodone in his system. We did hear about it, but I don't know if they ever released the elevation levels of the hydrocodone, like how high it was it. Like sometimes they'll say it's like 5 or 6 times what a child should take, or even an adult or something. I don't recall hearing that, but I could be mistaken. Maybe they did say it and I missed it. The coroner's report. We have access to the coroner's report is the question. Let's find out. Gannon Stout. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's do PDF. Let's see if that helps. so let me. Oh, that's not the. That's not it. I mean, this is the indictment. This is not the coroner's report. Okay, just give me a second. I think I might be getting close. I can't seem to find the actual autopsy report on here. It'd probably be something I'd have to request, but I do have, let me see what this is. It appears that we might have, I don't have a copy of it, but they talk about it here. An autopsy report revealed horrifying new details surrounding the murder of a teenager in her place of employment. No, this is definitely not it. I don't know what this one's about. It's definitely not it. Gannon Stout coroner report. Gannon's entire body, was a decomp. Some of his bones were showing he was wearing clothes when he died. He had blunt force injuries to the head, including a hole in his jaw from a gunshot wound. The manner of death was ruled a homicide. What were the injuries? Testimony in the second week of Letecia Stauch's murder trial opened with the review of the autopsy report showing Gannon's injuries. According to the medical examiner, he was shot, stabbed, and beaten before placed in a suitcase and dumped on the side of the road in Florida. But that's all that's all I can see. I don't have the coroner's report, and nobody's. I'm not saying that that it's not out there. I just can't seem to find it. It might be posted from one of the public record sources on Twitter, like the Docket and Truth and Transparency. They do a lot of record requests. I'm just checking to make sure. Oh, and somebody found. Let me go in here. Somebody found Haley's TikTok. She is a very beautiful girl. There's no doubt about it. I feel bad for her. That's what broke my heart yesterday is, when she was talking, like the defense thought they had this like I gotcha moment yesterday where they were talking about this GoFundMe page and, really kind of twisting her words, and even if she was trying to pull on the heartstrings of strangers, I mean, by the time the state redirected, like it did not go favorably for the defense because, they asked her, well, why did you put that GoFundMe page up? And she just started just breaking down crying. I mean, just her heart. And she's like, I was left with nothing. And she even said, you would think if my mom was going to go on the run or I can't remember what she said, but she said something to the effect of, you would think that she would make sure I was taken care of. Like she had no plans for her daughter whatsoever. None. Her daughter was dependent on her, 100% dependent on her. She had a job at Spa Envy, but I'm sure not enough to pay for rent. She was trying to go to college. She had no car. And that's the manipulation part of it, is that her aunt was giving her some financial support as well as a car. But it was soon found out it was more in exchange for her cooperation with her mother's side than telling the truth. As soon as she went and met with the prosecutors, her aunt cut off all funding and took the car back. it was really sad to hear her go through so much. I mean, nobody was there looking out for her, and she needed something. I mean, it was only $800, but $800 is a lot of money, and it's an enormous amount of money to somebody that doesn't have it, that needs, a roof over their head and needs to be able to get back and forth to nursing school. I feel just horrible for her, horrible. And to think that she did, and in all reality, she just woke up one day, and one day she had a family, everybody's in the same household, everything seems normal, to their entire world flipping upside down, her stepdad gone, her stepbrother gone, her stepsister gone, and her mom in jail. I mean, I can't even imagine how she felt. But what a strong woman she's becoming. I mean, she is a definitely a strong young lady. She's, I mean, look at her. She was terrified to be there. And, but heartbreaking as it is, she never answered the question as to whether she loves her mom or not. She has so much resentment and pain because she found out pretty much her mom has lied to her about everything. He made it sound like she made so much money. Shame on them. Right. It was only she even said, I think I got like $800 for it, on it. And I'm thinking, well, with that kind of story, you would have thought, I mean, no offense, but you would have thought she would have made out better than $800, just, personally speaking. I know if I had known that, I would have definitely had broadcasted it. To help her out. Bless her heart. But I still believe, I think our whole entire audience kind of believes, maybe whether she wanted to know or not, that she may have felt or may have known a little bit more than she's alleging on that stand. I mean, I would hate to think that she would help her mom like that. She doesn't seem like the type of girl that would help her mother like that. But I think her mother knew not to ask her to go that far. To lie to her about certain things, that's one thing. But to help her in the commission of that type of crime, I don't know if she would have went that far with her daughter, because her daughter would have been a witness, and she would know her daughter would not be able to hold back. She knows her daughter better than anybody. So I kind of feel a little relief, with that kind of logic. Again, I don't know if it's true or not. I'm hoping it's true. It's just a theory of mine, but I believe that her mom may have drugged her, and she may have went to sleep early or slept harder than she normally would. Her mom's not opposed to adding, something into something, right? Because it had to have gotten introduced into Gannon somehow. So I'm wondering if that's what she did, and she snuck out while her daughter was passed out. And she was passed out because she had given her daughter something to make her pass out. And her daughter would have been none the wiser. I mean, when you wake up the next morning after being exhausted, and that's what she would have probably chalked it up to being, is, man, I must have been really exhausted. And even if she was kind of dragging butt the next morning, it'd probably be chalked up to she was exhausted. I mean, they were on a cross-country trip. It was a long trip from Colorado to get to Florida. So, and we're hearing, from her daughter's testimony, it didn't sound like they were changing clothes, which I don't, that's hard for me to believe, because women, and men, you might not want to hear this, might be too TMI for you. You might want to just, mute this for a second. But there's no way women are not going to change their underwear. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know a woman out there that's going to be days in the same pair of underwear or clothes when they have all their items in the back of a van. So it's almost a little too hard for me to believe that's kind of the contention that I'm running into. Like, Harley's a beautiful young lady. She got drugged into something she shouldn't have been drugged into. I don't believe she was under her mother's care. She was underage. She was listening to her mother, which every child is taught to do. We have heard her mom's not opposed to backhanding her. So she was probably just minding her own business and keeping to herself and just trying to deal, right? It sounds like she was just trying to deal. But I still don't believe that they didn't change clothes. And she could never explain who went back there or the fact that where did the clothes come? You know, they obviously weren't sitting in the same clothes for days on end. That just doesn't make sense. I'm telling you, I know women and I know clean women and you know, like we could go one day with the underwear, one day commando, but we got to put something on after that because now our pants, you know, come on. I mean, you can't, women have, you know, okay. It's not a pleasant thing. I don't see two girls doing it. I just don't. And then you got, you know, you can probably, you know, clean your underwear in the sink, but even that, you're going to want a real cleaning done to your underwear. I mean, you can do that maybe 2 days. I mean, but after that, what are you going to do? It just doesn't. No. That's, you know, I don't pick up on a lot of stuff, but it's stuff like that I get, you know, that I pick up on because I'm thinking there ain't no way. I mean, even the nasty broads, you know, they got to change that stuff, man. They got to change it. So that's just, and did you guys pick up on that? Like she's saying basically that they've stayed days without clothes, like changing clothes. And that's unbelievable to me. It's just unbelievable to me. I do think Harley had learned how to function with a mom who clearly is narcissistic. Yeah, you know what? Because this behavior didn't just come on. You're right. Harley's been raised with this, and that's probably why she's so docile. Is because her mom is so, you know, in your face. The Clippers are gonna love this convo. Hey, you know, I got to make them some money too, you know. Got to make them some money. Got to pad them pockets, right? Yeah, we all smell after a while. That's what I was getting to, Little. Oh, that reminds me. I started your first question. I promised you I would get back to it. So you asked, I have a quick question. Harley said she saw Gannon's head laying in the bed. Where was his little sister that night? And the day when Letecia and Harley left for South Carolina, I can answer both of those questions. So his little sister was upstairs with them. So everybody was upstairs except Gannon that night. When they left for South Carolina, nobody was at the house. His little sister went back to his mother. Gannon's mom flew in. So Gannon's mom and dad were actually staying at the house. They left. They didn't want to be there anymore. And I think it was, I don't know if it was when they finally locked the house down, they could come get some items, or, you know, maybe after their investigation was over, they could go back in the house, and he saw that wall and he's like, nope, and hightailed it out. I'm not quite clear. I know he left the house permanently and has never been back since. So I don't know when that transpired, but when she left for South Carolina, nobody was at that house. They were coming to get their last bit of the belongings, or maybe him, his wife, and the daughter were there with them. But the little sister stayed with dad and mom, bio mom and dad, when Letecia was moving out. They didn't want her there. She had to go. So they weren't buying none of her BS. They just weren't. And so they had to pack up and leave. So she packed up all her stuff with her sister and left. It sounds like her sister must make some kind of decent money, because at some point she was providing Harley with some financial support, and a vehicle, it sounds like. And it sounds like from what her sister or what her daughter's testimony was is, you know, her sister started making up all these excuses as to why she can't have the car from the insurance, just to pick fights with her so she can take back the vehicle. So that just seemed really odd. And it just seemed really odd that it coincided with when she was supposed to meet the state attorneys. So just something to think about. They sure no, I'm hoping that they showered, but I mean, what's the purpose of showering if you're sitting down for hours? I mean, hours. It's got to get a little hot. Even in the cold, it's got to be getting a little hot sitting on some vinyl, you know, for 8 hours a day. I'm just saying you can probably shower. That's not my point. What my point is, it's unbelievable to me that they didn't change clothes. I get the shower. I mean, you know, I get that, but it's the clothes, it's the undergarments, you know, it's her not ever trying to address, did anybody go in that van when they were on the road? It was her whole leaving all of that out and basically saying she didn't. And they just pretty much stayed in the same clothes they had. And that, to me, as a female, and you've got 2 of them in that van, by the way, is unbelievable for me. It just, I'm sorry, that if anything in her entire, that's the most unbelievable for me. If I had to pinpoint, one very specific thing that I did not believe her testimony about, that would be it. Now, it's minor in nature because, again, you know, I think she was just trying to deflect as to why she didn't have, you know Gannon was back there. And moreover, I mean, think about how much worse it would feel, whether it's, you know, I always believe in the truth. And I'm not saying that her testimony wasn't truthful. I'm just saying, me personally, that particular statement was totally unbelievable for me. But it was, I lost my train of thought. But there's something else that I wanted, and I will think about it. It will come back to me as I talk. Trust me, it always does. So let me just kind of read through here and see if we have any other questions. She said first they went to Marshall's and got arrested. Then they went to Walmart. I'm not sure if she said they changed or not. That would be plausible. That would be plausible. But it's, again, it comes back to, you've got your clothes in the back of the van. Why would you be going and getting new clothes when you can just reach in the back of the van and pull out some clothes from your luggage? That's what doesn't make sense for me. That's what doesn't make sense for me. So even if they did go to Marshall, we know they went to Marshall's, but I don't know if they were in Florida when that whole incident happened at Marshall's. I thought that was in Colorado when they took Harley's phone. Unless I missed it, I could have sworn that that was not Florida law enforcement, that was Colorado law enforcement. The gentleman that came up that said he pointed the gun, I'm pretty sure he was from the Colorado Springs Police Department. I thought he said. I might be wrong. Let me just keep going. I'm kind of behind in the chat just a little bit. I just saw something from Miss Robin. Hold on. Why did they keep Gannon in the basement? Why wasn't the teenager? The teenager was in the basement. They were both in the basement. She just said that she slept upstairs with her mother that night because it was cold in the basement and it was much warmer upstairs. That was her testimony yesterday. But she has a room in the basement with Gannon down further on the hall. I guess it's like a hallway or something. So it's probably set up kind of like maybe like a 2-bedroom apartment kind of, where they have the living room, but it's all the basement area. It's basement, the living space in the basement, but it's kind of set up like that too. That's at least the way I'm picturing it in my mind. Just because I'm picturing it in my mind doesn't make it true. And I don't even know if there's a bathroom down there either. I have to assume that there is with 2 kids living down there, but Robin, that he was not the only one staying there. Why did they take Gannon? Why didn't they take Gannon? Was he supposed to be missing? I don't know. Take Gannon where? I guess I'm a little confused on the question. Harley had to manage her mom's erratic behavior her whole life. Yeah, she did talk about that. And I think the most notable, remember when I told you with me growing up that I didn't realize, really how messed up my childhood was until I started being around other people and staying the night with other people and realizing their families didn't act like my family acted. Oh, they didn't treat each other the way my family treated each other. I feel kind of like she thought that her mom's behavior was normal. You know what I'm saying? Because she's had to deal with it so long, she didn't realize. And again, I think that's why when the light bulb went off and she finally realized how manipulating her mother was, I think that's when everything kind of hit her, that her mom's been manipulating her whole life. So that's just my thoughts, my take. I'm not sure if that's accurate, true, or correct. Oh my God, I'm Team Summer. From what I saw, her GoFundMe was taken down. Whose GoFundMe? Was that girl's GoFundMe taken down? That is horrible. How can they take down her GoFundMe? And who would want to? Hey, Joy. It's nice to see you. Thanks for being here. There's warmth down there no matter what. Oh, I'm getting to that part of the conversation. Yes. But you know what I'm saying? But anybody that's traveled a long time, I mean, that is like literally the first thing I do when I pull into town after being on the road for hours on end is it's a shower. Like I drop my crap off in in the hotel room. The first thing I do is crack open my suitcase and get I bring my own crap. I bring my shampoo, my conditioner, my body wash, everything. I bring it all, right? And that's the first thing I do is I get in the shower. That's it. And second thing I do is I get in comfortable clothes. Then I worry about everything else. I worry about the food, unpacking luggage, figuring out where I need to go. But if I'm on the road for some significant time, I want some clean drawers. I'm sorry. I want a shower and some clean clothes, period. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Call me Ish, all you want. Did they travel from Colorado to Florida or South Carolina to Florida? No. Oh, Aaron, they went. So in my estimation, this is what I'm understanding from the daughter's testimony yesterday. And that's if I didn't miss anything. That's if I'm not missing anything. So it sounds like they left Colorado and went to Texas. And her mom thought she would like, Texas. And I guess after a day or so in Texas, her mom's like, I don't want to stay here. This is definitely not where I want to go. Let's go to Florida. And so I think they went from Texas down and across, through like just the bottom of the United States, through Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, down to Florida, down to Orlando. I think that's kind of how they went. They just followed the main interstates that ran down at the bottom that got them to the panhandle of Florida and then down to Orlando. But yeah, and then they stayed there. She said that they were supposed to stay there for I don't know how long they stayed there. I think she said they stayed there 2 days, and she was ready to go to Myrtle Beach. So it's very confusing, but she did go to Texas first, and she stopped in Texas. I'm wondering if she was trying to find a site there and decided, let's go to Florida, much further away, and then we'll hit up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the lady was thinking. I don't know who would want to hurt an 11-year-old boy. Like I would leave the house. Like before I hurt a kid, like I would get in my car and go do something. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And trust me, I know kids can. I remember my grandkids. I think the one time and I think I may have told this story before, but the one time that I was the angriest I think I've ever been, I was just ready to come unglued, you know. It was when I put the grandkids down, all three of them. I put them in the other bedroom because that has the king size bed, and I can just kind of put them in between, you know, put pillows in between them, and they're good to go. So, anyways, I laid them down to take a nap, and you know, I'm cleaning up. You know, I already fed them lunch. They stayed up. You know, they got watch some cartoons, and I laid them down for a nap. And all of a sudden, I start hearing this blood-curdling scream. It was something that puts your heart, literally, it feels like your heart is in your throat, like this blood-curdling scream. Something that just gives you pins and needles all over your body. It doesn't even just go up your back. Like, it's everywhere. Like, it was just, it sounded horrific. And in that split second, you're trying to, your mind's already racing before your body can even move. And I'm getting into that room, and now I've got two kids screaming to the top of their lungs. And I am just like, what is going on? I remember one had a goose egg off the side of her head. Another one had a bite mark on her so deep, I thought the skin was like, I have never been so, like, you know, usually, you know, kids are trying, and you just have to, you got to go with it. You know, you separate them, you punish them, but nothing is really serious. And you pray to God nothing ever becomes serious. But here I've got a goose egg on the temple of one and a chunk almost missing out of the other. I had lost my stuff. I was so angry, and I now know I can't put the one back to sleep because she's got a goose egg. So I just, they didn't even get paddled. I could not even touch them. I was fit to be tied. I made them both. I didn't care if they were both in pain or not. They stood in a freaking corner. Grandma had to calm down. I am not lying. Oh my goodness. That I never, ever, ever want to experience again. That, and I didn't know what to do. So I had to keep her up, right? I did end up whipping their butts after I calmed down. But I didn't want to. Damn it. I don't know if I hit with the butts for that time or a different time, but that was the one time that I tell you what, I came unglued. They could have seriously hurt themselves. And it was all over some stupid fight over who can have a stuffed animal or something stupid. So stupid. Hi, Heavens to Betsy. Okie Crime. Nice to see you in here. Nice to see you. So we're on lunch break. Lunch break should be ending in about an hour. We're just talking about this, that, and the other. We're actually talking, well, we were talking about, we go on tangents. We talk about the case, then we talk about something else. Then we talk about the case, then we talk about something else. It's the halftime show. What do you expect? I got to keep you guys entertained. And there's only so many times we can say Letecia Stauch is guilty. I mean, come on. Oh, did I say that loud enough? She's guilty. I don't think she's not getting this insanity defense. I mean, even at the table, I mean, she's not even trying to play insane at the table. She's just checked out. She just doesn't care. She knows she did it. There's no way out of it. She probably doesn't even care for her counsel. She's probably, it's just, she just blatantly doesn't care, which is sad, in my opinion. That's really sad. But she just doesn't care. What did Heaven and Betsy say? Can't stand people who stink. It's so gross and offensive. I know. And I need, we need to have a timeline on when we need to have a timeline on when they left and when they actually shopped at the Marshalls. But I have a funny feeling that whole Marshalls thing was before they left for some reason. Because it had to have been, because they took in Harley's car too. They took Harley's car, remember, for processing or something like that. Did I get that wrong? I thought they grabbed the cell phone and the car. I thought they had just gotten the red light for the car. She looks really bored sitting there because she's checked out. The reason why she looks bored, look at the difference between her and Alec Murdaugh. Alec Murdaugh was writing questions. He was paying attention to the people that were at the jury, or not the jury, that were at the witness stand. He was writing notes down. He was talking to his counsel. He was paying attention. He was hanging on everybody's every word so he could find a way to pivot, because he knows how people tick, remember. So he's got to find a way to navigate. So he's intently listening to every word everyone says and acting in his own defense. Whereas this lady here she doesn't care. She has accepted her fate. I'm telling you, I am looking at a woman that, I don't think, I think she regrets her decision? Hindsight 2020, absolutely, I think she regrets her decision. The issue here is she knows she's guilty. Her attorneys know she's guilty. The state knows she's guilty. Her ex-husband knows she's guilty. Everybody knows she did this to this boy. Everybody, and now including her daughter. So I think she has just accepted her fate. She knows she did it. She knows at this point how many crucial mistakes she did. She doesn't want to be there. I think she's hanging on a Hail Mary with this, not guilty by reason of insanity, because she just can't bring herself to say she did it. She's guilty. Let's stop this circus and just sentence me and give me leniency for, the courts not having to go through trial. That would have been more appropriate than what she's trying to do here, because her daughter's lived with her for a really long time and has no earthly idea of all these names her defense was bringing up. And he was trying to put words in her mouth. And she's like, I didn't say that. And no, that's not true. So I think her mom told the defense attorneys that she would back her up on this, and they asked her, and she did not back her up on that at all. I think she's over it. I think her daughter believes that she killed Gannon. I think her daughter believes betrayed by her mom, feels manipulated by her mom, questions her relationship, the very fabric of their relationship that she has with her mom. I think it, and when it came down to, do you love your mom? I think that was powerful, because that truly shows you the depth of pain her daughter is going through. The depth of pain. These other witnesses today are more expert in nature. They're more literal. They're not. It's not an emotional testimony. It's sad. It's sad testimony today, hearing that, Gannon was fighting. It was a very brutal attack, according to the experts, because of where the blood was and how much of this, spatter blood was all over this wall up to, 5 feet up. So this has been, it's sad to hear it. It's sad to see it. And I think we're going to start hearing more about the evidence against Letecia as you know, like we're about to start getting into the sheet that they took in for processing and what that might have on it or related to it. They haven't brought in any of the experts on the car's movements other than the Avis for the van, the Avis execs. There was 2 different Avis execs, or maybe there was 3, but they were identifying Letecia. One was just there just to identify that Letecia is the one that came in and got the keys and signed the paperwork. So they were able to get that introduced into evidence, but didn't really have a whole lot more than that. The other one was the exec that pulled the reports to find out where the car's movements was in an effort to locate that particular van in their inventory, because they ended up having to go to Rhode Island to pick up that van. And even with that van obviously transferring from South Carolina to Rhode Island, somebody had to have taken that trip. So even with somebody else in that car, and supposedly the Avis cleaning that car, you know, I found it ironic that one of the dog toys were still in that van even after Rhode Island. So, you know, if you guys are like clean freaks, you might want to clean the car when you get it, because, you know, they don't really clean it very well. I don't know what to say. And there was still a massive amount of DNA in there, so much so that they cut a big section of it, like in the back of those Econoline type vans, they have like this hard membrane that goes over the steel on the back. But back a long time ago, it was just a steel floor. You didn't get that. But it's almost like a real thick plastic liner that's on top of the metal on the floor. And so they cut a big chunk of that out of the floor for testing. And it, you know, it clearly had the blue, I guess they've used Blue Star, which it reacts to the presence of blood. And so we did see it because they took pictures of it with the light, and it did luminesce in several areas. You know, it wasn't, it looked like it should have been more that luminesced, but it wasn't. It was just several spots, but large, I mean, large enough spot, a heck of a lot larger than what we saw on the wall. There were quite significant little areas of larger blood, I guess, you know, stains in a couple areas than the rest of the other ones, which were just small but did still luminesce. So I don't know if it was just dripping out of the bag, but I was surprised because I thought that the area that they cut away from the in the van, I thought when I first was looking at the photos, I honestly thought that was at the back door of the van. That wasn't. That was right up behind their seats. That's what I'm hearing. It was right up behind their seats. So I don't know if it was on the driver's side or the passenger side, but I know many people said that they can't believe that Harley didn't smell the decomp, and maybe she did. Maybe she didn't know what she was smelling. I have no earthly idea. I have no earthly idea. But we'd have to think a week old, it's got to be kicking. I mean, there had to have been some funk up in there. Whether her mom, you know, when she went and picked her up, said, I'm really sorry, babe, but the van stinks. And that's the way they gave it to me. I tried to change it, but they didn't have anything else. So I just took what they had, you know. But she had an opportunity to explain whether she heard, you know, had smelled anything, and she was adamant she did not smell anything. And the state asked her, was there anything, you know, preventative potentially that helped, you know, keep that scent down? And she spoke of an event that happened where she was getting really cold in the cab of the van, and she went to turn the air conditioning down, and her mother wouldn't let her, saying it was hot in there. And so she remembers that. So her mom was keeping the air conditioning blowing so that nothing was coming to the front. Everything was blowing to the back. So I don't know if that played into it. But honestly, when Harley was telling the story, I believed her. I believed the story she was saying. And they even asked her, did she see the green, the suitcase? And she said, no, she didn't see anything, in the back of the van. She didn't open the doors to the back of the van. She didn't see anything. She didn't see the suitcase. But when they showed her the suitcase, she goes, yes, that's definitely our suitcase. And he asked how do you know? And she's like, because we've moved everywhere with that suitcase. So she knew it was their suitcase. She just never looked back in the back of the van. And, I think the final thing she said was when, people were asking, how could you not know this, that, and the other? She said, it's her mom. Like, she would have never in a million years thought her mom was capable of this. No, she believed everything her mom was saying. She believed that they were trying to pin it on her. She believed her mom. As many 17-year-old or anybody, would believe their mom. I mean, if somebody came right now to me and told me my mom killed a kid, I would be, you are effing out of your mind, right? I mean, of course my mom didn't do that. And I have to think, and many of you are the same way. We're thinking about it right now. Like, somebody comes to us and says that about our mom. Our mom's been everything to us for our entire life. And somebody comes and tells you that, there's no way you're going to believe it. No way in a million years that you're going to believe your mom was capable of hurting someone. Now, that's if, she's adamant that she didn't see her mom ever abuse Gannon. We don't know if that's true or not. We really don't. It could be. She may have not. For whatever reason, she could have just snapped. I think she's leaving some out, unfortunately. Courtney, I agree with you. I think everybody in our chat concurs with that in some form or another. Because we were discussing that yesterday when in chat whenever she was on the witness stand, and it was kind of, in some areas it was kind of obvious because you could almost see her holding herself back. Like, she was just about to, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was just about to say something, and then she reels it on back in. So I really, truly believe that it is possible, that she knows more. Maybe she can't say it because of, pretrial rulings, or it may be that she only wanted to do enough just to help the plaintiff. Maybe in the back of her mind, she still wishes her mom, isn't guilty of this, and they find her not guilty. I mean, I have to think she's hurt by her mom. It's clear she's hurt by her mother. And it's clear that she believes her mother did this. Boy, those dogs must have really been stoned not to smell anything. Heaven to Betsy, they were feeding the dogs, according to the daughter's testimony, CBD gummies. They were feeding the dogs CBD gummies to keep them calm. Because her mom thought they needed to, because it's such a long trip, whatever. So, yep, Harley was choosing her words carefully at several of the questions she was asked. Absolutely. Yes, she was. Today is my mom's 81st birthday. Well, happy heavenly birthday, Unicorn's mama. So let me ask the chat this. Do you believe Letecia has been planning on killing Gannon? Or do you believe this was some sort of event that happened that just enraged her? So one, if you think that she's been planning something like this, whether it's the one thing that enraged her that made her finally commit to the plan, if you think it was planned, or you think it was like, it wasn't like it was spur of the moment. It was just the opportunity, like all the elements kind of came together and she just snapped. So do you think it was instantaneously, or do you think this was progression? I guess is the best word. If you think that this was planned, 1. And if you think this was kind of like something happened and it just, things got out of control, put 2. Okay, so people just think that she just lost, that some event happened and it was like, boom, she lost it and that was it. Wow. Yeah. The reason why I ask this, because I'm kind of mixed. I'm kind of mixed because I'm looking at the other things like that, the whole candle thing and, you know, the whole, you know, eternal, like the bleeding coming out of the backside type thing. So I'm kind of, I think I'm a little mixed on this because I also believe that it was an event that happened that just collided and everything just boom. It was like, you know, mother of all bombs being just dropped on that house. It's hard to believe that somebody can get that angry, like that angry. I'm just visualizing how she was able to do all 3 to this little boy. You know, the blunt, the stab, the shot. You know how, like, I have no words. Like you hit a kid with something, you're going to freak out. But then I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how somebody can do that to, I don't know. Pat Gain, what did it say? Good thought. I was thinking maybe 2. 2, I think, so Pat says, 2, I think the boy knew something she didn't want his father to know. I agree. He was coming home, and I think it was too close to the time of his arrival. And I think there's something going on with that candle. And I think that candle is what led to his death. I really do. I think she did something to that candle, whether she lit it and threw it at him or whatever. But it sounds like I don't see an 11-year-old boy saying, let me light this candle, you know. And it didn't seem like she was down there in that area very often. So why would a candle be lit? I guess that's the part I'm missing here. Maybe I'm missing something, and you guys can clarify it for me, because that's where I can't wrap my head around it. I mean, I'd have to think like I don't even know where the washer and dryer is. Was a washer and dryer downstairs? Did she go down there periodically? Maybe that's the reason. We have the video. We need to go back to that video. That's right. We did watch that one officer. He was at the beginning of the trial, I think day 1 or day 2, where he walked through the house with his video camera, even to the backyard. Remember the fence? And he was showing that the fence was locked from the outside in. You couldn't get out of the backyard because where the lock was. It was on the front of the house, not on the back of the house, where, you know, people would be in that area, probably because of the kids, you know, his young daughter, when they go back to play, he wants to make sure nobody can get out of that yard. So it just makes you wonder. I can't imagine a kid wanting to light a candle. I mean, on a birthday or something like that. But yeah, I mean, just no. I mean, I can't remember one time as an 11-year-old me to asking my mom to light a candle. Not one time, and I'm a girl. Candle is an excuse. But he had burns on him. And there was clearly a burn on the furniture because they had the pictures of the couch. Majorly burnt. That was some hot, I mean, think about it. That wax substance was so hot, it literally melted the fabric. That is some hot stinking wax. Or it was just a lot of it. Like the candle had been lit for some significant, you know how the longer you have a candle lit, the more liquid you get, that's actually, that liquefies up, more of that wax that liquefies up from the heat, from the glass. You know what I'm talking about. When I light a candle, you know, depending on how long, I mean, there's been times that I've had a candle, you know, especially like one of those Yankee candles, they stay lit forever. you got the whole candle, when you have it lit for like 3 hours or so, the entire wax almost to the bottom is liquefied. So you can like almost swish it. So it sounds like with the amount of wax on it, I mean, if we took that theory, that logic, and applied it to this and looked at the amount of wax on that couch that they took pictures of, especially in the melted portions of that couch, it seems like a significant amount of hot wax, a significant amount, because if it was a candle that was just lit, you're not going to have that much wax melted. You're just not. The only thing I lit at 11 was a cig. Yeah, me too, right? Me too. I know. We're bad. And I forever have a problem since then, right? Lordy. MJ says, with y'all thinking, what's y'all's thinking of the swisher? I think that too was a setup put in her daughter's head that Gannon was being bad. It was, because even her daughter, looking hindsight's 2020 and finally taking the blinders off, looking at that, and she's right. A kid that, like, when I want to hide something, it's not going to be readily available for me just to flip open this or open the backpack and it be right there, right? I mean, who does that? It would be more probable that the backpack was open and something rolled off of a counter or something into the backpack, and that's why it stayed there and he didn't notice it and zipped it back up. To me, that would be more probable than him. You're talking about a boy that sits home. He doesn't really go a lot of places. He's 11 years old. I mean, kids that are 11 years old are, playing with, figurines, their little guy stuff, the guy figurines. I don't know what to call them. It's probably not a guy, very, very good guy wording to say figurines. But you know what I'm talking about. Little, boy toys, right? Boy toys, the kid toys, So I don't know. I just don't see him. He didn't seem like the kind of kid, and I didn't see any information that this was the type of kid that was in trouble. I mean, outside of me probably having a smart mouth, he was in an extraordinary position as well. And I can't imagine how it was affecting him as an 11-year-old boy, being in the house with all these extra people he didn't know. He's being left with a woman that's not his mom, not his dad, and he's just probably not liking it and just in one of those really rough spots as a kid and probably back talking a lot. That's kind of what I see, but he still seems like a normal kid. I mean, even normal kids back talk, and he seems like a kid you put a video game in front of, he'd be fine, So I don't know what he could have done. And we did hear about the accident, and I don't know where that came into play with all of this. And who said the story about him having an accident, but it seems like something happened where, he had an accident. Is that what set her off because of his age? And maybe it happened in her car, who knows? I'm interested in hearing what you guys think. I think she planned it as she's not coping with his behaved. Yeah, she's not. Yeah, I kind of believe that. I kind of believe that she kind of had some planning in this. I think she knew she had had it. I think she knew she had it, and I think she just probably started obsessing on how to get rid of the problem, potentially. And then maybe there was the perfect storm that what she was thinking in her head ended up coming out in action. I don't understand a woman that has raised a kid of her own, that had a kid, had their own child and raised that child. It's hard for me to believe or understand a mom killing a kid that was in her care, especially after raising. I mean, be honest, guys. Harley seems like a well-educated, well-mannered kid. She seems very endearing and very sweet. She comes off very believable. and I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that she created that and she is this horrible monster. I think he was scared to be bad, just like how the daughter still at times acted controlled by her while on the stand. She beat him for no reason. She probably did. She probably did. Let's see if there's anything going on. Uh-oh. MSO. Oh, we have an active shooter response training in our county. Maybe I'll go to that and see how to. I don't like that kind of training, but I know at this point in life it's a necessary evil to be prepared to have an active shooter. I mean, it's become, but you know what? And that's what we do. And that's what we do, because I still believe a bunch of good guys with guns will kick the snot out of a bunch of bad guys with guns. And I'd like to think that, you know, if something ever happened, I could be that good guy with gun. You know, I don't want to be a victim like that. I agree. Check her Google search, Betty. It tells how much she hated being a stepmom. Oh, I know. I was hearing about that. I was hearing that she almost felt she was resenting Al because it seemed that she felt he married her for a babysitter. And I think that's how she felt about it. And sometimes when there's not a whole lot of communication, or, you know, people bite off more than they can chew. They think they can handle it until they're thrown into the pit, and then they got to sink or swim, and they realize they can't handle it. And when we were listening to the daughter's statement yesterday, she was saying that this really was the first time that they were all together as a blended family under one roof, because since they had been married, you know, Albert was in Alaska. Letecia went out there. She hated it. She had a complete meltdown, according to her daughter. They moved to Colorado. Al and the kids stayed in Alaska for a while. So this was really all of their first times under one roof at one time. And they were there for a significant amount of time, about a year before everything just, all the, you know, crap hit the fan. But it sounded like there was already problems there, because according to the daughter, it seemed like Letecia and Al, you know, argued a lot, got into a lot of disagreements. And I'd have to think it was primarily about where they lived. I don't think she was ever happy anywhere they lived. It seemed like she was the happiest in Myrtle Beach. When they lived in Myrtle Beach, she liked Myrtle Beach. She had family in Myrtle Beach. She had friends in Myrtle Beach. She had people that she could rely on and trust in Myrtle Beach. And it seemed like she was very homesick being so far away from Myrtle Beach. Let me see. What she did to Gannon had nothing to do with discipline. I think he knew something about her. Interesting. Well, it might have been, you know, we do know that she, or at least we heard through the grapevine. I mean, we really don't know. Unless you're like right in that bedroom, you don't really know. You could say 1 + 1 = 2, but, you know, that's if you have all the variables, right? Because there might be another +1. Right? So we hear that Al nor Letecia were faithful to one another during this marriage. So it is, you know, it is probable that maybe he saw her with someone else. It is plausible. Maybe she did something that he knew about. Other than that would make his father upset. We know that Letecia has stolen $8,000 from her husband once before. So it might be something to that effect. I don't know. Maybe she lit the candle and was berating him, telling him his accident was stinking up the house. Who knows? Okay, yeah, that I can see that being the reason the candle's lit. Who knows other than Letecia, and I seriously doubt she'll ever tell the truth. We're never getting the truth from that woman. I can tell you that. So whatever she did, we'll go to the grave with that woman. He seemed to be a sweetheart. Yeah. Prayers for his family and prayers for her daughter too. I mean, this has been a nightmare for anybody that has known that family, quite frankly. I agree. Check her Google searches, Betty. It tells how much she hated being a stepmom. Yeah, we talked about that. Maybe they couldn't find the switch because it was underneath the TV stand and she thought he hit it, so she held his arm over the candle. Oh, it's possible. I've heard some pretty twisted stories like that. It's possible. I'm anxious how to hear what Lena is going to say on the stand. And when is she going on? Do we know when Lena's going on the stand? Are we sure Lena's going on the stand? No, Harley said she would backhand her across the face, just a violent person. Yes, Heaven to Betsy is correct. She did say that, you know, she couldn't really pressure her mom and asking her too much because her mom would backhand her. So I don't know, Aaron, if Lena's going on. Hello, Miss Ann. It's nice to see you. I would hate to be a teen. You have to worry about being shot in school, at birthday parties, and now if you go to the wrong house. It's getting crazy out there. But again, people should not be owning a gun without proper training. You know, I had proper training. I was taught how to handle, carry, and shoot a gun from a very, very young age. And still today, you know, go to shooting range. Not as much shooting ranges as I used to because the price of bullets are so freaking high that, you know, it costs an arm and a leg. I mean, a package of 50 bullets is like $20. You can go through 50 bullets in no time. It's like, so it's becoming almost too unaffordable to go to the shooting range. But whenever, every now and again, I'll be there. I always wear my baseball cap. You learn the bill is your friend when you're at a shooting range. It has to be difficult to be married to anyone in the military or in LE, and not everyone is able to be married to someone in the service. And that's true. It's a family commitment. There's no doubt about that. I'd have to say military in some instances are much more difficult than law enforcement as far as the family makeup. And what I meant by that, and not to be offensive or anything like that, but what I meant by that is military in a lot of cases, the person has to leave the country and go to different countries, whereas law enforcement get to come home to their family at night. That is within the only respect. Both of their jobs are very dedicated. Both of their jobs, they can lose their life. They're fighting for our country no matter which side. But just in as far as the family makeup, because you know the military, you know. Like even in my aunt and uncle, my uncle was in the Navy for 20 years. There was you know many months and years that my uncle stayed out of the home. He was on a ship around the country, or excuse me, around the world. And my aunt was in California raising her two sons pretty much alone. So you know it does a number, but. You when you love them, you learn to deal. My aunt and uncle have been married literally forever, and they're now, you know, my uncle, I think they're both semi-retired right now, but they actually took a sabbatical for several years and did like this traveling nurse thing and sold everything and got on their sailboat and traveled the world for a little minute. It was they liked it, but my aunt said she needed her land feet back. She told my uncle, you're buying me a house. And then they're back, right? So I get to see them. They're on the East Coast. But it's nice. It's nice. If it's true, Gannon went to his mother about abuse, and Landon and all were messaging about it. I think Letecia found the messages, and on top of Al's rumored cheating. Ooh, see, another great perspective. Another great perspective. That kind of bodes with what we've learned so far. That is could be a plausible explanation. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm curious if something happened to lead her to do such a thing in her mind, of course. She brutally murdered him. It's frightening to think that someone close to you can do something so heinous. I couldn't agree with you more. That is, truly is heinous. And when we saw that wall from that investigator, I mean, that breaks my heart. And she's saying, she even said, I was taken back at how violent this scene was. She was not expecting this. She was not prepared. I mean, she was prepared. She had all the equipment and stuff to do her job, but I don't think she was prepared to see that kind of scene in that room. And she was actually, kind of like, you could tell that it was extensive in her professional opinion. And there were several things going on, as she said. So that means, and we know that he had defensive wounds on him. So he fought for his life. He was trying to get away from her, and she just kept at him and kept at him until there was nothing left. Didn't the daughter say that South Carolina, they were all unhappy? No, Charlotte, South Carolina. She said that nobody was happy when they were in Charlotte. That's why they moved back to Myrtle Beach. Yeah, Charlotte, South Carolina, she said no one was happy. So I don't think anybody was happy at all. I think, the kids were okay, but even the kids, the two younger ones probably stuck together, and they're brother and sister anyways. The older one probably treated him like the redheaded stepchild. But at the end of the day, most older siblings do that to you when you're biologically when you're the biological sisters or not, right? So it really doesn't matter when you have that significant age between one child and another. You're going to have those disagreements. But it's the Letecia and Al thing, because they really hadn't been married. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, they weren't really married that long. They weren't before they started having some major serious problems. So I have to think that it was a really contentious household when everybody was together. That's what I'm getting. It might be one of these things where they had good times here and there, but it seemed for the most part, everybody was unhappy. Letecia did not want to be married to Al. Al probably was in a desperate situation where he was in, he's trying to he's in the military, and he's probably thinking he doesn't have time for another divorce. You know what I'm saying? Like in the real world, that's how adults really think. Okay, they're like, I don't have time for this. Like, I got to be here. I don't have time to deal with the kids. I need you to take them. Just it'll all work out. Just trust and believe, right? I can see these conversations going on behind closed doors, whether it went like that or not. And so it's just it's one of those things. Linda Lou says maybe she thought, if she laid the burning candle on the carpet, it would catch fire, causing the house to fire, covering up Gannon's murder. Possibly, but there's some major splashes, like some big globs on that couch. Like it was just slung. And it looks like wherever it was slinging from, it was being slung toward the couch. I mean, I'm not a directional person, but I looked at those pictures of the burns, and you could clearly see what path the wax was traveling in. I mean, I could see it. And when they took you back to the whole entire couch, you saw that it looked like it was coming from this way toward the couch, like almost like a diagonal. And I just keep thinking, was this, I don't know. I don't even want to. I think my problem is I don't even want to think what that poor boy went through, before it got to this point. I mean, it just sounds like he was living in a nightmare, and I'm sure nothing he was doing was right. No matter what he did, it seemed like it was always wrong in her mind, or whatever. To me, it looked like Gannon was playing with the burning candle, and to Harley didn't see all the blood spatter. No, I think the candle stuff happened. I keep thinking it happened like a day before all this, before he went missing, because we have that video of her talking to him, and he says, I'm just concerned about my burns. Like he's crying. Like she's like, we'll figure something out. If this was just. And I keep wondering why she recorded that conversation. And I think she did it and blamed him on him and said, if you didn't do this, and wanted to get him saying, are you sure it was an accident? Tell me it was an accident, and she just needed to get that, on the recorder. And he's like, it was an accident. I'm just worried about my burns. He's just telling her anything she wants to hear just to get help for those burns. It sounded like those burns hurt him. And if we saw that much wax on the couch, I keep wondering how much wax hit him, and where did it hit him? Yeah, almost like he splatted out of her hands, maybe. I don't know. I just feel like that it was thrown at him, chucked at him. I don't know. It just, the angle and the direction are off to me. The story related to this candle is off to me. There's something more to this candle. I truly feel. I don't know why. Maybe he did have something on her. Maybe it was the candle. Maybe it was the constant abuse while his dad was gone. Maybe she, like somebody said, saw some text messages back and forth with a few other people, outlining the abuse. Maybe there's a lot of stuff we're not realizing going on here. Maybe stuff that they can't say because it's too prejudicial towards Letecia. I don't know. Letecia left chaos in her wake her whole life. It sounds like it, but it doesn't sound like her sister's too far from the tree. After hearing the testimony from her daughter, it seems like, her sister is just about as manipulating as she is. So I don't know. I just realized this light's not on. Oh. There we go. Just a little bit more light. This brightens it up a little bit. I felt like half my face was missing in the camera. Can't have half of my face missing. There we go. I'm here. The whole face and everything. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to do this because this is what I was thinking when I was thinking of the whole.
Andrea, aka Bullhorn Betty here. Look what I found. It looks like a lot of people on YouTube. Right here. Right here. This is a real ass right here. Like many people on YouTube. All you need to do is show an asshole a little love. Right? Right? Tell him. What you need to do? What you need to do? Huh? What you need to do? Oh, too many assholes on YouTube. Say it. Say it with me, baby. Say there's just too many people. Too many people on YouTube that look like you, huh? So the next time you want to be an ass, maybe you should come out here and hang out with the ass. Just saying. You want to be a jackass? There's your brother. Peace out. Bullhorn Betty style.
I love that clip. I really do. You know what? Every now and again, who knew Bullhorn Betty can be funny? Right? Who knew I had a comic side to me? Who knew? Actually, to be honest with you, when that video was recorded, I was out there with True Crime with Eve, Tammy, her sister, Sherry, Dolly, Guidance, Suzanne's son. And I saw the ass walking, and I remember walking away from them. So I think they rubbed off on me. That's what I think happened. I had that one little inspiration where when I walked by one of them, I must have touched one of their elbows and just had this funny moment about me. And I looked over there, and the jackass just decided to have this light going on and this light bulb, and I saw it, and I'm like, ooh, that's going to be a good video. Oh, heavens to Betsy. My gran would beg to live with you. The way you said, that is a real ass, has me weep. Right? There's brother. Yeah. Yeah, I have fun every now and then. Yeah, you know what? You gotta laugh at yourself every now and again. You gotta laugh at yourself every now and again, and you gotta learn to have a little bit of fun. Otherwise, it takes you out. And you know, this was the that video was made the weekend that we were there for Summer Wells' 1 year milestone of her disappearance, where we had the event outside of Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. And many people said, you know, why are you going to have it there? Well, first of all, there was a lot of crazy, there's still a lot of crazy people, but some of that type of crazy kind of tampered down. But there was a lot of crazy people that were, you know, threatening to do bodily harm to people and stuff like that. And I thought, you know, what's the safest place you could be? A sheriff's office, right? Nothing's going to really happen, no matter what, how many people with big mouths, they say they're going to do this or they're going to do that. You know, they ain't doing nothing in front of a sheriff's office. They're all talk, no action. So I figured the sheriff's office would be a good place. And also I knew that Don Wells was at the jail. And we knew his wife wasn't going to come. And we knew if it was anywhere else, nobody from the family would come, at least there. Hopefully he got to see it. He got to hear it. He got to see the balloons, you know, and we took the rest of the cake into the police department or the sheriff's department and seeing if they wanted. Of course, they took it. It was good cake, by the way. It was good cake. So messy because we didn't have the right utensils, but we made it work, right? We made it work and got it done. But it was good cake, and we had you know, thank you cards for them and everything for law enforcement there. This is another thing we just learned in this case by one of the witnesses that were up before this girl right here that was talking about, you know, body, you know, having the body versus not having the body, and having to exhaust all of this time and effort to prove that the person is not here, that the person is deceased. And the first thing that popped in my mind was Summer Wells. That was the first case that popped in my mind. It's probably the same case, you know, the same with Cody Bigsby. It's probably the same with obviously Harmony Montgomery. They did find Serenity McKinney, but the first thing that popped in my head was Summer Wells. You know, are they exhausting all the options right now? You know, maybe that's why this is taking, you know, so long for them to get through, is because they have to prove that these kids, that she's no longer here. The way that they were able, in my opinion, to go after and arrest Jacqueline and Trezell West so soon is because of the testimony of their other children and the corroborating evidence of the videos in and around that home, the home in Cal City, not the one that they moved from Bakersfield. So, you know, I think that having that type of evidence early on in the case really helped move that case forward, even with not having Orrin or Orson's body. You know, this is a murder trial in absentia. There's no body. There's no body. So the body is absent. So, I keep thinking and I keep hoping that that is the case for Summer Wells, that they, they're just exhausting all the options and making sure there is no possibility of her being alive anywhere. Because once she is presumed deceased, then it goes into more of a homicide type of investigation. And then they will be able to start looking at motives and people with opportunity, and you start hearing things like that. So I'm hoping that we're getting to that point in this case. I'm sure they have everything. They're just trying to, prove that she's no longer with us. But I don't know the laws in Tennessee, and I don't know how successful those types of cases are. You've got lazy prosecutors, or you've got state law that makes it very difficult to prosecute, cases without a body. They need to fix that. They need to go to their legislation, explain where the issues are, explain what needs to be changed, and get that stuff changed. So anything moving forward, they don't have to worry about those hurdles. Because, at the end of the day, just because there's no body doesn't mean that there's no crime. And we, when we have laws that are handcuffing our law enforcement from doing a stellar job or being able to bring a conviction, especially because somebody is smart about hiding bodies, that shouldn't be the reason why you get away with murder. So I think, that we need to promote, proper law enforcement, and hopefully proper law that goes with law enforcement. I love your channel. I get all my news from you, Betty. I don't listen to news on TV. Oh, thank you, Elise. Yeah, I haven't watched news on TV. I watch, I have I like Brian Enton. I like other news organizations around, but it's more print. I don't really watch news on TV. I don't watch TV at all unless I'm trying to go to sleep and my mind is racing. Then I got to distract myself, so I'll turn the TV on up while I go to sleep. But other than that, I really don't watch TV. And I don't really, even the whole drive to Georgia, I never listened to the radio. I never listened to the radio there, but I do remember turning it on for a little bit on the way home. Oh, why, thank you. Rhonda Smith got her Bullhorn Betty cup. Well, thank you for sending that. And I love the model that you chose to use with the debut of the coffee cup. That's the best model I've seen all day. And you know what? I have to admit, I want to give the dog a kiss. I want to give the dog a kiss. So that was super sweet. That was super sweet. Looks like the boys in Summer Wells' case would tell if she came home that afternoon or not. I'm wanting to know what she was wearing when she went missing, shorts or her school outfit. Good question, because we've had conflicting information from her mother, literally in the same interview. And I'm talking about the Chris McDonough interview that she gave. It was crazy. I don't think in that moment she realized how much she contradicted herself throughout the entire interview. Literally the entire interview. By the time Chris McDonough was done interviewing her, it was kind of hard saying she didn't know anything. She's just, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I don't see why Hunter would lie about what happened that day at the water hole. I mean, you heard him talking, he was all the way on the shore with her mom and her grandmother. And, they're all playing on their phones while this young child is in the water. And he's all the way there. And if you guys have not been out there, there's people that have been out there that are in this chat right now that can tell you that it is a long walk from where the cars are parked at to that very water hole. And they're at the truck. They're at the truck. So he's saying while he was at the truck, he has an eye on her and he realizes she goes underwater. Do you know? And he said he did not walk fast. He said he did not briskly walk. He walked over there, no big deal, from the truck. And when I counted the steps and the path he would have traveled, it was like 30 seconds. So, you know, and that's with me moving. So if it's going to take me 30 seconds to get down to the water, she's already been under 30 seconds. How long else has she been under before he even noticed she was under? And then he goes there. He says he basically can't see her, that he's even screaming, you know, saying, Summer, if you hear me, pop your head up. So you're talking about time from walking all the way from the truck to the water. She's still not out of the water. He's screaming in the water. And then he reaches down and picks her up and starts patting her on the back. That doesn't, I don't know. There's something that's always never sat right with me with that story, but I don't see why he would lie about that story. I don't know. I just never not believed that story, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Is what I'm trying to say. Kelly Robertson, I love that. Checking from. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. All right, guys, listen, this is going to be starting any minute now. It is like 2 minutes to, 1 minute to 3:30. This is when, or 1:30 their time. So they're going to be coming back any moment now. If you haven't had an opportunity to use the bathroom, get a snack, get your beverage. Now would be the time to do so.
1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? All right, let's go ahead and bring him in.
I enjoyed the intermission with boy. Thank you, twin mom. I was thinking the same thing when I got done. I'm like, crap, I actually talked for an hour and a half. Holy moly. I can do it. I'm a professional. Oh, Lord. We have too much fun over here during these trials.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Stout. Reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we call our next witness, I want to talk to you a little bit about a change that I need to make in the back hallway. When we started this case, we started around spring break. So there was not all that much activity in the courthouse. I know that because sometimes I would get here. Mine was the only car in the garage. Now that people are coming back, it's really, really common for lots of trials to get stacked up right after spring break. I am one of 6 district court divisions on this floor. Right now, everyone on this floor is in trial in one matter or another. Everyone on this floor also has a docket during 1 week of the day or 1 day of the week as well. So that creates a huge amount of traffic in the back hallway. Typically, when we have a jury trial, we're only using one jury room. I knew that I was going to have more than just the 12 presumptive jurors. I also knew that this case was going to take longer than 1 or 2 weeks. So when we do that, we use 2 rooms. So number one, we're not packing you in like sardines in the jury room, and you have some ability to have some comfort. But with that comes some restrictions, and we need to start implementing those because it's causing problems for other division staff. I'm sure you've seen the door to the holding cell that's right behind your jury box, and deputies will use that for other divisions because you shouldn't see any inmates being transported up and down the hallway because we're trying to keep that hallway clear. But somebody you might see in an orange jumpsuit, that's what that's all about. And that will happen oftentimes in a criminal docket when somebody's being held in custody. You'll see somebody in an orange jumpsuit going back and forth. You'll also see lawyers back there. You'll see deputies going back and forth. Every once in a while, you will hear a commotion out in the hallway. Every once in a while, you will hear somebody running by like a herd of buffalo. So we need to keep that back hallway clear. So a couple of things that I want you to do. You're still free to go between the 2 rooms, okay? But knock before you open the door, and you have to use the restrooms that are associated with the jury room. I don't want anybody going down the hallway anymore. I know that there are 2 restrooms down there, and I know that this puts a burden on you because you sort of have to wait. I get that, and I understand. If we need to take longer during a break, we'll do that. But right now, there is just a huge amount of people in the back hallway. So for your safety, for everybody else's safety, to make sure that there's no confusion as to who's supposed to be where, when, and all of that stuff, please stay in one room or the other and knock before you open the door. Mr. Combs will let you know whether you can come out or not, and we'll leave it at that. So with that, Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
We'll call Tom Griffin.
All right.
Hopefully he's not wandering around in the hall.
Mr. Griffin, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step. You got to go around the other way. That's okay. Watch your step as you step into the stand.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Griffin. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Griffin, Griffin.
Mr. Griffin, what do you do for work?
I'm a private forensic consultant in bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene investigation, and reconstruction.
What kind of experience do you have in crime scene investigation, reconstruction, and bloodstain pattern analysis?
I spent 4 years as a crime scene investigator and forensic chemist with the Greeley, Colorado Police Department. I left there and then spent 29 years at the Colorado Bureau of Investigation Denver office, where I did forensic chemistry, but also headed a crime scene unit and did bloodstain pattern analysis, both on scenes and on evidential material that was submitted to the laboratory.
What kind of educational background do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry and then 4 years of graduate work in chemistry. I left that to go into the field of forensics, where I've taken numerous courses, particularly in bloodstain pattern analysis, 6 courses over the years of my time in the field.
Where are you currently employed by?
I'm a private consultant, so I have my own company. I formed after I left the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and I'm also a partner in a forensic consulting and training company out of Oklahoma City, Bevel, Gardner, and Associates.
Do you have ongoing training that you participate in to make sure you stay sharp and abreast of any changes in the field?
I do. I attend conferences in bloodstain pattern analysis primarily. One is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, meets yearly across the country. Also the International Association for Identification, it meets yearly as well. And I attend workshops there, as well as have taught since 2001 approximately 80 workshops in bloodstain pattern analysis for those two forensic associations.
Wow.
Do you have certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do. The International Association for Identification began a bloodstain pattern certification program in 1999. I have maintained my certification in that and also served for 14 years on their certification board.
What about professional affiliations? Do you have any affiliations that go along or hand in hand with your bloodstain pattern analysis?
A current member of the International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, or Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. I became a distinguished member there in 2011. And I'm also a lifetime member. I've been in the organization more than 25 years for the International Association for Identification, where I became a distinguished member there in 2016, and have also been involved in a Colorado-based group, the Rocky Mountain Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, since its forming in 1983.
Have you received awards in this field?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead and tell the jury.
The International Association for Bloodstain Pattern Analysis distinguished member was voted upon by the membership. It's not earned in that sense by applying for it. It's awarded by the membership. And I've also, for my distinguished membership in the International Association for Identification, I had to show evidence of participation in workshops, publication of articles in literature, and training as well.
So you alluded to my next question, which is, have you produced publications regarding bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction?
I have primarily two, both in bloodstain pattern analysis.
When were those publications done?
The primary one was, I believe, in 2010, excuse me. An article I co-authored on the foundations of bloodstain pattern analysis for the Journal of Forensic Identification. And then in the mid-1980s, I co-authored an article in the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts newsletter.
Okay. Have you testified as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Just over 50 times now in that field.
What jurisdictions?
Mostly Colorado, 5 other states since I went as a private consultant, and a few times in federal court in Denver.
Who, I guess when I say who, I mean what agencies or parties have retained you to work in bloodstain pattern analysis during your career?
When I was with the Greeley Police Department, it was cases that came in to that agency. When I was with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, there were cases that came in submitted from law enforcement agencies.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button as you're coming in.
To scenes at the request of law enforcement agencies. Since that time as a private consultant, I have responded to requests and worked for district attorneys, private attorneys, defense attorneys, and some law enforcement agencies.
Who pays you for that type of work?
It would be the agency that hires me.
So have you been hired by both prosecution efforts and defense experts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I said experts, I meant defense parties is what I really meant to say.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move for qualification of Mr. Griffin as an expert witness in bloodstain pattern analysis and crime scene reconstruction.
That's no objection. The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Mr. Griffin, what I'd like to do first, just so that we're all talking the same language, is go over some terminology. So what do you mean when you say the words crime scene reconstruction?
Crime scene reconstruction is a specialized field that looks at physical evidence that may include bloodstains, include other forensic fields such as DNA, firearms, shooting reconstruction, medical reports, autopsy reports, and by studying that information, the reconstruction's aim is to determine a best sequence of events and support events happening or not happening, and in response often to particular questions put out by attorneys and investigators.
When you're testifying in these types of scenarios and you're asked to do work in a particular type of case, are the parties paying for the type of opinion you render in a particular investigation?
No, sir. I only charge for my time, not my opinion in any way.
Okay. When we talk about bloodstain pattern analysis, tell the jury what we mean when we use those words.
Bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains, bloodstain patterns, their size, shape, distribution, location, scene context, and using physical characteristics of those stains and patterns, identify the nature of the pattern, and then possible events that may have produced any given pattern.
What is a spatter stain?
When I use the term spatter stain, I'm referring to any small blood stain, generally circular to elliptical, that was formed as a result of some motion putting blood into flight.
What about a non-spatter stain? What is that?
Non-spatter stain is a larger category that includes stains not containing only circles and ellipses, but smeared blood, pools of blood, absorbed blood, any blood or bloodstain pattern that has something besides just circles and elliptical bloodstains in it.
Can you tell the jury about any limitations of bloodstain pattern analysis?
It's only as good as the documentation to start with, and its goal is looking at sequence and possible events or mechanisms. It won't tell us whose blood it is, for example. Generally won't tell us how long blood has been on a surface. And the other limitations are what is available on scene, if it's a scene that we go to do the analysis, or what's the nature of the photographs and diagrams that we've had supplied to us, as well as other evidence that may be available for viewing.
As far as data that you're using to make your analysis and ultimately reach a conclusion, is best practices to have digital photographs taken and also a scene visit?
When possible, yes.
Is it typical for you to, while you're working on a particular case, to even review autopsy reports?
Most definitely. I make it a requirement before I'll issue a bloodstain report asking for copies of autopsy reports, since the nature of wounds, particularly bloodletting wounds, is a key component in looking at what possible events may produce stains and patterns.
What if there's no body? Can you still do your bloodstain pattern analysis without having access to a body and the evidence it might have, as well as an autopsy report?
I can and have. It's limited, or it produces the limitation not having wound information available.
When we're talking about limitations, again, on how effective your work can be in bloodstain pattern analysis, what if a scene has been wiped down or cleaned in some way? Can that cause limitations in what you can decipher from the clues you see on scene?
Yes.
In what way?
Anything that removes bloodstains or alters their appearance affects the physical characteristics of those bloodstains and limits perhaps even identifying patterns that are present, and then further limits concluding what type of events may have produced a given pattern or series of stains.
Okay. How did you become involved in the investigation of Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
On February 18th of 2020, Lieutenant Mihalko, thank you.
Yep.
Called me telling me about the case and asking if I would be available to look at some pictures and possibly help them with a case.
Do you remember specifically what question you were asked to look into as it relates to that call on February 18th?
Primarily, if examination of photos and eventually the scene would help identify possible events or mechanisms that may have been responsible for producing blood stains on the scene.
So essentially, what may have caused these blood stains to be present in this particular bedroom?
Yes, sir.
What information did you have at that point regarding relevant factors that you may have to consider as you start your analysis?
At that point, the information was minimal. I was told that there was no body. Gannon's body was not available, no apparent weapons, and on February 22nd, I received a flash drive that had over 350 digital images of various aspects of the residence, and began looking at those bloodstained pictures.
Did you look at all of those images that you got on that flash drive?
I did.
Did that lead you to any sort of, at least at that stage, any sort of preliminary conclusions as to what the scope and what you are dealing with?
Very preliminary in that the stains I was seeing in the photographs were very small. So I was primarily seeing spatter stains, and at that point, couldn't say anything more without additional examination or information.
Okay. Did you, in fact, actually end up going out to that particular scene?
Yes, I did, on February 26th of 2020.
Tell the jury what you did on the scene that particular day, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions about that.
I arrived on scene accompanied by FBI Special Agent de France, whom I had met and carpooled with from Denver. And we arrived at the residence approximately 10:10 that day, met with CSI Beresford and then Sergeant Hubble, and we all entered the residence at 10:15. And Sergeant Hubble walked us through preliminarily, or showing preliminary aspects of the residence for us. And then my attention was focused in the bedroom that I was told was Gannon's bedroom.
In your review prior to getting on scene, did you have a chance to look through Alyssa Beresford's photographs that she took of the scene that included evidence markers that were stuck to the wall in different areas inside that scene?
I did have some, yes, sir.
Okay. And just so you're aware, there's a binder on the table in front of you, and we're going to be referencing some of those photos. So already admitted in that binder is people's 528 through 678. And I just wanted to orient you to that as well. And when we get to that point, I'll ask you to flip through that and find us some pictures, okay?
Okay.
With that pre-existing information in mind, so you've looked at pictures, including Beresford's evidence photos with the markers on them. What are you thinking as you go through the scene on February 26th? What's going through your mind?
Primarily to make sure I stay objective in my approach and scientific. So I looked at the stains there on primarily south and east walls of the bedroom, along the baseboards too. Compared what I was seeing in person with images supplied by CSI Beresford. I didn't do any type of magnification of the images. The images on the wall, excuse me, not the images, the stains on the wall were all a millimeter or less in size. And for reference, since the US doesn't do metric very well, the edge of a US dime is approximately a millimeter thick. So the stains I was looking at were as narrow or narrower than the edge of a dime. And knew that I would have the photos that I could enlarge for subsequent examination if that became necessary.
Were you aware that prior to you getting on scene that there was a bed in that southeast corner of that particular bedroom, Gannon's bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Had you seen pictures of that, including a picture of Gannon lying in that bed prior to you going out to the scene?
Pictures of the bed on scene, yes, I believe so, but of Gannon, no. I didn't see that picture until I was there on February 26th.
Okay, so you saw the picture of Gannon in bed on February 26th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did that help you as you're looking at the scene and doing your analysis to know, I guess, height of that bed and that sort of thing?
Primarily just the general position or location in the room of the bed.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking is, were there blood stains on the walls that were both above and below the height of that bed?
Yes, sir, there were.
Was that, to some degree, helpful for you in doing your analysis of this case?
Yes, there were 54 labels that CSI Beresford had put on the the south and east walls, each with a scale and a number. And in looking at all of those, comparing to the photos that I had, could see that there were between 2 and 3 dozen stains that were below stains on the walls that were below the reported height of the bed.
Do you remember by placard number or sticker number specifically which items were below the height of the bed?
I don't remember. I'd need to refer to my report on that, sir.
Okay, perfect. If you refer to your report, would that refresh your memory on that point?
It would.
Or may he refresh his memory using his report?
May, go ahead.
Thank you, Linda Lou, for your 8-month milestone.
Your Honor, may I read the label numbers from my report?
Just the label number, so
Yes.
the attorneys know what you're referring to. That's okay.
Yes. Thank you. On the east wall, A1.
I don't think so, Uncle
A2.
Mike. I really don't.
Stains A9 through
I think
A21.
Alec would either.
A24 through A27, A30, and B5. And on the other wall, the stains are A34, A36 through A44, and A46.
And what I want to do is just so that we can have the jury following along with us is using that binder, can you find the exhibit that you think would be best to give us an overall view of those walls and then have you point some of those things out for us? And it's probably going to be more towards the top of that stack as opposed to deep in there because it starts out wide and then gets more narrowed.
Now that's attorney that knows, that has been through this case inside and out. I don't know, this chick here, I don't know. I think she's more callous and cold than Alec Murdaugh. All right, he's struggling a little bit. When's counsel going to say, can I approach the witness, sir?
The ones I'm finding for the first wall, People's Exhibit 558 and People's Exhibit 563.
Okay, so we're going to project People's Exhibit 558, which was previously admitted under crime scene investigator Alyssa Beresford on the screen behind you. I'm going to leave it to your preference, whether it's easier for you to describe by looking at the photo in front of you and just talking about it, or if you want to stand up and point to things on the screen, you can do that as well. There should be a pointer in the witness stand. And so actually, let's go to 540 first to get a better overall view so we can then drill into where we are here. Okay, so we've got 540 on the screen behind you, which is an overview photo of that bedroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
When we look at 558, point out which wall we're going to be looking at in 558. Nope, I need this picture up. There we go.
People's Exhibit 558 is primarily going from upper right-hand corner down the wall and extending over to just at the electrical outlet.
I'm going to compliment you. You've got longer arms than most of the witnesses that have been here during this trial. You can feel free, if it's easier, instead of stretching, to stand up and point. Okay, your preference. Okay, so now let's jump into 558. Okay, so describe what we're looking at for the jury as far as generally stains that are above the bed and stains that are below the bed based on what you just gave us.
I may refer to my list again.
So let me ask you this question. What you're asking to refer to, is that your report that you generated based on your analysis in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it an expert report?
Yes, sir.
What things do you rely upon to create your expert report?
Information that I receive, photographs I receive, documents such as autopsy reports, lab reports. When I do an on-scene analysis, I have that information I bring into play. And I then examine, analyze the blood stains, look to characterize them, and ultimately issue a written report on my findings.
Okay. And as an expert in this field, is it common for you to rely on all of those things and your expert report as you're talking about what you find and your ultimate conclusions?
Yes, sir, particularly if I'm dealing with particular stains or groups of stains.
Is the information that you relied upon in this case, including all of these stickers that are all over the walls in Gannon's room signifying blood spatter, is that a fairly voluminous amount of information?
Yes, we're talking 54 stains on 2 walls.
And how many pictures would you guess were used by you to make an examination of these walls?
"54 pictures, one of each labeled area on the bedroom walls, and then additional photographs of blood stains on baseboard, the bottom of the walls, and then area of the flooring in that same southeast corner of the bedroom."
Each one of those, I'm going to use words that you might not agree with. So if I use words that you don't agree with, make sure you tell me, okay? Those stickers that are on the walls that look like little rulers, you see what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Do each one of those stickers have individual numbering sequence to identify separate and distinct blood stain patterns, or blood stains, I should say?
Not the arrows, no, but rather the scales adjacent to some of the arrows. It's these individual metric scales that have identifiers for labeling each of those adhesive strips.
So when you say there's 54 stains, does that mean there's 54 stickers, one sticker essentially for each one of those stains?
Yes, there are 54 stickers, most of them by a single stain, but there are some that were by more than one stain.
And then you mentioned the arrow stickers. What are the arrow stickers for?
I have to ask the person taking a photo of that.
Okay, so there's 54 stickers for the blood stains on there, and then a number of arrows on the wall that Alyssa Beresford or somebody else might have put there?
Yes, sir.
The pictures that we're looking at, especially as you look at Alyssa Beresford's photos, do they start out wide like this and then start to drill down in closer focus till finally you get a very up close view of a specific stain and sticker?
Yes, sir.
So would you say there are hundreds of pictures of this particular crime scene to get that detail starting out wide and then coming in focus?
At least 100, if not more. Yes.
Okay. And so when you ask about, can you refer to your expert report, is it common for you to rely on that to make sure that what you're testifying to is accurate and making sure the jury understands what you're saying?
Yes, sir. If I'm getting into detailed information about locations of stains relative to some object or questions about any particular stain.
And so, Your Honor, based on that, I would ask that he have freedom to just reference his report, just as long as he tells us that he's referencing his report. That's fine. So when I was asking you before we went on that slight tangent, can you point to us on the wall, this being that eastern wall in Gannon's bedroom, generally which stains are below the bed level in Gannon's room on this eastern wall?
I'll need to compare the photos. Since reading the labels, stain numbers are very visible.
That's fine. Just make sure you tell us which exhibit you're looking at so that I can put that particular photo up and our record is clear.
This witness is going to lose the jury because he's just taking too long to. But they need to be accurate. So I'm hoping they're going to get to the point sooner or later. If you put hot water on blood spatter
using
on the floor,
People's Exhibit
the hot
558.
wax soaks.
We're talking, I'm using a pointer here, a few inches above the electrical outlet. The stains that are at or below the height of the bed extend from a couple of inches above the electrical outlet down.
What does that tell you when you're looking at a scene like this, that there's stains both above and below a bed that should have been in place in that corner?
That in order to create spatter stains, the blood source has to be, at least for some of the spatter stains, below where the top of the bed would be.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what we mean when we use the phrase nonlinear spatter?
Looking at physical characteristics as a scientific approach to bloodstain pattern analysis, after determining if there are just spatter stains present, I then look for one of two physical characteristics. The first is, do any of the stains have a linear or curvilinear relationship? And if I find stains exhibiting that, I then examine them more closely, looking at their shapes in particular. If there is no linearity apparent, the next criteria I use is looking at the presence or absence of a radiating distribution, meaning do the blood stains originate low at a point and then spread out, similar to what would happen with the axle of a wheel and the spokes of a bike coming out, or the analogy that seems to work best with classes that I teach is to imagine a triangular slice of pizza and the blood source is down at the tip and the radiating pattern is going out along the rest of the pizza slice towards the crust and the edge. And if neither of those criteria are present, then I stop and call the classification as non-linear bloodstains.
How did you classify these bloodstains?
They were non-linear.
What does that tell you as a bloodstain pattern analysis expert?
That eliminates the presence of or the identification of patterns based on the size, shape, and distribution of those stains, keeping in mind any possibility for some type of removal or stains falling off and things like that.
When you were out at the scene, and potentially even as you're looking at photos of this particular scene, these walls and the floor and whatnot, baseboards, could you tell whether there had been any cleanup efforts undertaken by someone prior to you being involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that, please.
I noticed primarily along the baseboards, the appearance of diluted blood, some of it flowing along horizontal surface or edge of a baseboard. That suggests a possibility of some type of diluting action on the blood stains, example of which would be some type of cleanup or removal.
I'm going to have you pull up a particular photo here. Let me pull it up here in my list. If you flip in that binder that's in front of you to 647 and then beyond that, those should be pictures of the baseboard that were admitted under CSI Elizabeth Beresford. Are you at that point?
I am, sir.
And so what I would like you to do is identify a good picture that we can project up there, and you can describe what you're talking about with the cleanup efforts, the signs of a cleanup effort, I should say. I'm sure there's nothing more fun than flipping through a binder with about 50 sets of eyes on you.
A good example would be Tables Exhibit 659.
Okay, we're going to put that photograph up on the screen behind you. I think you have to turn the lid on that thing, otherwise it, or maybe not.
When you open it, because it comes out fast.
Thank you, Ron.
while testifying, we like to give you dexterity tests as well.
I'll take all the hints.
So, Mr. Griffin, we've got 6:59 on the screen behind you. So please stand up and use that pointer and point out what we're talking about with the signs that you see in this particular photo that signify a cleanup effort had been undertaken.
Looking at two aspects primarily. The first is along the top of the baseboard, which I'm using the pointer to show as far as for the record. And then down on the vertical surface of the baseboard, just above the easel, where there appears to be, again, diluted blood across the surface of the baseboard at that part.
Are all the jurors able to see with that easel in the way, or do we need to move it for anybody? Everybody's good? Okay. So what about those particular blood stains tell you that there's some cleanup?
They appear to be diluted from the dark reddish brown color normally I find for blood on scenes.
The other pictures of the baseboard, are they similar to this where they have that potential flow and even potentially some wiped marks?
There are a couple, yes.
Okay.
This is probably the best one.
Okay. And all these photos will be available for the jury to look at some point when they get to a deliberation stage. Were any of the blood stains on the walls drip stains?
No, if I may explain drip stains.
So I was going to ask you to explain drip stains.
One of the forces acting on blood drops is gravity. And like blood, water, any other liquid, when a drop is formed, unless there's something other than gravity acting on it, the drop falls straight down. Drip stains are just that, blood stains that are a result of primarily gravity acting on a blood source. So individual blood stains, usually circular on horizontal objects, are shown. You can have drip stains on walls. However, those are characteristic by being long and thin, and there were no such stains on either of these walls.
Are you familiar with the phrase distribution cone or cone of distribution?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what we mean when we use those words.
I testified earlier about looking at characteristic of radiating bloodstains. We start our examination in 2 dimensions. And a fan-shaped distribution of stains is a radiating distribution back to the pizza slice. Actually, blood travels in 3 dimensions. So blood that's coming out of some blood source, and a blood source is kept generic because it can be many types of objects, not just people. The blood will come out in a cone, and that cone increasing.
I would hate to be in this guy's class.
Left to right as
Lordy,
the cone
Lordy.
goes, the blood goes forward in that cone. Very similar to a megaphone in appearance. And we refer to that 3-dimensional distribution as a dispersion cone.
Can there be voids in a dispersion cone?
Among other places, yes, sir.
What is a void?
A void is an absence of blood in an otherwise continuous bloodstain pattern, which is a little subjective in determining the presence of a void, since an absence of blood may due simply to the fact there was no blood put on that given area. What we look for to strengthen the presence of voids is a obvious break in a pattern. Best example would be thinking of it as the shadow effect, where there's a circular object on the wall, a dispersion cone impacts that wall, and that dispersion cone is primarily going to be of blood drops that create spatter stains. If that circular object, clock, or plate is removed, it has blocked blood from going onto the wall. So the spatter stains will stay on the object and leave a clear, unstained, or void area on the wall.
Did you have void areas or potential void areas in this particular scene as well?
Yes, sir. There was one area I looked at as a potential void.
Which area was that?
That was on the wall near the window.
Okay. And so if we go back to that overall photograph that shows the scene from a wide angle, which I think is 558. Yes. 540 is the number. Thank you. So we're looking now on at 540 displayed on the screen behind you and on the screen to my left. Which wall are you talking about has a potential void?
The wall on the right half of the screen. I think that's the south wall.
Should be the south wall.
And we have a distribution of stains in the southeast corner that has aspects of a dispersion cone, but not enough that I felt comfortable saying was a dispersion cone. It's a distribution of stains that decrease as we go up from the floor along the wall. And just above the letter B as in boy on this baseboard, very near the vertical scale that runs along the window that I'm pointing out with the pointer, there is an open area between, I believe it was labeled B40 and B46. That shows an absence of blood.
You mentioned that when we first started talking about voids, that it could be that just no blood went to that area.
Yes, sir.
Could a person standing between a victim that's expelling blood prevent blood from getting onto that area as well?
That's one option, yes, sir.
What other options are there?
Some other object that might be present there. And one of the supports for, again, presenting a void, going back to the example I presented of the clock or circular plate on a wall, that object, if there, it would have blood stains on it, that the blood landed on that intervening object and not the wall. So I would be looking for spatter stains on any object that may have been what we call an intermediate target. So that can be a person or an inanimate object.
The we've talked already that there was a bed in place there. Was there also an absence of blood on the bed frame?
Yes, per Sergeant Hubble, there was.
Okay. Is that something you would rely on to make your analysis of this particular scene?
Yes, sir. That, and as well as during my examination on scene, I looked at the ceiling in the southeast corner. I did my own examination of the south and east walls with the idea a second set of eyes never hurts. And then
Trust me,
on
lady,
the
7 up
blue
this guy
table
is he's
currently
talking too
shown
slow. That's what it is.
People's Exhibit 540, I examined that and did not find any bloodstains on that table.
The fact that there was a bed at some point in that corner, can you tell based on your analysis that some bloodletting occurred with the bed in place, and then somehow the bed is moved and more bloodletting is happening in that scene?
That would be a possibility, yes.
When you say that that would be a possibility, what are you basing that on?
The presence of blood stains on the mattress and the blood stains that are higher up on the wall. Though blood can travel several feet, so there could be an event on or near the floor that causes blood stains to be higher on the wall, but a bed in place as a horizontal surface could certainly be a item upon which the blood source could be present at the time of bloodletting events.
Is it clear from your analysis of this scene that for there to be blood below the bed level, that the bed had to have been moved at some point to allow blood to spatter onto those walls at a level lower than the bed?
Yes, sir, for at least some of the stains, because in looking at stain shape, if we have an elliptical stain, the tail of that stain points in the direction of travel of the blood drop that created that stain. And there were stains along the wall labeled A in People's Exhibit 540, where I noted that the direction of travel for the blood drops were basically horizontal or parallel to the floor at that point.
Okay. You mentioned earlier it's common for you to reference autopsy reports in your analysis and before you finalize your conclusions. Is it also common for you to reference lab reports?
Most definitely.
What would you be gathering from lab reports?
First, for bloodstain pattern analysis, I would be looking for DNA results, and then also results from DNA analysis on objects, including possible weapons, firearms if they're involved in the case. So several disciplines other than just DNA for items that may have bloodstains on them.
Were you aware that bloodstains were swabbed in this room and submitted to the lab based on your analysis and the work you did?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn whose blood was on the walls?
On the outlet, and yes, sir, on the outlet primarily.
Okay, and whose blood was it?
I'm
just asking you whose blood was it?
It was Gannon's.
Okay, and I think, were you just going to point out the outlet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and point that out.
Basically, the center of the screen on People's Exhibit 540 There's an electrical outlet near the southeast corner. The plate of the outlet is missing, but I saw photographs of the plate and the outlet itself showing a reddish substance. And then DNA results reporting that the DNA profile matched Gannon's.
That's fair, Judge, and we are going to have that at some point. We're just not there yet. So, Mr. Griffin, in your training and experience in this field, do you submit swabs from every single blood stain from a scene like this to have that DNA analysis done?
I never have swabbed every stain, and I don't know anyone that has, because not all the swabs will be analyzed.
Okay. Is that because of just resources at labs and that sort of thing?
With my time at the CBI, yes. It was primarily a resource and time issue.
With the information that you had, that the outlet cover had Gannon's DNA based on the lab report that you were able to look at, in your expert opinion, does that make it likely that the rest of the blood in there is Gannon's blood as well?
I don't know that I would use the word likely, but
what word would you use?
To me, presence of a blood at that point and the stains in the area, I would expect Gannon's blood to be present elsewhere on that wall.
Okay. The blood staining that we see indicated in People's Exhibit 540 on that south wall on the right side, east wall on the left side of that corner, and then that pool of blood on the center of the floor there, not the center of the floor, but in that corner of that floor there. Is that significant to you as to the amount of blood that was expelled during whatever event expelled that blood?
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you?
First of all, looking at the southeast corner on the floor, I was shown photographs of the floor with the carpet and the pad in place, carpet and pad cut up, and told, if not actually in reports I received, that there was saturated blood in the carpet and the pad in that corner. That was identified as the DNA being Gannon's profile. This area measured on the floor under the carpet, the stained area measured approximately 20 inches by 20 inches. So looking at the context of the scene, as we call it, we have blood source on or near the floor in this corner.
This is worse than watching
as
paint
blood
dry.
is coming out of that blood source, and then spatter stains on the wall, all in the southeast corner of the bedroom, that are suggestive of some type of spatter producing event, a minimum of one on or near the floor.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that if you wouldn't mind.
I mean, he's knowledgeable. He's just.
Did you have a chance to review the autopsy report in this case prior to issuing your final conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Prior to you issuing your final conclusion and reviewing that autopsy report, based on the work that you had already done in the scene, looking at photographs, visiting it, that sort of thing, did you make a preliminary assessment as to what types of events could have caused this type of blood pattern analysis or blood stain pattern?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that?
On February 26th, between approximately 1:15 when I finished my on-scene examination and after packing up supplies, I met with Sergeant Hubble and Lieutenant Mahalko, and told them I would give them very preliminary result, nothing in writing. It could be subject to change based on additional information. And basically what I told him is, given the pooling and the spatter stains on the two walls and the nature of patterns that are there and patterns that are not, I would look at one of or a combination of three possible events. One event would be a shooting in which the wound is a penetrating wound, meaning there is no exit, since there were no defects that I observed anywhere in the wall or the floor. So one possible wounding mechanism is gunshot. A second possible mechanism would be some type of event that involved creating blunt force trauma, such as beatings and stompings. The third event or mechanism, we use them interchangeably, would be some type of action or energetic activity involving a bladed object. Not necessarily knife, but what I call a bladed object, generically speaking, or a combination of those three.
So when you say a bladed object, are you just meaning a sharp object?
Sharp object, yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned a penetrating gunshot, but you mentioned no defects were found. Did you not find any bullet holes in the walls or impacts on the floor or anything like that?
I did not. I did not find any of those.
Okay. Once you were able to get the autopsy report, what did that do regarding your preliminary opinion as to what types of events or mechanisms could have caused this bloodstain pattern?
In reading Gannon's autopsy report, it noted the pathologist reported blunt force trauma to Gannon's head, a penetrating gunshot wound, I believe, to the jaw, the face area, and then sharp forced injuries, bladed object injuries to the rest of his body, with, I believe, at least half of those being on his hands and his arms.
And specifically as it relates to that sharp force injury portion, 18 separate sharp force injuries, is that right?
That's right.
I'm going to have you go to flip all the way through to in that binder. We've got 3 exhibits in a section labeled for just you. And those are exhibits 684, 685, and 686.
Pardon me.
Yep.
Thank you.
Are you to that section there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we're talking about 684, 685, and 686, do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 684 and 685 are among the 360 plus photographs I was given to examine as part of my examination and analysis for bloodstain patterns. People's Exhibit 684 is a generally well-lit photo showing the walls in the southeast corner. The carpet and pad at the southeast corner no longer present. And People's Exhibit 685 is a very dark photograph with faint blue coloration showing in the image.
Are those sequence of photos, 684, 685, and 686, essentially overlaying 684 and 685 to get to 686?
Yes, sir. People's Exhibit 686 is an overlay I created using Photoshop software, which is an overlay is one technique that we use when documenting the effect of the use of Blue Star on scenes, balancing the darkness required for the Blue Star and some well-lit or good lighting to show the overall aspects of the scene, so the locations where there is Blue Star reacting can be seen better in an overlay.
Did you do this in this particular case because of the potential significance of this scene having been cleaned up, meaning Blue Star would react to show a greater dispersion than what you're seeing in these bloodstain patterns?
Actually, my reason for doing it was simply to see what could be shown with the overlay of the two photos, regardless of any type of blood removal activity.
And what did this inform you as to your analysis?
The Blue Star showed positive reaction on both the south and the east walls and the southeast corner on the floor beneath where the saturated carpet and pad was.
Okay. Are these fair and accurate photos?
Yes, sir.
You're going to move for admission of 684, 685, and 686.
That's okay. 684, 85, and 86 will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
May I go ahead?
Okay, so we've got 684 on the screen there. Is this just basically that same southeast corner of Gannon's bedroom with those same blood stain markers on the walls?
Yes, sir.
And then if we move on to 685, what is 685?
That is the photo taken in darkness after the application of the Blue Star.
Is this photo, as we're projecting it on the screen, is it brighter than what's actually printed out in People's 685 in that binder in front of you?
Yes, very much so.
What does this tell us when we see this sort of, I mean, to me, it looks like a constellation in the night sky or something. What does this tell us?
Blue Star is a chemical that's used as a searching tool for diluted blood. And it is a presumptive indicator of blood. Blue Star will react with non-blood, but it's designed to go react primarily, or to react and show the presence of diluted blood.
So let me ask you a question, just to clarify really where I want to go with this, and that is, this looks like more than 54 marker potentials. Why are we seeing more in this than we see when we look at the overall normally lit photographs with the markers stuck to the wall?
The bright blue color from the blue star would indicate areas of possibly diluted blood being present on scene.
Look at that.
On both the walls and
That
the
poor
baseboard
boy.
and the floor.
No way to tell for sure whether all of those spots would be blood, though, correct?
Correct, not without sampling and good luck.
Okay. And if we could go on to 686.
Look at that.
Is this the overlay of 684 and 685?
Yes, sir.
Again, is this brighter than what's printed out in People's 686 in the binder in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Why do we not see, I'm looking at the floor with that bigger blood stain on the concrete there. Why is that part not blue, even though that's blood?
There could be a couple of reasons for it. One is the amount of blood might be so minimal that the blue star has no reaction with it, and therefore no reaction as shown in the other areas. Could also be due to the spraying of the luminol, the blue star, and areas that might receive more of the blue star reagent than other areas.
Is luminol and blue star essentially the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on what you're seeing in this particular scene, I'm going to make an assumption in the way I'm asking this question. If that's all a result of what happened to Gannon, based on your reviewing this scene and the autopsy report, is it likely that Gannon would not be up and walking around after suffering this attack?
From bloodstain pattern analysis, I can say that with it being Gannon's blood, he's on or near the floor for at least one, or in some cases, a minimum of 2 impact events, spatter producing events. But I'm not able to opine on his mobility in relation to that.
Well, you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's 4 blunt force trauma injuries to the head, right?
Yes, sir.
There's also the gunshot to the left chin / jawline.
Yes, sir.
In that autopsy report, it has trajectory of the bullet through the head area of Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Including potentially, according to the doctor, that it severed the spinal column.
Yes, sir.
So can you not make a likelihood determination based on that information in conjunction with your scene? Okay. As far as your report, we can take the photo down. As far as your report, we've already talked about the contents of it being based on lots of different things, right?
Yes, sir.
Your training and experience goes into producing this report?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes, sir.
Access to and review of other expert reports like the autopsy report and crime lab report, including DNA?
Yes, sir.
Would it be helpful for the jury to have access to your report in some point after you're on the stand?
Sustained.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for admission of People's Exhibit 682, which is his report, and that would be pursuant to CRE 1006.
Yeah, well, let me see the report. Thank you.
It's not that this witness isn't knowledgeable. It's just that he puts everybody to frickin' sleep. And that's not good when you have a trial like this. You need somebody that is a little more upbeat, that can keep the attention of the jurors, because trust me, if we're all falling asleep, do you think they're staying awake? You know, we need them listening to the, I'm lost. Like, I'm looking at him, I'm listening to him, but I can't tell you a darn thing about what he just said. Other than there's blood splatter. I got that. And you know, Blue Star was used. I got that.
The objection is sustained on a little bit different grounds. First of all, this is an expert report. To the extent that it requires expertise to understand any of the items that are contained in the report, the jury would not have this expert with them at the time to try and understand what the report meant. So there's not an expert to explain the items in the report that require expertise. To the extent that the report contains opinions that have already been offered by the expert, the report is cumulative to the expert's testimony. So I will deny admission of Exhibit 683.
Okay, thanks, Judge. And yep, I'll retrieve that from you, and then that is the conclusion of my questions.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm well, thank you.
All right. I want to ask some questions. If I'm incorrect, just let me know. The blood stains, were you able to determine kind of the size of those blood stains?
For the ones on the wall, yes, sir, they were a millimeter or less in size.
And what would that indicate to you? Would that indicate low velocity, medium velocity, or high velocity?
We don't use those velocity terms in bloodstain. What the size indicates is a spatter producing event. So that blood is broken up by some type of energetic activity.
Can you tell, based upon the size of the stains, what was the event that caused the spatter? And just for example, my understanding is like a gunshot is going to produce smaller spatter than blunt force trauma. And so based upon the size of the blood stains that were on the wall, can you make a determination or an educated guess on the mechanism?
No, sir. You're correct in that generally blood patterns produced by gunshot wounds create smaller blood drops and therefore smaller stains than you get with blunt force trauma. Based on the size of the stains, I don't feel that I can eliminate an event.
Is that because that it had been there? It appears there had been some effort to clean that, or is that because of the way that the Blue Star picks it up, or is there some other type of reason that we're not able to use the size of the blood stains to make a determination of the mechanism?
I would say it's a combination of the apparent removal of blood stains, such as by however you said, washing or cleaning, and the ability of the Blue Star to indicate the presence of diluted blood whose stains may be too small to actually see.
The gunshot wound to like the underside of the chin, what type of blood spatter would you expect that to create?
The term that we apply to blood associated with gunshot entrance wounds is called the back spatter. It's blood that has blood droplets that have come back towards the direction of force. So I would be looking for primarily blood stains, 1-2 millimeters in size, maybe less.
Or the gunshot wound, since that was only an entrance wound, would he have had to been facing the wall for any of the blood spatter to come from the gunshot wound?
Not necessarily facing the side of his head, could be positioned so a dispersion cone partially goes that way towards the wall.
And how close would he have had to been to the wall for the gunshot wound to cause the blood spatter?
There's no hard limiting data for that. It's usually looked at as being within 4 to 6 feet.
And so is the term like low velocity, medium velocity, and high velocity, is that no longer used in your field?
That's correct.
Okay.
Swigstein worked on those terms and replaced them.
When did you do that? A while ago?
Swigstein, we formed in 2002, so somewhere in the mid 2000s.
Okay. But I mean, there still is, my understanding is the mechanism will produce different size droplets of blood to spatter. So something that is contacting at very high velocity will make smaller blood stains. Something at a medium, blunt force trauma used to be referred to as medium velocity because it's kind of a medium speed of the blood flowing out. And then there was low velocity, that can come from like a knife wound or something like that. Is that so generally premise?
It's still generally looking at the preponderance of stain size. Yes, sir.
Are you able to make a determination based upon the size of any of the blood spatter that was on either one of the walls, whether they were caused by a sharp object like a knife wound or whether they were caused by something that'd be more akin to what we would call medium velocity in the old days of blunt force trauma?
I'm not able to.
Can you tell how many events took place to cause that blood spatter?
A minimum of 2 based on the dispersion of the blood and the direction blood drops have traveled. So the minimum is the best I can offer.
Can you offer a maximum?
No, sir.
Could it have been many? 10?
Again, I can't put a number to it, sir.
Would any of the events had to have occurred above the bed? Because we talked that some of them had to occur below the bed based upon where the spatter was. There's anything indicating that any of them would have had to occur above the bed?
I think it's possible, yes, sir.
Anything that you saw that would indicate one more than the other?
No, sir, not given the potential for cleanup.
You reviewed the autopsy?
Excuse me?
You reviewed the autopsy in this case?
The report, yes, sir.
You're aware there were also 2 bullet projectiles found in the pellet case when Gannon was recovered?
I'm not remembering it independently, sir.
Okay. You didn't see anything in that room that would indicate an object that had been struck by a bullet?
Correct, I did not.
And lastly, you're not here out of the goodness of your heart.
No, sir.
You're getting paid by the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir.
How much are you getting paid?
Our company rate is $295 an hour.
Do you know how many hours you put in on this?
I don't remember the billing hours I did for my on-scene analysis and the report. It's more hours than I billed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir, for the questions.
So we got a discount? You were asked about different sizes of these, the potential for different sizes by Mr. Tellini. You testified previously, though, that each one of these was 1 millimeter or less. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did the fact that this area appeared to have been cleaned up impair your ability to find bigger and smaller size blood stains on this wall?
That's possible, yes.
You were asked about the number of events, and you said minimum of 2, but you could not give a maximum.
That's correct.
In reference to that, you obviously saw the autopsy report.
Yes, sir.
So could it have included enough events to include 4 blunt force trauma injuries, 18 stab wounds, and 1 gunshot wound? Can it go that high?
It's possible, factoring in that incised wounds, such as were reported for Gannon's hands and arms, they can act as blood sources as well to produce spatter stains.
Meaning, let me break in there. Do you mean that an arm might be moving and causing blood to fly off the arm?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Griffin?
My brain is numb to think of any
Thank you,
questions.
sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
You know, he's very knowledgeable, but I think it was the pausing, that long pause, and that,
All right, ladies
you know,
and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:25, we should be able to start time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Please remember the instructions that I give you about leaving the jury room. You don't want to cause Mr. Combs to tear out his hair for obvious reasons, you can see. So with that, we will take our break. All rise for the jury, please.
yeah, I think sweep. I think that's what got me, is just his pace, because you lose track of the question waiting on him to answer. I think I'm not sure what it is. I just know it's something. It was something that I couldn't.
Thank you. You may all be seated.
Maybe it was
Record should
everything.
reflect the
I don't
jury
know.
has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Which means anything you need to stop.
It's all right.
She doesn't look very happy. Like she's awfully slow, you know, getting up out of the chair. She's sluggish. It just kind of sucks. But this guy that was just on there, you know, we have all learned. Now, granted, his particular company was established, I think he said, in 1999, after he left the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. And so he kind of has this principle in his office that, you know, they're not going to talk about high velocity, medium velocity, low velocity blood spatter. They come off with other things. But what I think they were trying to state is that because Letecia Stauch cleaned that area right away, those droplets of blood that would present what we would know as low velocity, medium velocity, and high velocity were not present. It was just different specks on there that she had missed, or that, these are very small specks all over the wall. But you could clearly see where she had been trying to clean up the baseboards. You could see the rust type staining on the baseboards. You could, and even on the small screen, I could see the outlines of these things that they were talking about. So, shot, stab, blunt force trauma. What does it say? So I'm hearing correctly. She stopped, sat. No, not she. The autopsy revealed blunt force trauma, and we're just now learning from that testimony it was 4 blunt force trauma, 18 stab or 13 stab wounds, and 1 gunshot wound is, I think, what they said. It's either 13 or 18, I believe, of those stab wounds. I can't remember correctly. But it wasn't just the blunt force trauma. It wasn't just the stabbing. It wasn't just that. It was all 3. This kid fought for his life, and he had a lot of defensive wounds. And the witness before this guy here was a female that did the forensics on this crime scene. She was the senior crime scene investigator or whatever, forensic investigator out there. And, she was saying, talking about the directional patterns of certain blood drops. But what they're all saying is because it was cleaned up, they're not getting, if it was dried, it would be different. You could see those large splatters that show it's a medium velocity. But what we're seeing here is, to me, it almost looks like high velocity because of how tiny it is, because it's almost like a spray or a mist. But they're the experts. They're the experts that study this stuff all the time. I do not. And I can barely see what they're talking about, on I've got a 20-inch here, screen TV, our second screen on the computer. And I would love to put it onto the TV. I got a 70-inch screen TV literally right in front of me. But this computer is not hooked up to it. But that would be fun. I bet you I probably could hook the big screen up to this. I just need a long enough HDMI cord. It'll have to be like, 10 or 12 feet. Right? So, but this guy, he was knowledgeable about what he was talking about. I think he was there to help, but he was very distractive because of how long it took him to answer questions, how long it took him to find the examples in the book. It's like he almost looked at every single photo like twice. And then after looking at this big stack of photos twice, he's like, oh, this one and this one. And it was like at the top, and it's I think it was getting a little frustrating, I think is the word that we can use for that, frustrating. It was a frustrating witness. He was a nice witness. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, he looked sweet, and maybe, and I don't like to say like maybe age played a role in it. I don't know, but he just seemed awfully slow. And we heard that he was like a professor or taught a class or something like that. And I'm thinking after he started talking, man, I'd be falling asleep. I'd be getting an F in his class. It'd be hard for me to keep my eyes open. And then while I was here, I'm sure you guys heard me clanking around in the kitchen. I got to tell you, I didn't eat this whole thing just now. I've been eating on it for like 2 weeks. It's like done, right? But what I do is I get this like 1% milk fat cottage cheese, and then I get like the light and fit yogurt. Yeah. And so what is this? Is this a quarter cup or a half cup? Yeah, this is a half cup. So I take a half cup of this and a half of the Light and Fit yogurt, my favorite kind of Light and Fit yogurt, and I mix it together. It's a low calorie snack and it's really filling. So that's what I do. So I thought I'd share that with you, because what you heard me doing in there is getting some cottage cheese and putting my Light and Fit yogurt in it. Like I put a half a cup of it in here in a half a cup, a half a container of Light and Fit yogurt in a half a cup of cottage cheese, low-fat cottage cheese. It is amazing. It tastes so good. And I like get strawberry and banana. Yum, yum. Right? Yum, yum. I know. We always talk about food in here. And I wonder why I'm gaining weight. It's all your fault. Actually, it's Mike's fault. I blame this 100% on Mike. And I'm not talking about Uncle Mike either. I'm talking about Mike Stevens. You know who you are. You and all your Big Macs. Take those Big Macs with you. We love you too, Uncle Mike. Bring it in. Bring it in. Right? No. Anyways. But that guy, he lost me. So, I mean, I really don't have a whole lot to say on this break, right? Like, I really don't, because my brain is numb. And I have to think that we are, we have a lot of mixed bag of nuts in here, okay? We got like 130 something people in here right now. And I have to think that like 98% of us have numb brain right now. We have a new term called numb brain. Okay? Numb brain. We're numb in the brain. And that guy did it. So if we're like that and we're like really spent and it was hard to listen to him give his expert opinion or expert testimony in this matter, like the people on the Juror, they probably, that had to have been hard on them, trying to pay attention, trying to follow. Like he was not very clear. Like the younger girl, like she was able to explain things. She was, she didn't give a lot of time. She was very knowledgeable, very professional. He was like, you asked him a question, it was like, well, at 84A through 38A through 40B, you got this splatter here, and it was just, it was, I wasn't, it lost me. I'm sure he was a great witness. I'm sure he was a knowledgeable witness, but if we're falling asleep, so are the people in that jury box, period. So not much to say about that. I think the consensus is, she is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. Again, this particular not guilty plea is basically saying, yes, I killed Gannon Stout, but I did it because I was insane at the time of killing him. That is what you're saying. So the cloud of whether she did this or not, she, by her plea alone, she is acknowledging she committed this crime. I just want that to sink into everybody. She's already admitted she killed Gannon by her plea right now. Not guilty by reason of insanity. I did it because I'm insane and therefore didn't know what I was doing and should be found not guilty. So now that she put this plea in, and I think that is what kind of got her daughter, because even the defense was raising that when her daughter was on the stand. Oh, they told you that she was pretty much guilty because of her plea. Well, that is what she's saying. She's saying she killed the boy. She's saying she did all this. Her reason for her doing it is because she's insane and should be found not guilty because of it. Oh, you guys kill me. Temporary insanity, the same as insane. There's temporary insanity. So, for example, this is probably the best example of temporary insanity that I can come up with. Now, this doesn't mean that this is your slam dunk defense in a case like this, but this just kind of explains the insanity portion for temporary insanity. So say a husband comes home from work and catches his wife and another man in bed together, and he just picks up a gun and shoots the guy. Doesn't think about it, doesn't, he doesn't know what's going on. There's a man on top of his wife. He picks up a gun, he shoots him. That's probably the best I can explain for temporary insanity. They're not thinking of it. They're in shock. Their brain, it's gone for that moment. So, there is that, but I don't think she's going to be able to prove, because even in temporary insanity, the people know that, they got to call the cops. Like this chick here tried to hide. And that's why I said this is the reason why she's not going to be successful in this, plea, not guilty plea. Because first of all, she was cognizant before something happened to him. She was cognizant after something happened to him. She tried to hide. She tried to deceive. She tried to hide the crime she committed. That takes action. That takes thought. That takes a conscience. She's thinking and processing this stuff. In what you typically see in not guilty by reason of insanity is when a person doesn't really hide or conceal the crime, because in their mind, because they're insane, they don't think anything is wrong with their actions. So if there's nothing wrong with their actions, they're not going to try to hide and conceal and anything like that. Now, not that everybody that doesn't hide and conceal is insane. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that these are actions that you would see indicative to an insanity, a successful insanity defense. And I just don't think this is going to be successful for the reasons that I stated. It just, she's already showing she's not insane by the actions that happened after Gannon went missing. And nobody heard about all these other personalities until after she was already taken to jail. And then all of a sudden she's got Marie. They're having a fiesta in her head, right? She's got Maria, she's got Nicole, she's got Taylor. They're just having this girls' day out in the county jail there while she's waiting her trial. All of a sudden, when she goes to jail, it's popping, right? She's got parties going on and stuff in her head. It's insane. And next thing you know, she's and then they're like, she's screaming, and I don't know. Her daughter, when that attorney started asking her daughter some questions, and her daughter looked at him like, have you lost your ever loving mind? And some of the questions she answered, and she's like, no. like she was like, no, that never happened. And I don't know where they got these stories from, but the only thing I can think of is that these are stories that Letecia told them and said, if you say this or ask her about this, she'll back me up. And what she's saying probably behind the scenes is the same things that she said to her daughter when they were on the run, and her daughter was none the wiser. And that was, what did she say? Literally, it's just went like that. And it was gone. And I never even found out the other thing that I forgot to ask. Remember, I was talking about something else and it just went away just like that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it'll come back to me. And it never came back to me. Now this one went, and I wonder if it'll come back to me. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, Lord. I'm already tired. We have been going on. We're about to cross 10 hours on this live. We're at 9 hours, 50 minutes, and 39 seconds. That is a long day. And you got to remember, I was up hours before we started because we got this live kicking at a little before 7:30. I had it set for 7:30 and we started it definitely, I think like 10 minutes before 7:30. And I was up, I think this morning around 2:45, just to put it in perspective for you. So like 2:45 is when I woke up this morning. So at 2:45 this afternoon, I had already been up 12 hours. And it's almost, so I've been working for about 15 hours today. 15 hours. Holy moly. Holy moly. She is unbelievable. Only upset to me. Waste of our tax dollars. That's why I don't understand. You know, you can clearly tell she's not participating in her trial. I honestly believe that she knew she was going to be found guilty. She's doing this whole innocent by reason of insanity thing because she just wants out of her cell. Like she knows she's about to be in that thing for a very, very long time. And I think she's just wanting to drag this out because she's getting out. Right? After this, she's done. She's going to be in there because even if they do appeals, the appeals are going to go nowhere, but she's going to be able to go out to the hearings on those too. But I think at those hearings, because it's not really a public trial, so to speak, I mean, I guess it is public, but you know, she's more inclined to probably be in shackles and chains for those types of hearings. This, she gets to be put in street clothes. She doesn't have to be in shackles. I mean, she does have to sit in a chair, but in all fairness, she had a comfortable chair that she could rock in. You know, I mean, for like me, my back, holy crap, I would be dying if I was in a fixed chair, you know?
It's just how many.
So we're back up, guys.
Right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
But she had a comfortable chair he had to take away because of her
Let's go ahead.
conduct in his courtroom.
Man, I wish there was a way to cool it down, but
It's hot here today.
Thank you, Linda Lou. I enjoy your guys' company as well.
All rise for the jury, please.
All rise. Bailiff Betty in the house. Bailiff Betty.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Records could reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We'd call Detective Pete Woods to the stand.
Oop, throw in your camera, Judge.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand. It'll be up there. Somebody else already did that, so that's okay. Raise your right hand, sister. You swear from the testimony back on this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and see the witness stand.
You're not the only one that did that either, so.
It's all good.
Good afternoon, Detective. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Peter Andrew Woods.
Ooh, I like his
Detective at the Myrtle
accent.
Beach Police Department. Spelling of my last name is Woods.
How long have you been with the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
I'm starting my 16th year with the Myrtle Beach Police Department.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
Prior to that, I did 20 years with the New York
What
City
is that?
Police Department.
That
I would've
New
never
York or
guessed that in a
Boston
million
accent?
So, is my math correct? 36 years of law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing now for the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
The last 7 years, I've been assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force of the FBI.
I believe
as a
you,
Myrtle Beach
Hunting.
detective
I
representing
think the same thing.
interest of Myrtle Beach Police Department,
Excuse me for
domestic
coughing. I don't know
terrorism
what's
and
going on in the
international
afternoon.
terrorism.
In March of 2020, what were you doing for the Myrtle Beach Police Department?
I was still assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We were made aware of a person that was wanted by
Joint
the
Terrorist Task
the El
Force.
Paso
Holy
County
crap.
Sheriff's Office, and I took part in. I gave a briefing for the arrest of a person that was wanted.
Would that have been on March 2nd of 2020?
The briefing, yes, was conducted at 8 a.m. at the Myrtle Beach Police Annex located in the city of Myrtle Beach at 3340 Mustang Street. I briefed the Myrtle Beach Street Crime Unit and the Myrtle Beach SWAT police officers.
And who was the person that you were briefing about, I guess, to arrest?
A woman named Letecia Stauch.
And was there a warrant for her arrest out of Colorado, El Paso County, I think?
Yes, there was.
And so who was involved in this briefing?
Myself, I conducted the briefing, but it was the members of the Lieutenant Jeremiah Beam and all of his members of his street crime unit, and Sergeant at the time Smith and members of his SWAT unit.
Were the FBI involved in this briefing?
They were also there earlier, and it was Special Agent Grant Lowe was there, and another TFO, Ryan Sipe, task force officer.
And what did you brief about? What was the purpose of this briefing?
We were made aware of that Letecia Stauch would be dropping her daughter off at the Air Force recruiting station. The Air Force recruiting station is located in the city of Myrtle Beach at 1100 Coastal Way, and that she'd be dropping her daughter off there. It was determined for safety reasons that once, in South Carolina law, anyone under the age of 18 is considered a juvenile. So when she was dropped off, we figured it was the best opportunity to take her Letecia into custody without anyone being hurt.
You mentioned this Letecia Stauch's daughter. Do you know what her name was?
Haley Hunt.
Was it Harley?
Harley Hunt.
Harley Hunt. And did you have pictures or photographs of these individuals so you know who you're talking about?
We had done previous surveillance before leading up to the arrest, so we knew what she looked like and we knew what Letecia looked like.
Okay. And do you see this woman named Letecia Stauch in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's wearing a white blouse with patterns of like flowers, other figures on it.
Seated to my left here?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So how did you get this information that she was going to drop Harley off at a Air Force recruiting station?
Special Agent Grant Lowe was in contact with El Paso and also with the FBI folks out here in Denver. So they had gotten us that information.
And do you know how long the defendant and her daughter were under surveillance?
For me, we had started watching her since the Thursday before. The arrest was taking place on that Monday. So since that Thursday, we watched Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
There was an explosion in Manhattan, New York.
And then you later learned on Monday.
With a collapse at 57 Ann Park Street parking garage collapse after an explosion.
Having the defendant arrested after her daughter was dropped off?
The significance was as far as safety for all concerned, because she was in a house with other people, and that was a search warrant was done at that house also. But we wanted the least amount of people at the time when we would take her into custody.
And did you have surveillance units out there on March 2nd, 2020, following them and watching all these activities take place?
Special Agent Grant Lowe followed them into the city and gave updates to all of the the Myrtle Beach Street Crime Unit, myself, and all the other people that were set up at the mall waiting for them.
And so Was there a point in time where it became safe?
I
to
actually
make
think
this
the bow
arrest
tie
of
makes the
Letecia
judge
Stauch?
look dapper.
Yes, once it was seen that the daughter was in with the recruiter and that Letecia was driving the vehicle from the scene, that was the best situation for safety for everyone, and that's when she was arrested.
And describe the arrest for the jury. How'd it go down?
She is driving away from the recruiting station, and a vehicle from behind and a vehicle from the front turn on the police blue lights and give commands to stop the vehicle. And Sergeant Smith and Police Officer Cooper approach the vehicle, take her out of the vehicle, place her in handcuffs. She subsequently searched, and the arrest took place less than a minute.
During this process, were you present? Could you see this happen?
Yes, I could. From where I was also sitting, we were all sitting in different places. I witnessed the whole thing.
Was the defendant the only one in this vehicle?
Yes, she was.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It's a minivan. It's dark in color, and it had property in it. So once she was removed from the vehicle was closed. The keys were taken. It was taken to the Myrtle Beach Police Annex, which is located at 3340 Mustang, and it was placed in a secure area for the FBI crime scene people to process it.
And we'll get there in just a sec. I want to talk about the actual stop of Miss Stauch. Were these other vehicles that you described, one in front and one behind, were they marked police cars?
No, they were unmarked cars, but they had obvious police lights. They had the SWAT officers had uniforms where you could visibly see police written on the uniforms and the police patch of the Myrtle Beach Police Department.
Did the defendant stop?
Yes, she did.
Did she cooperate with the arrest?
She complied. She immediately got out of the vehicle and complied with all their requests.
She didn't try to run or didn't try to do anything like that?
She did not.
What were the individuals, where were you at during this arrest?
Approximately 25 yards away.
Did she seem to understand that those were police officers who were stopping her and complying with their orders?
Yes, she did.
Now, you talked about the van being taken to a secure facility to be searched. Were you present when that van was searched?
Later that night, yes, I was present for when actually people, the Special Agent Debbie Gordon of the FBI, when she went to process the van, had me walk around the van with her from the outside. She took photographs of it, and the van was secure, wasn't unlocked yet. And when we did that walk around, more correct, she noticed the suitcase, and she requested me to obtain a search warrant for the suitcase that was in the van.
Your Honor, with that, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 355 through 370.
I assume they're photographs.
3 items are not photographs.
Okay. But there is a stipulation of 355 to 370. Right. All right. Exhibits 355 through 370 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We're going to publish with the court's permission People's Exhibit 355. Can I approach and move the ESO, Your Honor?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What do we see in People's Exhibit 355, Detective Woods?
That is the van that Letecia was driving that day, and that is the Myrtle Beach Police Annex, where the vehicle was towed to from the scene of Coastal Mall.
We can go to 356 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 356?
356 is now, we've already obtained the warrant to search the suitcase. Now, Special Agent Gordon has opened the doors and has started taking pictures of the property that's in the van.
And I want to turn your attention to what appears to be an envelope in the center dash there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you know who that envelope was addressed to?
When it was taken out, I could see it was addressed to Letecia Stauch.
Okay, we'll go to 357. Is that the envelope we're talking about?
Yes.
And is the defendant's name on there?
Yes, it is.
We can go to 358 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 358?
The largest thing is the suitcase, which is pink with polka dots, pink and white polka dots.
Is that the suitcase you alluded to earlier where you had to get a warrant for?
Yes.
We see a placard 1 in the driver's seat there. Do you know what was in that item?
There was a cell phone in that area.
Okay. We can now go to People's Exhibit 359. What do we see in 359?
That was the suitcase that I had Detective Daniel Eddy of the Myrtle Beach Police Department go to the magistrate's office to get a warrant just to search that. He brought it down to me, and I delivered that to Special Agent Debbie Gordon of the crime scene unit of the FBI.
And this suitcase, is that the position it was in prior to anyone going into this van?
Yes.
We go to People's Exhibit 360. What do we see in People's Exhibit 360?
The suitcase is now taken out of the van and is being processed by Agent Gordon.
There's some gloves and some scissors to your right on a table. And to your left, there's a box that is People's Exhibit 361. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to ask you to cut that box open on the red tape on the top of it. And let's see what's inside. So the record's clear. Detective Woods has just pulled what appears to be a suitcase out of the box. Is that the suitcase that you found in the van back on March 2nd, 2020?
This is it.
If you could possibly hold that up and just kind of display it to the jury, I'll move this box out of your way. Now, there appears to be some tags on the top of the bag. Do you know what names are on those tags?
I'm looking at it. Says Letecia Stauch. It says Letecia Stauch and has a phone number. You want me to put the phone number?
No, that's okay. That's all we need. All right. At this time, I also want to show you People's Exhibit 405, which is an exhibit that's already in evidence. You see that suitcase anywhere in this picture? Appears to be the same suitcase that you recovered from the van.
Yes, it is.
You can go ahead and resume your seat. Thanks. You can go to People's Exhibit 362 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 362?
It's the same suitcase that we have here, and there's a blanket, blue blanket.
Did you see any blood on the inside of this suitcase?
I saw what I believe to be blood on the blanket, yes.
Could you point that area where you believe there to be blood? There's a pointer up there somewhere too, Detective.
Red handle one.
We're old school here in Colorado, so we've got I bet you're an expert.
There's no point.
I can, here you go.
Oh, it's on the. Oh, we got it.
So
Yeah. 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 And here.
And you said it appeared to be blood. It was it pretty obvious to you that?
I most likely believed it to be blood. Yes.
Did you guys note that when you opened the suitcase up? I mean, you didn't say it's ketchup or anything like that, right? You can go ahead and resume your seat. We can go to 363. What do we see in People's Exhibit 363?
The blanket is laid out. It's laid out. Processing.
We go to 364. Why do we have this picture?
More, which appears to be blood on the blanket.
And 366. What do we see in People's Exhibit 366?
The contents that were underneath the blanket in that same suitcase that's here.
People's 367.
Is the contents being processed?
Are you slowly removing items out of the suitcase?
I was not. Debbie Gordon was doing that. I was there. Stayed here till the conclusion of this whole search.
Okay. And how about 368? What do we see in 368?
Black bag.
Now this says placard 1. Does this relate to the placard 1 that we saw earlier in the driver's seat?
Yes, it was. That was in the driver's seat, right here.
And then we can go to 369. What do you see in 369?
That is a cell phone that was in that bag.
And do you see any names on this screenshot of the cell phone?
I see Tisha again, and that is the same spelling as is what's on the suitcase.
And then 370 should be there in front of you. It's a physical exhibit. Already evidence. What is 370?
This is that phone that is being shown in that picture.
That's the phone that we see in the picture.
Yes, it is.
Did you or your agency eventually ship these items or have them shipped back to El Paso County College?
The phone was taken for processing and everything was sent back to El Paso.
And were you aware what Ms. Stout was doing after she was arrested?
She was taken also to 3340 Mustang for processing.
And are you aware of any medical concerns that she was claiming at that time? I'm just asking if he's aware at this time.
Yeah, no, I'm going to sustain it unless he heard it from the defendant.
Did you have any contact with the defendant?
Not about medical issues, no.
Did you watch any of her interview?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her address any medical issues?
None.
Okay. We won't ask you that question then. Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
That exhibit up.
Sure.
That. Which name is the same name as the name on the suitcase?
One says Tisha.
Is it Tisha or Tila?
I have to look close. I am wrong. That's not Tisha.
Okay, it's Tila.
Yes.
No further questions.
I'm sorry to be direct.
No, thanks, Sean.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Woods? No? All right. All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down. Once you step.
I just had a second to retrieve the exhibit, Sean.
Yes.
For the record, Gunner, since this item is already admitted, it's okay to access punishment.
You need to identify her.
This is going to be. Where is that? Receipt 65.
All right. 365 has been admitted. You can publish it. Are you going to be having witnesses use this stuff next?
No.
Set it down on this side so that they can get by. Thank you.
That watched the screens with? With this over here.
Yeah, please. Okay, great. Thank you. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, John Price.
Mr. Price, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear to affirm the testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Detective John, spelled Jon, Price, Price.
Mr. Price, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
21 years.
What sort of roles have you held in law enforcement?
I've worked in the jail, I've worked on the road as a patrol deputy, and I've worked as a detective.
How long have you been in your current detective role?
6 years.
What sort of assignments have you had as a detective?
I've worked in sex crimes, financial crimes, and currently as a homicide detective.
Okay. What was your assignment back in January of 2020?
I was a homicide detective.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that case?
I was assigned to primarily be at the searches of the house and also the vehicles, and later on that kind of morphed into tracking some of the physical evidence as well.
How many times did you go out to the house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
I believe it was 5 or 6.
Okay. Each time you would go out to the house,
I can say they've all
would you
do
use
that
new information
at
that
the
was
defense table.
gained through the investigation as a reason to go look for potentially more things in the house?
Yes.
You mentioned that you also got into some vehicles as well. Is that right?
Yes.
What vehicles did you have a chance to search vehicles? Which vehicles?
I was a part of the search of the Tiguan and the Jetta.
Okay. And what information did you have as it relates to the Jetta? Whose vehicle did you understand that to be?
Harley's.
Harley Hunt?
Yes.
And then the Tiguan, who did you understand that vehicle?
The defendant.
We're going to hear from other witnesses at some point in this trial, but did you search with people from the FBI, the Tiguan?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the Jetta first. Was that search conducted on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with People's Exhibits 709 and 710.
Right, go ahead.
Please take a look at People 709 and 710. And let me know when you're done looking at them. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They are labeled as being identification documents belonging to Harley Hunt and Letecia Stauch, which were collected from the Jetta, and they have my markings on them.
So did you actually collect those items from that Jetta on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
You should have, I don't know if you want to wear gloves for those items or not. We're going to open those up. If you want to wear gloves, go ahead and do that. And there should be some scissors there. And let's start with People 709. So you've got the items out of People 709 now?
Yes.
Do you recognize those items specifically?
Yes.
Are they in the same condition today, or roughly the same condition today as when you collected them back on January 31st?
Yes.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 709.
Okay. Exhibit 709 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What documents do we have in People's 709? And just explain that to the jury, please.
709 has Harley Hunt's passport. It has her social security card, has a passport photo, and a South Carolina school document pertaining to Harley Hunt.
Okay. Are you familiar with passports?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how sometimes passports will get stamps in them if you visit foreign countries?
Yes.
Can you look through Harley Hunt's passport and tell us if there are any stamps in there for any visits to foreign countries?
There is a stamp for Jamaica, December 14th, 2017. That's the only stamp I see.
And that's it. Okay. Go ahead and remove replace those documents back into the evidence envelope. And then I'm going to get those off your desk there. While I'm doing that, if you could go ahead and open up 17. So preliminary questions, do you recognize the documents that you pulled out of the envelope that we have marked with an evidence sticker 710?
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day you collected them back on January 31st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move for admission of People's Exhibit 710.
That's objection. Exhibit 710 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What items do we have inside of People's Exhibit 710?
710 has Letecia Stauch's United States passport, has a passport photo, a security public library card with the name Tisha on it, a social security card in the name Letecia L. Harden, a social security card in the name of Letecia Harden Stout.
I don't want you to read the social security numbers, but is the social security number the same on both of those documents?
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is from a cruise. It kind of a spending card from a cruise in the name of Letecia Stauch. Marriage certificate between Letecia and Albert. A photocopy of the same marriage certificate. This is a printout of an email.
No, that's okay.
Photocopies of a South Carolina driver's license and the 2 social security cards.
What are the names on those documents of that photocopy?
Letecia Stauch and Letecia Harden, respectively. And a photocopy of the passport.
What's the name on the passport?
Letecia Stauch.
Are there, in any of those documents that we just looked at, any documents with any other names for our first name and then Stauch? Any Taylor Stauch or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you're opening up a secondary envelope that was contained in the evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a general email. A letter from the Federal Bureau of Investigation to Letecia Stauch. A North Carolina birth certificate for Letecia Stauch. A verification of K-12 educator experience form.
What is there a name on that one?
It's difficult to read. Or it's Harry County Schools.
Is it Horry County Schools?
Yeah. That does have the name Letecia Stauch on it.
Okay.
A infant child CPR certificate in the name of Eugene Stauch.
Okay.
A behavioral health consultation information form.
Okay.
An appointment reminder form for Letecia Stauch. A American Red Cross infant child CPR form for Letecia Stauch. A medical report for Letecia Stauch, and a second page of that.
Okay. Go ahead and put those items back in that secondary envelope, and then I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
Hey, everybody that's coming in, welcome.
Do that
Just
later.
watching the
Okay.
ending of the trial for the day. It should be
Any documents
ending
in
in the
there
next hour.
that would that were addressed to or belong to a name on them with Maria Sanchez?
No.
Okay. Accessing the passport that you have there for Letecia Stauch. Okay. Again, looking for stamps for visits to foreign countries. Are there any stamps in Letecia Stauch's passport for visits to foreign countries?
There's a stamp dated October 22nd, 2017. I can't read it. It says Department of Homeland Security, U.S. So I think that's called a re-entry stamp, perhaps.
Okay.
A Jamaica stamp, December 14th, 2017. A Mexico stamp, July 24th, 2018. That appears to be all the stamps.
So are there any stamps in there from Australia?
No.
Are there any stamps in there for Colombia?
No.
Okay. You can go ahead and set that to the side. And then as it relates to the T1, I mentioned that we're going to get into a more extensive search through some FBI agents later on in this trial. But did you do a search of that particular vehicle on February 1st of 2020?
Yes.
I may approach with People's Exhibit 325.
You may.
Have you had a chance to look at that item, 325?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it is labeled as a receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport dated January 28th from the front passenger seat of, and it's cut off there, but I know it's the Tiguan.
Okay. Is that an item that you actually seized from that T1 search on February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Will you go ahead and open up that envelope, please? Do you recognize the item that's inside of People's Exhibit 325?
Yes.
Is it in fact that parking receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
Yes.
All right, move for admission at 325.
No objection. All right, Exhibit 325 will be admitted.
Is there printing on that, automated printing from the Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the parking arrangements at the Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes.
Have you gone there both professionally and personally?
Yes.
Okay. So to obtain that type of a receipt from the Colorado Springs Airport, what do you have to do?
When you enter in a vehicle, you get a parking voucher ticket, and then as you exit, you would pay for the amount of time that you've been parked in that parking lot, and you would get a receipt like this as you exited.
Does it stamp on there time stamps to understand when somebody potentially entered or exited that parking area?
Yes, the entry time is January 28th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. and the exit time is January 28th, 2020 at 7:02 p.m.
That type of evidence, parking receipts from an airport like that where there's stamping time stamps on there, does that help determine movement?
Yes.
Somebody?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why this particular item was seized in this investigation?
Yes.
Were there other things that you collected from vehicles that ended up not necessarily being helpful to the investigation?
Sure.
Things like dirt samples or vegetation samples from the undercarriage, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Did that lead to any sort of investigative leads that allowed you to pursue what might have happened with Gannon?
They did not lead very far, no.
Okay. You have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
So I have your own. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Mr. Cook?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Detective Price, hi.
Good afternoon.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm representing along with Mr. Leilani Letecia Stauch. Do you remember writing a report on February the 18th of 2020, and you requested a laboratory examination of quite a few different items?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like I'm looking at 15 different items that you requested to be tested. DNA profiles were requested to be developed from those items. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know if all the testing was done and completed ultimately on those?
I believe sometimes the lab omits certain items based on their own judgment of the best use of resources. So I'm not sure if every single item was eventually tested, but I know certainly many of them were.
But if I'm telling you, I'm looking at this report where you requested 15 items be tested, you have no reason to believe that you didn't follow through with that and actually order those items to be tested.
I did. I ordered those to be tested.
Do the labs, the scientist or the phlebotomist or the serologist or the DNA analyst, do they have the ability to reject a request for a test? Can they say, I'm going to override you, detective, I'm not testing this, and this is why? Or I'm sorry,
they do have discretion as to what they test.
Okay. Do they usually get back and say, hey, I don't think we need to test this, detective, and this is why, and y'all agree?
Sometimes.
Or will they just unilaterally not test something?
It depends on the circumstance, specific.
Okay. So in this investigation, this was a huge investigation, correct?
Yes.
You've had several, there's been several other deputies that have come up and testified that this was the biggest one they'd ever seen.
It's quite large, yes.
This between the search and the multi-state nature of this investigation, this is the biggest thing by far they had ever been involved in.
That's a fair statement, sure.
Okay. And in fact, you collected air filters from a Kia Rio, cabin air filters from a Kia Rio, and soil debris from the wheel well of a Kia Rio. Is that correct? And ultimately, the soil debris was sent up to a scientist or an expert in Fort Collins, and they couldn't make heads or tails of anything. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. What specifically are you looking for, though, when you're collecting soil debris from the wheel well of a car?
At the point that those items were collected, we had not yet located Gannon. And so we were looking for different soil and different vegetation, which might give us a clue where those vehicles had traveled to, and thus give us an idea of the travel patterns or where he might be located at.
Okay. At that time, did you believe that the Kia Rio had been used to dispose of Gannon's body, or did law enforcement believe that?
It was a possibility.
It was a possibility. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it looks like no stone was left unturned. I mean, the engine air filter from the Tiguan, swabs of the undercarriage of the Tiguan, the Jetta that was driven by Harley. I mean, everything was swabbed, air filters were examined, everything was done.
It was a very thorough investigation of this.
And what date was the Jetta and the Tiguan taken into custody or seized by law enforcement?
Don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
If I told you those vehicles were seized before the house at Mandan Drive was locked down or seized by police, would that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
Okay. If I told you that quite a few days passed between the seizure of these vehicles, seizures of Miss Stauch's, the defendant, Miss Stauch's telephone, if several days passed from those events to when the house was actually seized and locked off, would that sound right to you?
No. We searched the house on January 28th, which was fairly early on.
Okay, but I'm saying when the house was actually seized on February 7th, like nobody coming in going, we're putting up the tape.
Okay, I agree with you on that. Yes.
Why did it take so long? If you had Miss Stauch on the radar, you had taken her phone, you had taken her cars, you had taken her daughter's cars, you had all this stuff. Why did it take so long to take seizure and control of the house?
That's above my pay grade.
Okay, that wasn't your call.
Yeah, I'm just a little fish.
Okay.
I'm just a little fish, he says.
I even saw in one of the vehicles there were insects collected from the vehicle to have them tested to figure out where that car had been. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Don't see that a lot in an investigation, do you?
First time I've ever seen it, yes.
Me too. Have you ever heard of a closed, and I'm talking about travel now, switching. Have you ever heard of a closed loop cruise, as in a cruise ship?
Personally, no, I haven't.
Okay. And do you know in a closed loop cruise you don't have to have passports?
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that on certain cruise stops, cruises will go around to different islands and stop at different places, that in certain cruises you do not have to have a passport to get into the country?
I've never been on a cruise. I have no personal experience with cruises.
Okay. And did you know that there were cruise lines that will travel the Caribbean, the Bahamas, Jamaica?
Judge objection. He's already said he doesn't know anything about cruises.
Yeah.
I can.
If he doesn't know anything about cruises, he doesn't know anything about cruises.
I never tried their big fish, I have to say, Linda Lou.
Do you know if passport stamps are required of U.S. citizens going to other countries in all situations, or are there exceptions?
I don't know.
Okay. And again, you don't have any idea about closed loop cruises.
Boy, Haley, you don't mince your words, do you?
No, I don't.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor? Me. That's all I have. Thank you, Detective. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
You direct?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Price? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Before he leaves, Judge, can we have him put the items back in the evidence?
I think that's probably a pretty good idea.
Thank you, Detective.
And just so that the record is clear, what you have there is one exhibit, but it also has an envelope in it that has different documents in that envelope.
There was 2 exhibits. One of the exhibits did have a secondary envelope in it, and that's why I was making that record about pulling that secondary envelope out.
So we just need to make sure that secondary envelope gets back to the exhibit that it's supposed to be in. Put it on the table. All right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We would call Amber Cronin. And Judge, while we're bringing Ms. Cronin into the to testify, we're going to be playing some more of these recorded phone calls that we did earlier in the trial. There's, I think, 4 total, and I can tell you the length of them if you'd like me to.
Please.
So People's Exhibit 51, which was previously, hold on just a second, was previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, is 46 minutes long. People's Exhibit 52, previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, is 1 hour and 4 minutes long. Then we have a disc that will be admitted through Ms. Cronin that is 27 minutes and 44 seconds long. And then People's Exhibit 53 is another call that was admitted under Mr. Stout, but will be published under Ms. Cronin, 29 minutes and 34 seconds.
All right, Ms. Cronin, if you would raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You confirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. And go ahead and have a seat. Mr. Allen, are we going to be using that easel?
No, should I get that out of the way?
I think Mr. Combs would appreciate it.
Be hard to get out if we don't.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you, sir.
Let's see things here. I'll get them.
Okay. All right, Mr. Allen.
All right. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Very well.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Amber Cronin, AMBERCRONAN.
Ms. Cronin, what do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the FBI?
About 15 years.
What training do you have that allows you to do the job you currently do?
I went through Quantico, which is about 5 months, and then I've had additional training since then, periodic training.
Do you also have education that you use to allow you to do the job you do?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in criminology and criminal justice.
Did you also serve in the military?
Yes, I did.
Did that help? Does that help you in the job you do as well?
Yes.
What was your job in the military?
I was a military intelligence analyst for 6.5 years.
Okay. What role do you currently serve with the FBI? I know you said special agent, but what does that mean?
Specifically, I'm assigned to work all the crime that occurs at the Federal Correctional Complex in Florence, Colorado.
Do you sometimes get tasked to help out with potentially other local crimes that occur here in the 4th Judicial District?
Yes, as part of the Colorado Springs Resident Agency, we help out.
Okay. What were your assignments back in January of 2020?
I was assigned to the same working as the at the prison.
Okay. Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stout's disappearance?
Yes, I did.
How did you get involved in that case?
It was El Paso County needed assistance, so they had asked the Colorado Springs Resident Agency, so we helped out.
What was your role in that investigation?
I helped out in multiple ways. I was part of the consensual calls that Mr. Stauch had with the defendant. I am also a member of the FBI's evidence response team, so I assisted on processing a couple of the vehicles. And I actually traveled out to South Carolina for the arrest.
Okay. During the time that this case was being heavily investigated, were there daily meetings, investigative driven meetings to just update everybody involved in the case?
Yes,
Did you attend those meetings?
I did.
Well, what was the purpose of those meetings other than just to update folks?
It's so we could know what was going on in the investigation, new developments of what we were finding.
Excuse me. Would investigators, detectives, special agents with the FBI come to those meetings and report whatever specific assignments they had, and then assignments would be made to act on those developments?
Yes.
You'd mentioned the consensual phone calls. What do we mean when we're talking about consensual phone calls?
It was phone calls between Mr. Stauch and the defendant that were recorded.
What was your role as that process played out?
I was one of the people that was in the room while those phone calls were being made, so I was able to listen to the phone calls as well as, at times, ask Mr. Stauch to ask additional questions if we had questions.
Would you have meetings with Mr. Stauch prior to the phone calls, actually given tips on things to say or not say, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And then in the actual, while the phone calls were happening, sometimes you would either suggest things to him or pass notes to him to say or not say?
Yes.
Was another special agent, Johnny Grusing, also involved in that process?
Yes, he was.
Were those phone calls recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to publish People's Exhibit 51, and I doubt we'll be able to get all the way through this. This is previously admitted under Mr. Stauch, and it's 46 minutes long.
Okay. Agent Cronin, you can go ahead and step. Do you have any?
Not during the phone call, Your Honor.
Yep. Agent Cronin, you go ahead and step down. It's not comfortable to sit there for that length period of time. So go ahead. Exhibit 51 has already been admitted.
And Judge, would you like us to stop at about 10 till, 5 till, roughly? 10 till. Okay, we'll do that. Exhibit 51. And just for the record, Judge, People's Exhibit 51 is phone call from February 15, 2020 at 10:04 a.m.
For all those that didn't hear this.
Yeah, I think we need the screen to be able to see what she needs to click on.
Oh, so this has video with it?
No, there's no video, but like the other ones, the player actually pops up on that screen.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
So far, we really haven't heard anything. It's just muffle, like somebody's walking or something. It's weird.
I don't even know what number to call her on. I told her to call. Guess I can try this when she's texting. Hey.
Are you moving again? Why do you think? I mean, it's like a week by week thing. I told you that.
You do what?
I'm like week by week in these hotels.
Why can't you live in the house?
I don't know. I can't even like go in without an escort at this point. So
How are you paying for hotels?
I just paid a little bit week by week, and Uncle Jeff paid for this past week. So I told you that already. That yes.
Did you spend last night by yourself?
Yes. Why? Who else would I be with?
Should have been with you, Albert.
You think I wasn't lonely on freaking Valentine's Day?
I should be with you. I've been begging to be with you.
We can talk about that, but I want to talk about whatever you talking about on this iCloud.
No, I logged back. I got into my iCloud finally because I only had partial whatever, and I couldn't do a backup. And I finally got the backup done, and there was like a ton of messages came through on my phone, and there's this text message that they should have saw on my phone because it came through on February 5th, and it's like basically almost like a retarded person or something. But it says the boy or money or no boy. And I tried to get help. I sent it to the tip line to see if they can check. I've been trying to call all morning to get help, but no one.
Hey, I can't hear you.
I said no one helped me because I'm a bad person.
But
Can
what?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. But what? I mean, that's all it said. No money, no boy, or something like that.
I'm saying there was a bunch of those voicemails. Like it came. I had 30-some voicemails, and a lot of them were bullcrap and threats and stuff. So I went through all of them, and like literally all I saw was the first message that said that, and it freaked me out. And I had someone to look up the number to try to see where it was at. And it said that it originated from Washington. That it weren't one of those like fake things. It was an actual number from Washington. Like I had someone track the number where it was at now, and it went to Roy, outside of Roy Elementary.
Where's that at?
I don't know if this is like people schooling with me. I don't know, but I was trying to reach out to you as soon as I seen it, so that they should have solved this on my.
Yeah, I don't know. I know they're like laser focused on finding Gannon right now, and that's kind of the priority right now. I mean,
that was why I was saying that. That is about Gannon. Why are you trying to make it seem like I wasn't?
I'm not trying to make it seem like nothing. I mean, I did you tell them about what we talked about yesterday about Quincy Brown and all that?
I sent it in, yes. Did that same thing that they keep posting online because no one was writing back on the numbers that did.
Well, I guarantee you they're out looking for that dude now because he is freaking. You know how I get all worried about Mike and Landon and all that shit back home, and I looked him up and he's a freaking, oh my god, sex offender. He's a bad dude, Tisha. And if he's got my son and I'm freaking, you know how it was about Mike and he had some criminal stuff, but this is a whole nother level. So I'm sure they're out looking for him now. So.
Did you give them the information?
Yeah, you said you did. I mean.
Yeah, I know, I did.
Right, you said you were talking to Bethel, right?
I sent it to Letecia, but she never went back. So I had that Kate somebody's number, the other lady that was with her that day. So I sent it to her because I was like, between her and her, someone would read the messages.
Okay, yeah. I haven't got it. Mark hasn't reached out to me this morning, but I'm sure that, I mean, based on this dude being as freaking horrible as he is, I'm sure they're out there looking for him. You remember anything else about Quincy Brown other than, I know you said you saw his ID. I mean, they had the bike or the SUV, right, with the bike rack. I mean, anything close to an address at all that would help them? Now that you have more.
If you would let me come stay with you and help, I will walk everybody through everything. But you're refusing that and not standing up for me to do that.
No, actually, I am. I'm trying to get this relevant information that you're providing to them. So that is standing up for you.
Okay, taking up for me too is also you got to understand how, and this is not me trying to take away from whatever. Unless I'm like protected completely, this is it's just a whole crazy thing. You got to understand how they're
Well, help me understand.
begging you to tell you that I begged you to come stay with you. I've been like, hey, let me just stay with you, spend the night, please. I will talk to you, please. Everything. I tried everything. They just keep telling me no, and I hate being lonely, and I hate all this because I'm not a bad person. I'm innocent. I agreed to even take a lie detector test for you.
Well, that's not for me. I'm not going to give you a lie detector test. Well, I mean,
it's not permissible in court because it's not. I said for you to believe me.
but who are you? Have you talked to them about this lie detector test, or you just told me about it?
I got recalled from a big time attorney. I got Jose Baez law firm willing to come and meet me. That's how much they know it's screwed up. Do you know who the Baez law firm is?
You know I don't pay attention to that shit.
Do you know who they represented?
No, tell me.
A lot of big time names. And like People magazine, people are like kids. They're not the way that things are going, and it's not the direction of my team. And so if you don't want to be on my team to be like against them talking everything, then these people will put it out there.
What are they gonna do it? What are they gonna put out there? What? That you're gonna take a lie detector?
No, yeah, I will for you. I will do it for you.
Well, let's do it then. Then let's do it. Let's do it now. I mean, call the FBI or call whoever and tell them you're ready today.
I don't know who to call. You have to see contact facts. Nobody will talk to me.
The only person I know. Listen, I sent you a number. I think. What was her name from the FBI? Amber, maybe. I sent you an email. You look back on your email. You got a contact, and she when she called me that one time, she reached out and said, anything you need, any way we can help, anything we can do to help find Gannon. And I think that would qualify as something that would help. Okay?
What will qualify?
You're talking about this lie detector test.
That will help find Gannon by me taking a lie detector test that I've already told you?
If you're, listen, I know, but listen to me. Walk through this logically. You're smart now, okay? If you're saying they're barking up the wrong tree, okay, and that wrong tree is you, and a lie detector test will get them off of that tree and on a different tree, don't you think that will help?
Yeah.
I mean, it'll, back to what we talked about yesterday, it'll show your innocence, it'll show you didn't do it, it'll show you don't even need immunity. Okay? It'll prove all those things.
You don't have to because lie detector tests are not permissible in court.
Okay, but I'm just trying to, you said you'll do that for me.
What the test does is what a person's saying to someone they're trying to prove to. Like people going out to do it, places like that.
Okay, all right. Hey, Tisha, listen. I'm willing to take the lie detector test. You brought it up. I mean, I'm willing to work with you or whatever. You can contact the FBI and do it. I'm willing to take that result for my peace of mind. But if you're going to sit here and tell me it's not worthwhile, then why even talk about it?
It's for you. I said I wanted to do it for you. You're focusing on doing it for someone else. I'm trying to tell you I want it.
No. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about Gannon. If they're barking up the wrong tree, babe, if they're barking up the wrong tree, this will get them on the right tree, okay?
Okay.
So you need to reach out to Amber, whatever her name is. That's the FBI lady that I talked to the one time, and you need to tell her whatever you're willing to do or not do. Okay? That's the only way I know to go about it. So, but instead of me waiting on the lie detector test for me and you, I know that'll confirm it. Just tell me the truth right now.
You won't even help me get the freaking ID so I can go to a doctor's office, and you want me to just keep going over and over and over the same thing.
Yeah, she said yes, I do, because
you kick me off a daycare or something.
can't kick you off of TRICARE. That only happens if, anyways, you're trying to spin this in a different direction. We're talking about Gannon. You can go to the doctor any day of the week. I can't kick you off of TRICARE.
They took all my stuff. I need an ID.
You need the sponsor social security number, and I know you know my social, so don't even play me, Tisha.
Go on base.
Okay.
Without the ID.
Well, go to if you got to go to the doctor that bad, go to the doctor somewhere and we'll pay the fee. Okay, that's I'm not gonna say that's irrelevant, but we're focused on Gannon right now. Okay.
And we're trying to be with you to focus on Gannon. So I'm asking you.
And guess what? We are talking together right now, so we are working together on this right now on the phone. Okay.
Come stay with you, and I will meet them to do the test and everything.
Listen, I need the truth first, and that's what I've said the whole time. Tell me the same. Listen, let's just stop, okay? No, don't oh God me.
So lie detector test, and now it's still not good enough for you, Albert.
No, it is. It's perfect. That's what I want you to do, okay? Because there has been multiple stories, but tell me the story right now that you're going to tell on the lie detector test. That's what I want.
You don't tell stories on a lie detector.
I know. Okay. Yes. Do you want me to put you through that and ask you questions? I'll do it. Okay. Is the bike accident a true story? Did he fall and bust his head, or was his head already bleeding before you got there? Which one is it? I'm just asking. Was the bike accident true?
Bleeding.
I don't know, because I've fallen off my bike 100 times and didn't bust my head bad enough to go to the 911, right? Okay. I'm just trying to sort through this. Is the bike accident true?
Albert, I did not hurt you.
I didn't ask you that, okay? Is the bike accident true? It's yes or no. This is lie detector test right now. Yes or no?
Somebody has Gannon, Albert. I need protection to help you.
I understand that, and I'm trying to help you right now.
Beat me. He will abuse me. He will hurt me, and I keep telling you this, and you're not catching it.
Is the bike accident true? That's where we're starting.
They're gonna protect me from it.
We're gonna, yes, you're gonna. If once you call Amber, you're gonna get the protection you need. I don't have a gun. I don't have a badge. Amber does, and she's the one that's gonna protect you.
But you are my husband.
I am, and as your husband, you need to respect that I'm trying to give you the best guidance I have, okay, and get you to the protection you're asking for. If you call Amber, she'll get somebody with you wherever you're at to protect you, okay?
But why aren't you willing to do that?
How am I going to protect you against people trying to beat you and kill you?
I'm live with you because you are my husband and you're supposed to provide for us a place to stay.
Right, and I've done that from day one, so you're not going to question my ability to protect or provide you. So listen, hey, back up. You said you wanted to do something for me.
Don't forget to like this segment.
I'm not answering any questions right now because you told me
11 hours
that you do something for me, and that's answer some yes and no questions, basically a lie detector.
Be with you. I didn't say like you're going to put me on. We can talk about this in person. Why does it have to be over phone so you can like record people and shit?
So now I'm recording you. What you've done to me for 5 years is what I'm doing to you. That's projection, Tisha, and I'm not putting up with that, okay? All right?
Did you record me yesterday?
No, why would I record you? I haven't recorded anything. What are you talking about?
Was you coaching you what to say?
No, I don't need a coach. I've done this for a living for 11 years, Tisha.
I said I want to talk to you in person.
All right, well, guess what? Your freaking sister's calling me. Tell her to leave me alone.
Who? What sister?
Amy, whatever her name is.
She shouldn't be calling you. Don't even talk to them.
Well, I've been getting calls and texts from all your people, and I'm sick of it. Listen, you know what? If meeting is what it takes to get to the truth, I'll meet with you. But you need to answer some questions first. That is your way of proving to me that a meeting is worthwhile. Okay? Number one, I got 3 or 4 questions, okay? Number one, is the bike accident true? No. Is Quincy Brown true?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So what happened? Okay, that's my next question. What happened to get Gannon to Quincy Brown? How did Quincy Brown get my son?
Okay, it doesn't matter how many times I tell you, you're still going to call me a liar. You're not going to take
That's
the time
not true now.
to help me.
That's not true. I've given you every opportunity to tell the truth, just like I'm doing now, okay? I haven't called you a liar. I've said some pieces of the story have been not true, okay? I'm not sitting here calling you names. I'm not putting you down. I'm asking for truth, okay? You said the bike accident is not true now. Fair enough. We're done with that, okay? What happened?
I was going to get you a bike, though. That was true.
Okay, so you were going to get me a bike. Fine. Okay, let's get past the bike. If the bike has nothing to do with anything, then let's just forget about the bike and the trip to the bike.
Trying to be a cool mom, okay?
Okay.
To hang out with some friends. And I was just trying to be cool because I never looked at it as being cool. So I told him, hey, you can have a sleepover, whatever, yada, yada, yada. That was supposed to happen on Saturday or something. He did have this friend that had a car. And I told him, your daddy said no. I told him that on Sunday or whatever day it was. But prior to that, he'd already said something to me about this. And I tried to talk him through the situation. So the plan was he was going to have a sleepover. We split both the beds together. Yada, 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 yada. This was just supposed to be the plan. I was just trying to be a cool mom. I just wanted to be accepted by Gannon for him to be like, wow, yeah, she's always kind of strict on us, but maybe she let me do a little bit that I shouldn't probably be doing. Hey, that's all.
Yeah, but okay, that's.
It went downhill from there. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Gannon.
Okay, so.
All these people, listen to me.
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
All these people putting all this stupid stuff about blood and all this bullcrap. If there's any blood in the house, because it's Gannon. Gannon bleeds all the time.
Okay.
There's no massacre occurred in our home. It's not what people are putting in. It's nothing like that. Okay? It's nothing. Sick of hearing people say, well, if he hurt his foot, he couldn't be walking. Oh my God. It was just blood from his foot. That's it. There was no, he hit his head or bullcrap like that. I'm tired of all these conspiracy theories, and now it's in your head that you think that I've done something to Gannon in our house. That's what you said yesterday. But it's not true. There's just this week what happened to his foot, and he has already admitted to you that his arm was burned.
Okay.
He admitted that to you. Wasn't that bad? Did it have blood? Yes. And the candle was. I did everything I could. So if you're asking about that part of it, see, what y'all were doing is trying to take two different things. You're trying to think that just because I didn't abuse Gannon emotionally in that video, nothing. The whole point of that was he was so upset. It was meaning I was going to replace the items for him. It was trying to be, okay, don't worry about it. It's a secret. I'm not going to say anything. I was trying to be cool. Okay? Maybe if I let my guard down for trying to be cool, I let him stay up 30 minutes late that night, trying to be cool. Just trying to be like, we'll start working on, hey, you stand up 30 minutes later than later. So any of that you got from some mind that people were trying to say I was abusing him or some video shit, it was not. Gannon was upset because I was sitting there holding him and everybody saying something about whatever. I accepted the situation. It wasn't a lot of tons and tons of blood. We got it up. It was on his wall a little bit. I mean, it was not even a lot.
So you cleaned his wall up?
He did.
Okay.
There was blood on the things we cleaned up. It was from his arm and his foot. That's all. From the outside. There was nobody said it did. You could hear in all these stories. Gannon's head was hit. He was doing this. No. Albert, if he would have been in that situation, I get on the phone and I call 911. I'm not
Who? What lady?
No, trivia somebody.
Who?
She's fucking stupid.
I haven't talked to nobody.
Well, she's online saying she's talking to you and Landon, and you and Landon was saying there was blood all over Gannon room. Blood everywhere in the house. Blood on the stairs.
Who is this now?
That is not true. If it was anything, it was from the foot, and I stepped right outside. I stepped in and on the carpet when I freaking picked the carpet up that we walk outside on. But nobody cares that that's how it happened. That's where blood came from. It was not puddled. We cleaned it up and smeared it. Sorry.
What freaking lady are you talking to?
The beds were already put together because I already told Gannon he could have a sleepover.
The beds were pushed together.
I had pushed them together because I had told him that he could have a sleepover. I didn't know that his stomach was going to go to start hurting. I already said he was doing his box.
But who was the sleepover with? Was it Braden?
He just asked me, could he have a sleepover even though it was a school night? After we were on the hike. And the reason I said yes is we were sitting there talking about the whole coach thing. He was talking to me about the sisters, and all he had was sisters. And yes, just because I felt so bad, because here we are both in an emotional moment. I'm upset about Coach. He's upset about him having girls, yada, yada, yada. I agree. Sorry. I usually don't agree to things. I was trying to be like, okay, maybe this was a good chance, but maybe bend the rules just a little bit. So yes, said Gannon, you can have sleepover. Gannon pushed his beds together. Yada, yada, yada. I don't know what happened, why he didn't go ask about sleepover. I don't know what happened wherever. I don't know. He didn't ever come say such and such, didn't say whatever. I just know his stomach was hurting. So I assumed he didn't want to be sleepover with the boy, whoever the boy was.
Why?
Just tell me.
Why? So you were gonna let it? Let me back up.
I was gonna let the boy, but he said his brother had a call.
Right. Okay. Fine. But he's never pushed the beds together for a sleepover before. Where did that come from?
What do you mean? I do.
No, usually they.
They were Albert. We pushed the bed together because he had all the things lined up around the room in little cardboard boxes. They were all lined up around the room, and we pushed the beds together. That was it. I mean, we pushing the beds together is not a crime.
I'm not saying it was. It's just weird because to my knowledge, he's never done that.
He was going to build a fort. I don't know.
Okay.
They got pushed back. I mean, there's nothing.
Okay. All right.
So that's the only reason. That is the only reason when they got pushed back that he would have had normal. That he would have peeled his arm after it happened on Sunday.
So
what I don't do is whoever your friend is, a neighbor that knows all this bullshit, to give you the video footage of running out when the daggone fire was going on, and you will see. Oh, was I being whatever? Was I fussing? Was I doing anything for being loving to children?
Right.
You know, I told everybody, oh, it's okay. We're gonna fix it. Nobody was yelling at anybody. Nobody was angry with anybody. Nobody was hurting anybody. Nobody was doing anything wrong.
But so.
It wasn't even that. I was scared.
But back up to something you said that that really struck me, Tisha. You said it went downhill. How? What do you mean? How did it go downhill? And then how did this Quincy freaking dude get involved?
The story about Quincy.
But tell me the part about how did it go downhill? That's what I need to know. You said it went downhill fast and it got out of control, and maybe you freaked out, whatever. But
I never said anything about getting out of control. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said.
Okay, you said it went downhill, Tisha.
I said it went downhill, meaning Gannon was supposed to have a sleepover. His stomach started to hurt, so that's why we didn't get to have a sleepover. That's what it means. It means that.
Okay. I got you.
He stayed up late.
All right. So listen.
See how I talk to you. Do you see how you hard put me as if I'm some criminal?
No. I I haven't criminalized you at all. I'm asking you questions. That's what you wanted me to do, and I'm asking you questions.
I mean, really, come on, Albert. That is not you saying to me is, gosh, you know, how many times have you left out of town and my wife just took care of everything? That's not you doing that. That's not you taking my side. It's you picking up on.
Hey, I can't hear you.
I said, you're saying something about us putting beds together when the child was built in a box because you thought this is a box for his son. It's a problem if I get involved, and if it's a problem if I do it the wrong way.
No, I'm
the
just
right way.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Everything.
Tisha, babe, listen, okay? I mean, I'm worried to death about Gannon's safety, where he's at, all these things. I mean, yesterday, what you told me the bike story is not true now, okay? But you also said he had a hit.
You know how I feel. You want me to be honest with you? You know how I feel? I feel like if I just tell you something like that, it's what you want to hear. That's honestly how you make me feel. You make me feel if I just tell you there's some check. Because I even sit there and listen to you go, okay, it was an accident. Okay, this is what you to say, or just
No.
Because that is not Albert.
No. Yes, actually, yes, it is. You know, as a recruiter, I did the same shit for 11 years, having to dig into people's past and everything, okay? And to get the truth. And you said, all right, listen, you told me, you keep telling me what I just want to hear. I just want to hear the truth, Tisha, okay? All right, hold on. Yesterday, listen, yesterday, and we passed this point, but you said there was a bike accident with a head injury. So is it just a bike accident that's not true? Or is it the head injury also that's not true?
No, there's no head injury or bike accident. I told you, I feel like you wanted me to say something to you.
Okay, so now, what did freaking Quincy Brown do with Gannon? How did...
Can I ask you something? Do you think first of all, we should put this in perspective.
Okay.
Do you think I even know my way around Colorado, first off?
Yeah, we've been here a year now. You go all over the place.
Okay, Colorado Springs, right?
You've been, yes. And we've been all over up there around the outlets, and we've been up there to Denver a bunch. Yes, I think you know a little bit about Colorado, so don't play me on that, Tisha.
I wasn't even going there. Do you see how I said that just to see you jump at me? Do you see how I said that?
Well, good. You got me. You got me jumping, all right? My son's out there missing with Quincy Brown, and you got me jumping. You win, all right? What's your next question?
Listen to me. Can you listen to me?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Just for record purposes.
He is definitely over her stuff. You know, he doesn't believe anything that's coming out of her mouth.
Recess. If we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning. All right, for the jury, please.
Forgot to button his robe.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to pick up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
Judge, if we could approach.
Uh-oh. Doesn't want it on. Doesn't want any of the conversation on the record, on any record. Yes. I am one tired cookie today. I am. We did quite a bit. I've been just plugging away. I still got a lot of work left to do because we still have to plan for tomorrow morning. And, you know, thank God we've done a lot of research on these cases. So hopefully we can plug in some new information. I did find out I cannot ship any wine through the mail. Any kind of wine, any type of wine, anything, you cannot do it. It can only go through. That's why we can do like Instacart and stuff like that. It can only go through certain places to drop off but we can still do. I was fine with Instacart. So maybe we'll still do something with respect to that. But the ones that we got from the donation for St. Joseph, we cannot mail. But hey, I looked into it, guys. I did look into it. And I really don't know what's going on. I don't know why they had those big boxes there. I mean, I don't remember. Well, I guess the suitcase had to have come out of an evidence box, and that suitcase was a pretty large suitcase. So I think the prosecution's going to be wrapping up here soon. I don't know why. I just have this feeling that they're not going. I mean, we're probably going to go into, I would think, another week. But I think they're cruising right along. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. I don't know, how many witnesses they have, how much more they're going to present. I mean, I don't think they really have.
Court will be in recess then. We'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you.
Okay. What a long day. Oh, my goodness. I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. It's a tiring day. I'm exhausted. Let me turn my camera back on. I'm exhausted. I am. Long day, lots of information. Some was good. It seemed very technical, where the blood splatter was, the fact that they don't think that nobody could really survive these types of injuries, this type of pattern that they're seeing. We saw the illumination of the room. That was pretty extensive. We can all agree with that. So this idea that he didn't die in that room, she was the only one. She's going on these fantastic details and stories with her husband. And as we hear in this, which we've heard some of these, or at least portions of these videos or audios at some point earlier when he was taking the stand, we did hear, I want to say 4 or 5 different videos, none that were hours long, but definitely, I think the longest one was like 30 minutes maybe or less. Anyways, they're replaying some of the videos that Al Stauch took while recording his then wife, Letecia Stauch, as she gives these wild accusations on what happened to Gannon. And as you hear her in these audios, she's very manipulative. Like, why aren't you here with me? Why are you sending the cops? She's talking about a man gutting her down, and she's wanting to know why her husband's not there. Like, she should have cops around her already, if what she was saying is true. But she's hiding. She's being a coward during this time. And so I've got to, I just everything is signaling to her doing it. They don't really have, I mean, she's, even by her pleading of guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity, is still admitting that she did this to this child. So I can't imagine this being, we're looking, I mean, the defense is just given up. Like, they're not even hard. They're asking like 1 question, 2 questions. I can tell you she will have an appeal for ineffectiveness of counsel, in my opinion. But she had no case, really. She made horrible mistakes. And to think that this child was left, went missing in Colorado and just so happens to wind up not too far from where she was staying. I mean, thousands of miles away. I mean, seriously, there's no way. This woman is cooked. I mean, she's done. Put a fork in it. She's done. I wish she wouldn't have put the family through this, her daughter through this, all these, her ex-husband through this, after all the damage she has caused. She's not going to get leniency. As a matter of fact, I think the judge would probably give her more than maybe what she was going to get just to plead guilty and move on with this case, But she's going to have appeal rights, and, they really aren't objecting a lot, which is haven't been really a whole lot to object on, but they haven't been objecting a lot. They haven't really been really cross-examining any of the witnesses very well. It just seems like everybody at her table, I mean, you can look at their body language, like that like she's like the attorneys for her like everybody on her table is right. It's like, man, like it looks really bad. They've given up. They've all given up. Letecia, this was her Hail Mary. She knew her egg was cooked, right? This was her Hail Mary, trying to hopefully, maybe somebody will think she's insane and get her off. But anyways, guys, it's been a long day. I'm ready to finish my Coca-Cola and call it a day. Okay, guys, I've been with you long enough. You've had enough of my time. I'm just joking. I love you. Thank you all for being here. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. God bless each and every one of you. And I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm that exhausted. So peace.